Chapter 530, The Alchemist Center. Chapter 530, The Alchemist Center. The Dead Soul Mountain's topography was special. It was situated between the Radiant God Cult, the Pure Land, and the Devil Valley, and the distances between them weren't too large. However, no force managed this area. The ones who often visited this area were the alchemists and the blacksmiths at all levels. Rumors said that there were thousands of alchemists and blacksmiths living in the Dead Soul Mountain. This special class of the Grace Mainland liked the Dead Soul Mountain and made it the center of the alchemists and blacksmiths of the entire Grace Mainland. Among the other warriors, the alchemists and the blacksmiths belonged to the noble class. Normally, the alchemists and the blacksmiths wouldn't depend on any forces, as they had dedicated their whole lives to refine pellets and secret treasures. Those people were quiet, odd, and didn't like to get along well with the others. However, in the Dead Soul Mountain, the alchemists and the blacksmith lived in harmony. They studied and discussed the Upanishads of refining pellets and forging treasures with each other. When warriors living around the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley were in need of pellets or secret treasures, they would bring abundant materials to the Dead Soul Mountain, then find the corresponding alchemist or blacksmith to refine the desired items. Of course, they had to pay for the service. Many warriors from the Grace Mainland came here to refine pellets and specialized treasures for their sects, even though they had to travel a long distance for this. The Dead Soul Mountain had many qualified alchemists and blacksmiths. When they came here with an attractive payment, they could have what they desired. The alchemists and the blacksmiths here had formed a system in the Dead Soul Mountain. They didn't turn their back to the 7 ancient factions or took part in the dispute between them. These special warriors had a great passion for refining medicines and forging weapons. They wouldn't favor anyone, as they only followed their own rules. As long as the payment was good, they could forge weapon or refine pellet for anyone. Also, no matter how furious the battle between the 7 old factions was, they would never target the Dead Soul Mountain. In this continent, the Dead Soul Mountain was quite a peaceful place with good conditions for refining things. Warriors living around there often traded cultivating materials with the alchemists or the blacksmiths. This place was the holy temple of the alchemists and the blacksmiths. Living on numerous grand mountains were the alchemists and the blacksmiths. The strongest alchemists and blacksmiths took the richest mountains. Some of them taught disciples, while some just cultivated alone to find the acme of their refining and forging treasures, sinking in what they called the Great Path. 2 valleys were backing each other in the center of the Dead Soul Mountain. They were called the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. These 2 valleys were vast, as big as a small city, and were surrounded boisterously year-round. People who traveled to the Spirit Potion Valley were all the alchemists, while warriors who visited the Precious Tool Valley were all blacksmiths. The Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley had many shops where cultivating materials to refine medicines or forge weapons were sold. Outsiders could always visit these 2 valleys to find the alchemists and blacksmiths to refine the items they wanted, as long as they could find the right person with an appropriate price. Generally, the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley were almost free. They didn't have many rules or taxes. Not only human warriors, even the beasts and the pagans were free to enter the places. No one would specially target them. There were almost 1,000 mountains in the Dead Soul Mountain range, and half of them were occupied by intimidating beasts. Those beasts could transform to human form, and their powers were much more tremendous than human warriors at the same level. Anyway, the beasts there lived in harmony with the alchemists and blacksmiths. But they didn't fight often. Beasts which could cultivate to the peak and have intelligence were no less smart than mankind, so they also needed good medicines and weapons. Since they were living inside the Dead Soul Mountain range, they understood the cultivating materials there better. Beasts who came to find the alchemists or blacksmiths with sufficient amount of materials often prepared better payment than human warriors. Usually, the alchemists and the blacksmith wouldn't deny the offer and would cooperate with the beasts. Thanks to its special features, the Dead Soul Mountain range had attracted many strange races, some of them being super strong. They had settled down and earned a decent living in the Dead Soul Mountain range. They had been cultivating silently, gathering the energy of heaven and earth to increase their realms, while collecting rare and precious materials there to prepare more medicines and weapons for their tribes. As Yin was flying over the Dead Soul Mountain range, he released his soul consciousness, frequently sensing strong aura emitted from each mountain. These auras came from humans and beasts, but some came from sources he was unsure of. Perhaps these auras came from the peculiar souls he had never encountered before. Mankind, beasts, and pagans lived together in the Dead Soul Mountain range and didn't interfere each other's life. However, they often went to the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley to do business with human alchemists and blacksmiths. All of them lived together in peace and harmony. The Dead Soul Mountain range was vast. With his Sky Realm cultivation base, Yin spent 7 days flying to cross couples hundreds of mountains. Finally, he arrived the Spirit Potion Valley in the center of the Dead Soul Mountain range. The Spirit Potion Valley bathed in the sunbeams of a new dawn. Under the warm sunlight, he could see people moving in spacious streets packed with stores and shops. Many human warriors and alchemists were moving in front of the shops, finding the raw materials they needed. Among them were humanoid beasts wearing clothes with sharp horns on their heads or having a long tail behind their bottom. All of them were operating equally in the Spirit Potion Valley. No human warriors in the valley showed a strange face on seeing the beasts, because it was all totally normal to them. Warriors living here had soon recognized the existence of the demonic beasts and pagan tribes. They would never look at them with a bias. Yin observed the situation for a while from outside the valley and was quite surprised. In the Endless Sea, Xiao Dao, Yang Tian Emperor, and Yang Yi Tian were totally racist. They only acknowledged mankind as the master of the continent. Except for humans, all were considered pagans. According to them, the sea tribes, the dark dwellers, the demon dwellers were all sinister races that should be uprooted. When the demonic Sound Clan and the Wing Clan had first entered the Endless Sea, the warriors there saw them with fear and hatred, as if there were a big grudge between them, and that the demonic Sound Clan and the Winged Clan shouldn't exist. The Dead Soul Mountain range gave him a brand new understanding. Warriors living around here wouldn't make the beasts or pagans their enemies, and they wouldn't want to kill them all. Demonic beasts, human beings, and pagans had lived together under one roof, all borrowing the rich, cultivating materials of the Dead Soul Mountain range to improve their powers. The atmosphere here was much comfortable and free than the Endless Sea. After a long time observing from a far distance, Yin wore an admiring face. He couldn't help but think that when the demonic Sound Clan and the Winged Clan came to the divine Great Land, the Dead Soul Mountain range might be the best choice for them. Lingering outside the Spirit Potion Valley for a while, Yin walked into the valley alone. Next, he took a trip around the shops randomly. He was quite surprised and happy as he had a good feeling about this Spirit Potion Valley. The shops in the Spirit Potion Valley sold spirit herbs, miracle fruits, and strange fluids used for refining medicine. At first glance, he could see that the raw materials that were considered precious in the Endless Sea were common and available everywhere. And he also saw many medical ingredients which he had never seen before. They were also widely available. It was worth being the famous center of the alchemists in the whole continent. He complimented in his mind as his impression of the Spirit Potion Valley grew better. Apparently, the cultivating materials in the Spirit Potion Valley were much more abundant than the Endless Sea, and he was sure that the warriors from other areas could never have the attainment of the alchemists here. Walking along the street, he was surprised on seeing the rare materials they had. The sunlight faded out. Seeing the sun was about to set, he remembered the purpose of his trip. Musing for a while, he then walked towards the general direction of the Spirit Hall of the Spirit Potion Valley. The Spirit Hall was a special place for outsiders seeking a suitable alchemist. It was a business center. Warriors could go there to advertise the mission they wanted to accomplish. When the alchemists and the blacksmith couldn't find the materials they needed, they could also ask the spirit hall to notice and search for them. The payment would be decent, though. When Yi Chang Feng gave him the token, he told him to go to the spirit hall in the Spirit Potion Valley and give it to the person in charge, following which someone would welcome him well. Yi Chang Feng's master was considered owing him a favor. In the Grace Mainland, an excellent alchemist always had good relationship with many connections. The reason why he wanted to find Yi Chang Feng's teacher was to contact the Pure Land through him, as he wanted to use the life original fluid to exchange for Xia Xian Yin and to save her soul from vanishing. In his original plan, he wanted to visit the Radiant God cult first. However, given the advice from Bai Gusan, he had to give up his initial plan, as he was afraid that if he went to the Radiant God cult, some experts there might see through the difference in his body. Thus, he had to go further to find the Dead Soul Mountain. In the Spirit Hall, many warriors wearing bluish-gray robe embroidered with the symbol of the alchemists were introducing the newest information to their customers in a business-like manner. After Yin got into the place, he reached the nearest guard, smiled at him, and showed him the token. "Do you recognize this token?" The mystery third-rank alchemist was dazed, looking at the token and then Yin himself, asking him surprisingly, "What's this?" Yin was bewildered, showing the token to the man again. "A friend of mine gave me this. He told me to go to the Spirit Potion Valley and show the token and someone would receive me. Take another look carefully." The mystery third-rank alchemist was dazed. He checked the token carefully. Minutes later, he shivered while his eyes brightened. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll bring the token to my master. Please wait. Don't go. Wait for me here. Just a moment." Chapter 531, Spirit Hall. Chapter 531, Spirit Hall. Behind the Spirit Hall was a spacious room, matted with thick, soft fur rug. The walls of that room had many exquisite carvings of caterpillar fungus. Standing in the middle of the room was an incense burner, from where fragranced smoke of precious grass diffused. The room was warm, with gems sparkling from the ceiling. Zhao Lin wore a gold-plated robe of the alchemist, which had 3 spirit herbs embroidered on the shoulder. This was the insignia of a third rank of profound-level alchemist. As one of the persons in charge of the Spirit Hall, Zhao Lin worked daily there to manage the operations of the hall. At this moment, he was wearing an arrogant face, lying on his side on a tiger skin and fur-covered chair. He looked at the 2 first sky of Spirit Realm warriors in front of him with an impatient face. These 2 Spirit Realm warriors wanted him to refine pellets for them. However, they didn't pay enough to satisfy him. Zhao Lin felt a little bit irritated. Zhao Lin had just entered the Spirit Realm, but he had mainly depended on the aid of medicines. His realm wasn't high, and his power couldn't be compared to the 2 in front of him now. Anyway, as he was an alchemist, he had the confidence that the others had to satisfy him. "Go home. Without 3 pieces of the silver stargrass, I won't help you." Zhao Lin waved his hand and couldn't help but grunt. "Wait until you 2 can collect the silver stargrass. If I have free time, I will consider refining the fierce golden pellet for you guys. But now, please go." The 2 first sky of Spirit Realm warriors stood opposite him, shook their heads in distress, and sighed. They were about to leave. At this moment, a guard of the Spirit Hall stormed in, didn't bow to him but walked directly to Zhao Lin while breathing heavily. "Teacher, look at this." Zhao Lin arched his brows, snorted, then scolded the guard. "Don't you have any manners?" While complaining, he took the token and flipped it over to watch. His face changed immediately as he shot up from his seat while shouting, "Where did you get this token?" "A young man brought it here," answered the guard with fear. Zhao Lin jumped off his chair, taking the guard out of the room and going to the lounge of the Spirit Hall. "The brother over there," the guard pointed at Yin from afar. A smile filled Zhao Lin's face all of a sudden, his face serval. He came to Yin and greeted him. First, he solemnly handed back the token to Yin and asked, "May I help you?" Yin was amazed, then nodded to him. "I want to find the owner of this token." Zhao Lin's eyes brightened as he asked with caution, "How do you relate to Elderly? Why do you have his token?" "I don't know him. He owed me something, so I want to find him and ask him for a favor, answered Shiyin. Xiaolin wore a fearful complexion, screaming in surprise. You say, elderly owed you a favor. Shiyin nodded the second time. Xiaolin wore a disbelieving face, his expression interesting. He hesitated for a while, and then said, when elderly came back last time, he announced that he would not refine medicines for anyone for a while. Also, he asked us not to disturb him. Currently, we don't dare to contact him directly, otherwise. What should I do? You shall take that token and directly visit the Flying Cloud Summit. You can talk with his disciples there to see if he wants to meet you or not. Where's the Flying Cloud Summit? The Dead Soul Mountain range had almost 1,000 mountains, scattering in a large area. The distance between the two mountains could take up to 10 days traveling. If he didn't know the exact location, searching with his luck only, he would have to spend so much time. Hold on. I'll see if I can take you to the Flying Cloud Summit myself. Xiaolin contemplated, then took out a sound crystal. He held it next to his lips, then muttered. It seemed the man was asking whether he needed to guard the spirit hall or not. There were so many alchemists and warriors, their customers, walking back and forth. Many of them knew Xiaolin. As they saw Xiaolin's servile face when talking to Shiyin, they secretly paid attention to them and tried to guess Shiyan's identity. Who is that man? Why does Xiaolin have to treat him with good care? It's weird. Xiaolin is one of the experienced masters of the Spirit Hall. He's a noble man in the Spirit Potion Valley. He has never been obsequious to big men from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley, right? I don't know. I've never met that young man before. From his clothing, I can say he's not an alchemist. I have no clue. I've been begging Xiaolin many times for a spirit comfort pellet, yet he has never agreed to help me. I'm a spirit realm expert, and that little guy has just the sky realm cultivation base. Xiaolin took wrong medicine today, didn't he? Ghost knows that. People in the surroundings discussed with low tones. They were eyeing Shiyin, guessing his real status with awe. After talking to the sound crystal for a while, Xiaolin sighed and shook his head with disappointment. I'm sorry. I can't leave the workplace currently. If you aren't hurried, can you wait for half a month later? Then I can take you to the Flying Cloud Summit personally. Is it okay? Sure, Yin shook his head. Xiaolin forced a smile while musing. I will let my favorite disciple take you there. She knows the location of the Flying Cloud Summit, too. Good then. Having heard that, Xiaolin was joyful. He made a call through the sound crystal. Cherry, come here quickly. Not long after that, a girl with a calm expression and wearing a long blue dress walked towards them from a shop not far from there. Her deep blue eyes sparkled as she felt displeased. Teacher, why did you call me here? I was negotiating the price of the multicolored devil mask flower. I had almost gotten it. This girl had long maroon hair cascading over her shoulder. She stood upright, and her eyes were like precious jade, sparkling with a shining blue light. As she appeared, many alchemists and warriors in the Spirit Hall had their eyes brightened up, with their line of sight gluing on her. On her left ample bosom were embroidered 5 pieces of spirit herbs. This meant she was a 5th rank of profound level alchemist. Besides, she was a second sky realm warrior. Cherry, take this little brother to the Flying Cloud Summit. Xiaolin assigned her with a low tone. The Flying Cloud Summit. Cherry's blue eyes brightened. She looked at Shiyin with astonishment, then nodded. I got it. Yeah. Seems our little brother has just visited the Dead Soul Mountain range for the first time. We shouldn't delay his business. Along the way, you should introduce the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley to him too, advised Xiaolin. Cherry smiled and then nodded. She looked as natural and generous as an elegant orchid flower. Sorry for bothering you, Shiyin bent, smiling brightly. No need to be too polite. Cherry nodded. Her blue eyes showed that she was interested in him. She eyed him for a while and then asked, Do you want to go now? Yes, please. Okay, we shall depart now. The Flying Cloud Summit's in the east of the Dead Soul Mountain. It should take around 4 days from the Spirit Potion Valley. Cherry thought for a while and then added, At night, you have to be more careful. Dead souls in the Dead Soul Mountain range will go out at night to hunt. Don't let them nib your soul. Okay, Let's go. The moon shone brightly in the late night. Under the clear moonlight, Cherry was gliding in the sky with a pair of dreamy blue wings on her back. She was as agile as a fairy in the pellucid night. Shurian flew behind her, looking at her blue wings with surprise. Cherry beamed a faint smile as if she had recognized his look. She turned around and talked to him. This indigo soaring wing's a profound level secret tool. I had asked a blacksmith in the Precious Tool Valley to forge it for me. The indigo soaring wing can enhance my flying speed, and it also can attack. Watch this. Hazy, cold blue light shot out like steel needles from the indigo wings, leaving toe-size holes drilled on the rock cliff. Good tool, Shurian complimented. Pretty and exquisite. Cherry smiled lightly. This indigo soaring wing is not considered a dangerous treasure yet. The blacksmiths of the Precious Tool Valley can fabricate many unimaginable weapons that you can't even count the number of. Some of those treasures even have intelligence. Those are pretty awesome. Shurian nodded. Hey, why do you want to go to the Flying Cloud Summit? Cherry wore a curious face. As far as I know, Precursorly in the Flying Cloud Summit is one of the 5 grand elders of our Spirit Hall. He rarely comes to the Spirit Potion Valley. He stays and refines medicines in the Flying Cloud Summit. He doesn't have many disciples. He's a bit arrogant, though. We haven't met him for years, such a mysterious alchemist. Elder of the Spirit Hall. Shurian was astounded. The Spirit Hall is also a force of warriors? Not exactly. Cherry shook her head. The Spirit Hall was established by 5 sacred-level alchemists. It's to manage the Spirit Potion Valley and facilitate the business with warriors from the outside and the valley's alchemists. Normally, the 5 Grand Elders will not participate in the daily operation of the Spirit Hall. In some special occasions, they will show up and stay in the Spirit Hall for several days to do the talks on the medicine refining principles to alchemists in the Spirit Potion Valley. The Spirit Hall has never restrained the alchemists or cared what the warriors' purposes are. It's just a place for people to do business, providing the chance for them to discuss and negotiate. It won't control the detailed content of their business or collect any taxes and fees. So, the Spirit Hall is a good place. Shurian smiled. Are you a guard of the Spirit Hall, too? Yes, Cherry nodded. We are the guards of the Spirit Hall. We help our teacher to manage the work in the Spirit Hall. Although we can't earn any chi jades from it, there's something that benefits us. That's why we are willing to take this responsibility. What benefit? People who are in charge of the Spirit Hall can ask the 5 Grand Elders regarding a difficulty they meet in refining medicines. And the guards like us can listen to their discussions when the elders visit the Spirit Hall. Of course, it only happens when the 2 elders visit at the same time and they have the mood to discuss with each other about the attainment in refining medicines. Cherry was passionate when she talked about it, but then she seemed to be distressed. What a pity that I've been a guard for 5 years, but I've never met such good chances. The 5 Grand Elders, who are the sacred level alchemists, rarely visit the Spirit Potion Valley. Even if they come, they just greet us and go. We didn't have any chances to talk with them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While Cherry was talking, Shurian heard a strange humming in his head. Shurian was dumbstruck with a surprised countenance. The 5 devils have been dormant for a really long time, but now they seem to be awake all of a sudden. Chapter 532, Awakening. Chapter 532, Awakening. The 5 devils in his inner world gathered despair, fear, bloodlust, greed, and resentment into one entity. In the land of the hollow spirits, they had swallowed a lot of hollow spirits and then laid dormant. They had no response, as they seemed to head towards an evolution, changing slowly. Shurian had almost forgotten that he had these 5 devils hiding in his sea of consciousness. As they were flying above the Dead Soul Mountain range, he didn't know what sort of energy provoked them, making them scream inside his sea of consciousness. Soon, they would wake up the thought of which frightened Shurian. He couldn't help but sink into his mind to carefully check the status of the 5 devils. In his sea of consciousness, the 5 devils were like 5 groups of dusky smoke where he couldn't see the despair, fear, bloodthirsty, greed, and resentment hovering clearly. Usually, just a small stir-up was enough to provoke these negative feelings. The screaming came from the middle of the five devils. At the same time, those dark groups of smoke took turns to transform marvelously. The energy meandering around them was dragged into the center. The massive cluster shrank fast. Roughly 10 seconds later, it disappeared. 5 light dots that were as small as the fireflies blinked with a strange light. The volume decreased, but the energy fluctuations became purer. It seemed there were some transformations that were about to happen. After a while, the luminous dots suddenly expanded. Seconds later, they turned into 5 ferocious things, which looked like demogorgons from the antiquity. One had sharp horns on its head, while another one had a green face and yellow fangs. The others had scale armors covering the body entirely, or a pair of wings extended from the back. None of them looked alike. The only similar feature of the 5 of them was the cold, sinister appearance. The technique to cultivate the 5 devils of the inner world came from the blood vein ring. To help the 5 devils grow, he needed to absorb the negative feelings and some kind of energy in his sea of consciousness. When the 5 devils had just been formed, they weren't that strong. So, they could only use soul attacks to restrict the enemies. After a while, when they could finally escape his sea of consciousness, they had the energy enough to build a half-real body, which wasn't too bad. Today, the 5 devils had the second transformation. Observing his mind, Yin found that the appearance of the 5 devils had been improved, too. Even though they were still in his sea of consciousness, they seemed to have real bodies. Flows of gray energy wound around their bodies, which were like human bodies, giving people a feeling of vitality. Roar, roar, roar. Inside the sea of consciousness, the 5 devils were roaring just like demonic beasts who had sensed the scent of fresh blood. They were gliding around and around, trying to escape his sea of consciousness. Yan's pupils shrank, while his face changed. He restored his sound mind, releasing his soul consciousness to the surroundings to check what had attracted his 5 devils. "Are you okay?" Cherry was astounded, her eyes suspicious as she didn't know what was happening to him. This man halted in the middle of the way. Before that, he had been flying smoothly with her. But then his eyes went blank. Does he have any disease he doesn't want to tell about? Or have the dead souls possessed him? Cherry suddenly felt tense, while her deep blue eyes chilled. She instinctively kept a distance from Yin. When one was possessed by the dead souls, he would become wildly evil and would attack every creature near him. At that time, he wouldn't feel pain or have a fear of death. Most of the ones who got possessed would instantly vent out their most violent attacks, using brutal and deadly ways to kill every living thing around them. The dead souls didn't have a body, so they didn't worry that the explosion of the body they possessed would affect them. What they needed to do was to utilize all skills to kill the others. Then, they would draw the other souls into the dead souls' evil lairs to create new dead souls. As Cherry lived in the Dead Soul mountain range, she understood the features of the dead souls pretty well. When she saw Yan's posture, she started to put up her guard. A lozenge blue crystal that looked like a flame emerged from her palm. The immense blue light was moving inside the crystal, shining like the stars in the sky. The blue light expanded inaudibly, shining on Yin. SSS, SSS, SSS. When the blue light touched Yin, it was like it got burned, turning into smoke and scattering. Cherry was frightened, screaming inside. As she could sense something wrong, she was about to leave. Her soul-checking crystal could check whether a warrior was possessed or not. When the light of the blue crystal reached the ones who got possessed, it would be evaporated instantly. Why was he possessed? There's no aura of dead souls around. Besides, pretty bad this time. How can I answer my teacher? Cherry felt as if she had just swallowed bitter juice. She thought that she should leave Yin and run away. She knew Yin had the third sky as Sky Realm. After the dead soul possessed him, if he burst out instantly his power to kill everyone around, she wouldn't be able to endure it. Also, the treasures she had could hardly resist his strength. So, She didn't want to do the useless things and wanted to get back to the Spirit Potion Valley first, and then plan the next move. Right when she had flown 100 meters backward, Shurian's body shook as he shouted, "Hey, why are you running back?" Cherry's soft body shivered, her face discoloring with fear. She didn't dare to stop and even sped up. Shurian was surprised as he had no clue. "What are you doing?" While he was talking, Shurian flew like lightning, shooting toward her. He shouted, "What the heck you are doing? I'm not going to harm you. Why do you wear a face as if you have seen a pervert?" "Well, it's true that your appearance is attractive to perverts, but you shouldn't think that every man is a pervert, right?" "Ah!" Cherry screamed, looking at Yin blocking her way with shock. She muttered suspiciously, "When the high-level dead soul possesses someone, one can still talk like normal people. But should they talk vulgar things like that?" Dead souls in the Dead Soul Mountain range divided into many levels. Low levels dead souls didn't have strong soul erosive power. Even if they could possess the warrior, they couldn't talk. Only dead souls at high levels with intimidating soul power could use the host to communicate with people. However, even if it was a high-level dead soul, it could only say some simple things, and it wouldn't be fluent enough. He was possessed by the highest-level dead soul, perhaps. Legend said that the highest-level dead soul had the same intelligence as mankind. When a warrior was taken over by this kind of a dead soul, the dead soul's behavior wasn't much different from humans. Anyway, this sort of dead soul was rare. Not many people had seen them for hundreds of years. Were luck be that bad today? Cherry was frightened and surprised at the same time, but she didn't continue to flee away. She understood that if she encountered the highest-level dead souls, let alone herself, even her teacher couldn't escape death. Usually, the highest-level dead souls would show up when the dead soul's evil layers had some changes. Once this kind of a dead soul appeared, all the alchemists and blacksmiths living in the Dead Soul Mountain range would join hands, and they would even invite the experts from the Radiant God Cult, the Pure Land, and the Devil Valley around to help them encounter the enemy. That kind of a dead soul was the most formidable existence. Rumor said that only the absolute true God realm warriors knew the method to exterminate them. She was just a sky realm warrior. If the high-level dead souls used the soul consciousness to control her soul, she couldn't do anything. "You? Who are you? Human or dead soul?" Cherry regretted it now. She cursed her teacher under her breath. Why he had assigned her such a mission. "It's just been a while. Why did you have such big change?" Yin was quite happy. "Did you see ghosts?" "You saw ghosts," Cherry barked. Then she was astounded, looking at him. "You? Aren't you possessed by a dead soul?" "But why did my soul-checking crystal say that you have other souls in your sea of consciousness?" "Only the sinister dead souls can burn the light of the soul-checking crystal." Hearing her say that, Yin immediately responded. Turned out the existence of the 5 devils had her in doubt. "The things inside my head aren't the dead souls. There's something else. The features of their souls are somehow similar to the dead souls, though," explained Yin. Cherry was startled, her face odd. "You're a freak. If one has no reason, who would keep strange things in their heads? Don't you know that when you're wounded or careless, they can take over your soul and control your body?" "I know, and I have the method to deal with that," Yin didn't explain further. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame lived in his host's soul, which could swallow all kinds of soul-like beings. Even if the 5 devils were more dangerous, they didn't dare to act rashly in his sea of consciousness. Or else, they would be purified by the flame of the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. With such a tremendous existence to rely on, no matter what kind of souls or strange things entered his sea of consciousness, they would be just finding a way to death for themselves. "What happened to you just now?" Cherry was dumbstruck. She frowned, asking him as curiosity filled her blue eyes. "Nothing. I just found something." Yin smiled, looking at one direction. "We'll go there and check it out. Something interesting is happening there." Cherry followed his line of sight, and her smiling face faded. She spoke up with a serious face. "That's the place the dead soul's evil layers often appear. Dead souls linger there a lot. Why do you want to get there? To learn about the dead souls. Aren't you afraid that the dead souls would erode your soul? I've seen a lot of young men like you get possessed by the dead souls because they acted rashly and intruded the forbidden area. Their own souls were expelled. I advise you not to take risks. It's okay. I believe nothing would happen to me. Strange light sparked in Cherry's deep blue eyes. Hesitating for a while, she took out a rock panacea, handing it to Shi Yin while feeling painful inside. You should take this rock panacea. It will harden your soul as solid as a rock. Most of the dead souls can't attack you then. I can't refine this type of panacea yet, and my teacher gave me this. Remember, you owe me now. No need. You should keep it. I don't need the support for medicines. Shi Yin shook his head and didn't talk more as he flew towards the direction that the five devils had induced. Chapter 533, Hunting Dead Souls. Chapter 533, Hunting Dead Souls. The Dead Souls' evil lairs were the most mysterious exotic area of the Dead Soul mountain range. However, these evil lairs wouldn't stay still. They moved, and someday it would disappear, leaving no trace, only to reappear somewhere else. Normally, only the dead souls could sense the exact location of the evil lairs. The region where the evil lairs often appeared would attract many dead souls. This kind of an area in the Dead Soul mountain range was the forbidden place. Warriors who didn't have the absolute confidence would never dare to operate alone in these regions. The five devils sent Shi Yin their roars, then completed their transformation, in which their power seemed to advance one step further. Then they sent him their thoughts and said that they wanted to get near to that area. This surprised him. He hesitated for a while, then came to that area to check the situation. Although Cherry didn't feel good about this, she couldn't change his thoughts. So, she had to follow him to the forbidden area where the dead souls' evil lairs appeared. It was a valley covered with thick gray clouds. There was no sunlight shining on the valley, even though it was still daytime, which gave people a dark, gloomy atmosphere, irritating them. There were many wild blades of grass in the valley, some of which looked like scythes. Bushes jutted from the ground, just like sharp swords grown on the ground. That's the bone-picking grass. So dangerous. When a human falls into the bushes, they will swarm together and scrape the meat out of their bones to suck the marrow inside. Cherry arrived, her face solemn. She pointed at the grass underneath and advised him, "Don't fall into the bone-picking bushes. Even if you are excellent, it's hard to escape." Shi Yin smiled and nodded. Looking at the bone-picking grass under his feet, he said, "Can we use this strange grass as medicine?" Cherry's brow arched as she beamed a faint smile. "You have a good imagination. The bone-picking grass is a strange flora. How can we use it to refine medicine?" "Oh no. If you need some poisons, the juice from that grass can help. It can erode the bones and marrow, which stiffens people's limbs." "Does anyone collect the bone-picking grass?" "I'm not sure. I've never tried to refine poisons, so I don't care about it much." Cherry's blue eyes glared at him with strange light as she was shivering inside. This man, is he interested in making poison? Alchemists who created poisons weren't welcomed in the Dead Soul mountain range. If he were interested in making poisons, he could be a sinister guy, too. She should be more cautious. There's some battling. Shi Yan's pupils shrank. He attentively looked at the direction ahead of him, speeding up. Cherry hurried to follow him. Inside the valley covered with ash-gray clouds, 5 sky realm warriors were using secret treasures to fight against 3 clusters of dark green mist. The 3 clusters of mist floated vaguely. Sometimes they appeared like the ferocious demonic beasts. Sometimes they wore hollow human faces, which never stopped changing. From the block of dark green mist, evil, cold aura exuded out, as if it could penetrate into people's minds. The clusters of mist had changed many times, their shapes unidentifiable. They shot out the cold, evil aura, which formed invisible soul attacks, rippling like waves of water and affecting all corners. Among the 5 sky realm warriors, there were males and females. However, they weren't alchemists. Each of them was like they were fighting against strong enemies. The secret treasures in their hands all had yang attributes. The halos around them were scorching red. Dead souls. Cherry let out a low scream to remind Yin not to go closer. She whispered, "They're hunting dead souls. You shouldn't go there and mess up their business." Hunting dead souls. Yin was surprised, frowning. "Didn't you say that the dead souls are really evil and they will erode human souls? If they are that sinister, what do they need to hunt them for?" Although the dead souls are dangerous, they aren't useless. They're precious materials to a blacksmith. Cherry stood away from them, explaining with low voice. When they want to make their weapons which have intellect, they can apply some different methods. Among those, the way to make their weapon absorb the natural power of heaven and earth to gain the intellect is the most difficult and mysterious. She paused for a while, and then continued. However, most of the blacksmiths can't do that. So, it's easier to find the things that are similar to the soul and seal them in their weapon. It's the popular method to make the tool gain intellect. The dead souls are sort of sinister souls, as they have a strong fighting will. If they can fuse the dead soul and the tool, the power of that tool will be increased marvelously. A mystery-level treasure can be advanced one level to reach the profound level. So, you mean they're hunting the dead souls to forge weapons? Yin was amazed. They aren't blacksmiths, though. Perhaps they want to find some blacksmiths to forge weapons. And because they want to have intelligent weapons, they have to hunt the dead souls. Cherry understood the situation of the Dead Soul mountain range well. They will erase the independent consciousness, then seal the dead soul in the treasure. Afterward, they will use a special method to activate the ferocious nature of the dead soul, which could increase the power of the treasure. The higher the level of the dead soul is, the stronger the treasure will be. People always do that in the Dead Soul mountain range. Not really. It's not easy to hunt the dead souls. They have to equip the right secret treasures to subdue them. And they also need the rock panacea, because they have to make sure the dead souls can't possess them first. If they can have the right chance, they can catch them. This is very dangerous. If they encounter the low-level dead souls, perhaps they can succeed. But if they have a bad luck facing the dangerous dead souls, they will have to use their lives to make it up. While they were talking, it seemed the 5 warriors ahead of them had almost gotten what they wanted. The 3 dark green dead souls had low levels. They didn't even have shape. Under the continuous attacks by the Nemesis treasures, the 3 dead souls were struck scattered. Gathering them again was a hard job to do. The 3 dead souls were divided from the center. Just like ragged cloth, they were floating and fluttering in the air, trying to escape. The 5 warriors wore serious faces, not daring to relax. The treasures in their hands were constantly sparking fire, forming a firewall that could block a piece of space. When the dead souls were divided, their powers reduced massively. They didn't dare to cross the firewall, but just increased their erosive soul attacks. The 5 warriors paled. Sweat beaded on their foreheads. Apparently, this kind of erosive soul attack had troubled them seriously. "Be persistent," one of them said through his gritted teeth while he was drenched in sweat. "These 3 dead souls can't gather again. We just need to resist the last wave of their soul attacks, and we can get them. Don't let your efforts be wasted. Endure it." Those 5 Sky Realm warriors had big age gaps. The leaders seemed to be around 50 years old. One of the other 4 was roughly 40. Some looked like they were in their 30s, and there was a young girl about 17 or 18 years old. She looked pretty young. As the 5 of them had joined hands, their treasures constantly moved, generating more flames, which made the 3 dead souls struggle harder. The dead souls are afraid of the powers of flame and lightning. Usually, they don't dare to come close to the flames, but it's hard to burn them to death. Only lightning is their archenemy. In the Dead Soul mountain range, when it thunders, the dead souls will hide away. Cherry explained to Yin about the features of the dead souls while looking at the situation ahead of them. It's not hard to find the weapons with flame attribute. However, the weapons with the lightning power are scarce. Even in the Dead Soul mountain range, this sort of secret treasures is still rare. Warriors who have the lightning attribute treasures won't need to worry about the dead souls in the Dead Soul Mountain anymore. As long as they see the treasure, the dead soul will run away in fear. They won't dare to come close. Shurian nodded, feeling more secure. With the earth flame here, he didn't need to be afraid of the dead souls. At the same time, the Nine Serenity's soul-devouring flame was the nemesis of this kind of soul beings. If he encountered some brave dead souls, he just needed to release the Nine Serenity's soul-devouring flame to purify them. Roar, roar, roar. Strange roars came up from his sea of consciousness. He hadn't had time to do anything, and the 5 dark silhouettes had shot out from the back of his head. They then jumped through that firewall agilely, grabbed the 3 dead souls, and swallowed them. Seconds later, they had finished the whole 3 dead souls. Seeing their efforts about to be fruitful, the 5 warriors had been ready to capture the dead soul. However, they suddenly felt dizzy and immediately found 5 other gray figures inside their firewall. These figures then besieged and devoured the dead souls. Shurian changed his visage as he felt bad inside. Strange light flashed in Cherry's blue eyes. She instinctively looked at the back of Shurian's head, her face disbelieving. The 5 devils had flown out fast. Although she stood next to Shurian, she only saw 5 silhouettes dash out from behind Shurian. Thus, she wasn't sure that they came from Shurian's body. God damn it! The 50-some old man clenched his fists and gritted his teeth indignantly, looking at the 5 figures behind the firewall. He scolded, "What the heck are those? Dare to take our goods? Go die." The sword in his hand suddenly gushed out a 10-meter-long fire, shooting towards the 5 devils. The other 4 reacted timely. They clenched their jaws and urged the powers of their secret weapons to attack the 5 devils. To hunt those 3 dead souls, the 5 of them had spent half a year to borrow enough secret weapons. They had also waited for more than a month in this area to find dead souls. After a hard struggling time, they'd almost got them. It wasn't easy to back them into the corner. And now, someone had snatched the spoils of their strenuous war. How could they press down the anger? The 5 of them joined forces again. Fiery flames shot out from the flaming attribute weapons, striking toward the 5 devils. After the 5 devils had swallowed the dying dead souls, they didn't feel pleased yet. They didn't concern about the scorching flaming attack, turning back into the 5 dark, gray shadows, gathering in front of Shurian and asking him to find more dead souls to fill their stomachs. Chapter 534. Gigolo. Chapter 534. Gigolo. The 5 gloomy silhouettes didn't have any real bodies, floating next to Shurian like 5 gray ribbons. Cherry had a surprised face. She blankly looked at the 5 gloomy shadows. At this moment, she knew that she hadn't been dazzled. Now she knew the things that had devoured the dying dead souls came from Shurian. The 5 of them had done many things but got nothing in the end. As they were about to shout and scold, they realized that those 5 gloomy thieves seemed to have a master. The 5 of them were astounded for a while. First, they tried to sense Shurian's cultivation base from afar. After they got to know that Shurian had only the 3rd sky of Sky Realm cultivation base, their guts got bigger. They then came close to Shurian with rage. "Kid, those 5 energy ribbons came from you, right?" Taimu, the leader, snorted with an indignant face. "Don't you know the rules? We kept an eye on those 3 dead souls for half a year. Do you know how much effort and crystals it costs to catch them?" The other 4, including 3 men and a young girl, all looked at him wickedly. It seemed they could take action at any minute. Taimu, a 3rd sky of Sky Realm warrior, was leading a group of the other 4 second sky of Sky Realm warriors. The 5 of them had joined forces and wasted a lot of their powers to gain the upper hand, which gave Shurian an impression that the dead souls were tough to deal with. According to Cherry, those 3 dead souls were a low level. If the high-level dead souls appeared, would even the Spirit Realm warrior able to catch them? "Kid, are you mute? I'm talking to you." Taimu shouted, his face impatient. "Give the dead souls back to us. I won't trouble you. Otherwise, don't blame me for having no mercy." "I'm sorry." I can't give them back. Yin responded, beaming a faint smile. Things that were eaten can't be spat out. I can't return the dead souls intact. After he finished, the 5 people of Time Mu's group were enraged. They clenched their jaws and gritted their teeth, as they seemed to attempt to risk their lives with his. Cherry's blue eyes sparkled. She frowned and then said, "He's our Spirit Hall's distinguished guest. We will be responsible for this. When we come back to the Spirit Hall, we'll compensate for your loss. Is it okay?" Spirit Hall. Tai Mu discolored. He scrutinized her and then said, "Are you Master Jia Lin's disciple?" Cherry smiled naturally and gave him a slight nod. Even Master Jia Lin can't bully people like that. Tai Mu's visage darkened. "Say it. How will you compensate us? Your Spirit Hall doesn't need the dead souls. Will you be able to give me 3 dead souls?" "Our Spirit Hall doesn't have the dead souls, but we have something to exchange for them." Cherry snorted arrogantly. Although the dead souls are rare, those 3 were at the lowest level, so their values aren't high. Don't you think that our Spirit Hall doesn't have anything equal to make it up for you? Harumph, if you've been strolling around the Dead Soul Mountain range, you should know about the capacity of the Spirit Hall. Tai Mu's face became better when he heard that. "I know your Spirit Hall has big capacities. However, we only need the dead souls. There are many blacksmiths in the Precious Tool Valley. Many of them should have dead souls. When I return to the Spirit Potion Valley, I will ask my teacher to collect 3 dead souls for you guys. How'd that sound?" Cherry frowned impatiently. In the Dead Soul Mountain range, the alchemists and the blacksmiths had high status. When they treated the other warriors, they always felt that they were one class higher than the others. No matter how tremendous the experts were, they always needed them to refine medicines and weapons. It had happened that way for so long they eventually developed an arrogant attitude that they could control the other warriors. The alchemists of the Spirit Hall had a higher status than other alchemists. In the Spirit Potion Valley, Cherry had a good reputation too. Many people had to be obsequious to her, and not many of them dared to provoke her. This also contributed to her arrogant face when dealing with ordinary warriors. "If you ensure that you can collect 3 dead souls for us, we will let it go. If not, I want to take this kid's life as our compensation." Tai Mu snorted. Cherry harumphed. She was about to agree with him. In her eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Yin smiled while listening to their conversation, but he didn't give any opinions. However, as he heard Tai Mu threaten him, his face got colder, speaking up faintly. "Using my life to make it up? Do you think your 3 dead souls have that high value? Well, to me, your life isn't much value as compared to those dead souls." Tai Mu smiled, his face sparkling with wicked light, as if he was making a joke. "Kid, you are living off a woman. Don't tell anyone that. Otherwise, they will look down on you. Understand?" After that snatching event happened, Cherry was always the one who talked to him. In Tai Mu's eyes, Yin was an incompetent boy who depended on Cherry. They instinctively assumed that Yin had done something to seduce Cherry and make her clean up his mess. After Tai Mu said that, the other 4 burst out laughing with disdain on their faces. They all looked at him with the look they gave to gigolos. "Is that so?" Yin felt funny. He shook his head, talking to Cherry. "You don't need to be bothered with my stuff. You don't need to find the dead souls for them. Well, I want to see what they can do to me." He knew he was wrong when the 5 devils swallowing the weakened dead souls. He didn't want to take in for granted, so he was thinking what he should use to compensate Tai Mu's group. However, Tai Mu would spit out just bad words. His dark mind and *T talks irritated Yin. Thus, he decided to be a B*****. "Ah," Cherry smiled. Interest appeared on her face as she giggled, looking at him and stepping aside. "Up to you. I don't want to help you either. You should solve it yourself. Anyway, be careful. Although they haven't restored their powers fully, it should be difficult if you fight alone against them." Since Jia Lin assigned her to bring Yin to the Flying Cloud Summit, she was curious about him. The Flying Cloud Summit was the cultivating place of Li Zhongrong. Among the elders of the Spirit Hall, Li Zhongrong was the most mysterious person. He hadn't come to the Spirit Hall for almost 10 years. It seemed he rarely went out. As he was a high-level alchemist, Li Zhongrong had connections with the strongest warriors of the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley. He was always haughty and disdained the others a lot, not even wanting to throw them a look. Since Jia Li had asked her to take Shi Yin there, he seemed to confirm that Li Zhongrong would definitely meet Shi Yin. This made her suspicious. She made some assumption about Shi Yin's identity, and always thought that this young man was mysterious enough to make her think he wasn't as simple as he looked. Thus, when she heard Shi Yin say that he would take care of this mess himself, she didn't worry much. Actually, she was anticipating seeing how dangerous Shi Yin was through this. "Kid, do you really want to court death?" Tai Mu's face twisted, his eyes dark and gloomy. The flame of anger was burning in his heart, urging him to kill people. "Court death?" Shi Yin curled his lips. "Are you talking about yourself?" Anger flooded Tai Mu. He didn't hesitate anymore. The flaming sword in his hand shot out a column of light, lighting the area. After a while, hundreds of flaming swords torrentially dashed toward Shi Yin, just like fire burning half the sky. Interesting. Shi Yin kept a cold face. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spurted out a cold air current, which looked like a silky white ribbon. The cold air splashed on the hundreds oncoming flaming swords. All flames were put out, revealing a real sword without the scorching flame. Its spiritual aura was frozen as well. Floating in the air, Shi Yin extended his left arm. A cold current swiftly shot out. Beams of crystal clear icicles darted like lightning towards that flaming sword, instantly covering it. Shi Yin leisurely grabbed the sword and pinched it. He shook his head, smiling. No intellect. The flame power in it is too feeble. This sword can be reluctantly said to be a grade 2 profound level treasure. How could it hurt me? Tai Mu, we've borrowed this fire cloud sword. Don't break it. We don't want to compensate that big an amount. One of them yelled. Tai Mu's face changed. He scrutinized Shi Yin again. Shi Yin smiled, urging a bit of his negative power. The energy around him suddenly increased as a wild, sinister aura rippled from his body. Tai Mu was terrified. He discolored as he recognized that there was a furiously dangerous energy covering Shi Yin. Still want to hit me? Shi Yin was calm and steady. He threw a faint glance to the other four, then said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "You can join hands. If you think you can kill me, you can try." The other four had only the second sky of Sky Realm. Although they all heard what Shi Yin said, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Hey, you, what do you want?" "You're the one who did wrong things," said the young maid who was about 17 or 18 of that group indignantly. She was wearing a short green dress, which exposed her arms and slim waist. "Well, it's true that I did wrong things." Shi Yin didn't deny it. He squinted while smiling, looking at Tai Mu. If he could keep his mouth clean, I would be a nice guy to talk with. Of course, I would make up for your loss. But it's different now. I'm sorry, I was a snobbish son of a B***TCH to have disdained you. Tai Mu assessed himself pitifully and tried to force an ugly smile. "Friend, please give back the fire cloud sword." About the dead soul, he couldn't continue. Even though the dead souls were important and he wanted them, he understood that he couldn't trouble the power that Shi Yin had shown them. So, he didn't know if he should finish his saying or not. "Take back this fire cloud sword." Shi Yin snorted. "If you weren't the disciples of the Radiant God Cult, I wouldn't be letting you go that easy." Although these 5 Sky Realm warriors were borrowing the power of the treasures to use the flame, the energy flowing in their body was the flaming sun execution of the Radiant God Cult. Shi Yin got it crystal clear. He still had good feelings towards the Radiant God Cult. However, because of his mutated martial spirit, he didn't dare to visit the Radiant God Cult. Anyway, Zhao Feng and the other members of the Radiant God Cult had helped him in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, so he appreciated them. Swoosh! A beam of earth flame poured into the sword. The flame, which had disappeared, burned again on the sword, and it looked even more blazing. Tai Mu's eyes brightened, his face surprised and joyful. "Take back your fire cloud sword. Take me to the place of the dead souls. I'll help you catch 3 more." Shi Yin assigned them coldly. Chapter 535, Precipitous. Chapter 535, Precipitous. As they heard that Yin wanted to help them catch the dead souls, the 5 people of Tai Mu's group didn't show that they were happy. Quite the contrary, they all wore panic-stricken faces. It's too dangerous. We better not go there. We can wait for another chance to catch the dead souls. If we lose our lives, it will be too bad. Tai Mu shook his head continually. He seemed to have an extreme fear of that area. Yin was surprised. What do you fear? Not only low-level dead souls. There should be some high levels there as well. If we have to go there, we can't endure them for sure. Tai Mu smiled miserably. Yin, you shouldn't take risks. It's easy to deal with the low-level dead souls, but it's tough to deal with the high-level ones. You shouldn't go, Cherry advised with a low voice. People living in the Dead Soul Mountain all knew that the dead souls were dangerous. If they encountered the low-level ones, they could use the rock panacea to secure their souls, preventing them from being eroded. However, the high-level dead souls could directly penetrate into the warrior's sea of consciousness to nib their souls, despite the pellet they had taken. If they weren't its spirit realm, it would be tough to defend the soul erosion effect of the high-level dead souls. Be it Cherry or Tai Mu, they only had the sky realm cultivation base. Once they faced a high-level dead soul, they couldn't save their soul from being eroded by the dead soul, even if they had the rock panacea. Once their soul started to be eroded, they couldn't urge any beam of energy to counter. At that time, they could only gawk at the dead soul feasting on their souls. Eventually, their souls would be destroyed. Thus, when she heard that the area had the high-level dead souls coming back and forth, Cherry also felt scared. She didn't want to go there. Yin had the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame and the 5 devils protecting him, so he wasn't afraid of the dead souls. When he knew Tai Mu's group didn't want to lead the way, he frowned, thought for a second, and then said, "All right, then you can just show me the exact direction. I'm going there alone." "You shouldn't take such risks," advised Cherry. Yin's face was still cold and persistent. Tai Mu contemplated. Under the attraction of the dead souls, he pointed toward the shade of a mountain in the southwest. "There's a cave hiding behind a big pine. When you get there, you should be more careful. The dead souls often travel through the entrance. Inside the cave is gloomy. Of course, there are more dead souls there." As the 4 other disciples of the Radiant God cult heard that Yin wanted to take the risk, they all made it clear that they didn't want to accompany him. They showed him respect, but kept a distance from him. "And you?" Yin smiled at Cherry. "Are you afraid of high-level dead souls too?" "I'm just an alchemist," nodded Cherry. She then answered him soundly. "Fighting is not my strength. Especially in a fight with dead souls, I can't be of help to you." Regarding powers and strength, the alchemists were 1 level lower than the normal warriors, and their knowledge and cultivation of soul weren't as deep as the warriors who had specialties. In the Dead Soul Mountain range, some high-level dead souls loved to trouble the alchemists. Since the endurance of the alchemists' souls was weak, when they seized the chance, they could attack the alchemist's soul easily, much easier than attacking the ordinary warriors. Yin would never force Cherry if she were reluctant. He nodded while smiling. "All right, you can stay here. After I grab some dead souls, I'll come back here to find you. You should be careful. The 3 recent ones were just the low-level dead souls. It's not easy to deal with the high-level ones." Cherry could see that her advice was no use, so she could only reluctantly see him off. And although the high-level dead souls rarely appear, it doesn't mean that there are none of them dwelling in the Dead Soul Mountain range. If you have the bad luck of meeting up the highest-level dead soul, I advise you not to trust your luck. Run away as fast as you can. Never linger. Usually, the strong dead souls can't operate too far from the evil lairs. As long as you can run fast enough and far enough from the dead souls' evil lairs, I think the highest-level dead souls won't chase after you. So, are there any distinctive differences between the normal dead souls and the highest-level dead souls? Yeah, but we can't identify it. Cherry shook her head. According to my master, when your soul cultivation base reaches a certain level, you can use your soul consciousness to sense the differences between them. Warriors who encountered the highest-level dead souls almost have no chance to run away. One or two of them had successfully escaped, but they wouldn't want to share the details they had observed. So, the others couldn't know much. It was no help at all. Yin smiled and didn't continue. He waved his hand at Cherry, then departed in the direction Tai Mu had shown him. It was an area covered with thick, dark gray clouds, like a gray curtain that hindered people's vision. Yin released his soul consciousness and immediately found that his sensing was weakened, as he could only sense the soul fluctuations within hundreds of meters around him. His soul consciousness couldn't extend any further. Yin became more alert. He slowed down his flying speed and observed here and there cautiously. He also checked the space underneath him. The valley underneath him had vibrant bushes of bone-picking grass, growing densely, just like the scythe of death, waiting to harvest people's lives. Under the shade of the mountain ahead of him, clusters of gray clouds became thicker, which obstructed his vision and soul consciousness more. Flows of cold and despondent aura flooded from ahead of him. It felt like some small, pale hands were stroking his body, making his hair rise simultaneously in fear. Taking a deep breath, he didn't hurry to intrude the place, but called the earth flame and asked it to fly in front of him, in case some dangerous dead souls would ambush him. The earth flame was like a small sun, shining a blazing light and scorching heat, which washed away the cold. It turned into a beautiful firing line, leading the way. Yin activated the star shield and the dark light shield. Covered in 2 protection layers, he quietly gathered his power, flying cautiously behind the earth flame at a moderate speed, always on alert. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the place Tai Mu mentioned, the shaded area of the mountain. A big pine tree that needed 5 people to circle appeared near the cliff. The tree looked like a giant monster under the shade of the mountain, which could ferociously swallow all creatures. Flows of sinister and cold air flooded out from the place hidden behind the pine tree. Sometimes people could see the little luminous green spots fly out, like the jack-o'-lanterns floating and disappearing into thin air. The flying speed of the earth flame suddenly became sluggish, just like an extremely slow snail. Something's there. The earth flame was quite intelligent. As it sensed something abnormal, it immediately sent him a message. "Yeah, I know there should be something. Could you sense what it is exactly?" replied Yin. "I don't know. I have never seen this kind of creature before. They don't have a tangible body. They are sinister and hostile. They want to take everything." The earth flame was uncertain, so its description was unclear. Roar, roar, roar. The floating 5 devils suddenly became excited. They meandered over his body, just like tentacles. Half of their bodies coiled around his waist, and the other half was probing around, just like the strange snakes ready to attack. Swoosh! The ice-cold flame turned into a bunch of crystal-clear white lights, shooting out from the blood vein ring. It then condensed into a block of ice crystal, covering his left arm and sending him thoughts. There are some sorts of evil souls. I have never met such things before. They don't belong in this continent, either. This kind of evil souls are bloodthirsty, and they have a strong possessive desire. It seems they can erode creatures' souls. That's all I can sense. I'm not sure I could sense further. Yin's brows slammed together. He became more careful, adjusting his speed as slow as the earth flame. Eventually, he bypassed the pine tree and saw a cave hiding behind the root of the tree. The entrance was small, but the shutter looked big. It was really dark, and he could see nothing but the vague green light inside. The green light was despondent, which suited the place's ambience pretty well. This made people sink into an extremely depressing feeling. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The 5 devils were like demonic beasts who had smelled the fresh scent of blood, turning into a thick group of gray smoke and drilling into the cave. Yin's discolored, but he couldn't stop them timely. He sped up, dashing towards the cave. "Don't go!" The earth flame and the ice-cold flame sent him their thoughts simultaneously. They seemed to be terrified. At the same time, the 5 devils who had been eagerly entering the cave were turning back to Yin with a faster speed. Seemed like they had seen something really intimidating. Each of them showed itself, trying to get back into his body. However, it seemed there was a strong suction force coming from the cave, trying to draw them back. They tried to struggle, but couldn't get out of the cave. In the entrance, a green light suddenly brightened fiercely. Thanks to that evil, gloomy green light, Yin finally saw what were inside the cave. Inside the unknown deep cave, countless deep green dead souls gathered. There was a dozen of them at the entrance. Entering deep inside, the dead souls, they were like a green dye clutching on the stone wall. They were seeming as if they were suddenly awakened. At the deepest place of the entrance, Yin vaguely saw something like a big chunk of meat, which had many small holes drilling into the block, where blood was bleeding unceasingly. Under the chunk of meat were piles of many dead warriors. The base of the meat block extended into the center of the dead body piles, as if it were sucking some kind of energy from those corpses. The dead souls in the cave gathered around the meat block. It seemed they were guarding over it, which looked quite strange. All of a sudden, an extremely gloomy and evil aura burst out from the other end of the cave. The green light inside became even more dazzling. Gathering his spirit, Yin found that the dead souls inside the cave were connected to each other by green fibers, just like a big spider web. At the same time, when countless dead souls started swelling, they started to release the soul erosive energy which was invisible to naked eyes, entering Yan's sea of consciousness. At that short moment, he was dragged into illusions. He saw so many dead souls nibbling, tearing his body and sucking his blood. They wanted to drag him into the cave. The earth flame burst out. The earth flame, which was as big as a palm, abruptly released a scorching flame. The sea of fire torrentially flooded into the cave. Numerous dead souls started to scream with a strange sound, as if the earth flame was burning them to the acme of pain. Seizing the chance, the 5 devils struggled harder and escaped the cave, immediately hiding themselves in Yan's sea of consciousness. The moment the 5 devils got in his sea of consciousness, Yan didn't think much, fleeing away with his max speed. Using star brilliance and electric shift, he turned into a flow of starlight, zooming over 10 li like an arc light. Chapter 536. Unhurriedly Enter the Mountain. Chapter 536. Unhurriedly Enter the Mountain. After 15 minutes, Yin came back to where Cherry and Tai Mu's group gathered, his face bitter. "How was it? Did you catch any dead souls?" asked Tai Mu with caution. "No." Yin shook his head, his face darkened. "I met the souls there. That cave's full of dead souls, hundreds of them. Some of them should be at a high level. I'm lucky that I acted quickly. Otherwise, I could have been captured. There were so many dead souls inside the cave, and the aura they released was tremendous. When that large number of dead souls struck together, even the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame couldn't burn them all in a short period of time, he supposed. If he were careless and the high-level dead souls took that chance to enter his host soul, what he gained would never make up the loss he had to bear. Hundreds of them. Cherry's face changed as she affirmed. It should be the dead souls' evil lairs near there. Otherwise, it's impossible that so many dead souls could gather at the same spot. I think you had a bad fortune, but still were lucky enough. At least, you came back alive. I've never seen so many dead souls like that." Tai Mu was more frightened. "Just 3 low-level dead souls, and we had to shed blood already. The 5 of us couldn't even resist 10 of them, let alone hundreds. Well, I have no way to catch the dead souls for you. Later on, you should find Cherry and ask her." Yin rubbed his nose, feeling a little bit embarrassed. The 5 people of Tai Mu's group nodded, wearing a forced smile. Yin had used his strength to prove that he could kill them at any minute. Under this circumstance, no matter what Yin said, they had to agree. They didn't want to backfire. "All right, don't wear that bitter face. We didn't say that we won't compensate you guys. It's just the 3 low-level dead souls. Not a big deal," snorted Cherry. Tai Mu and his group smiled at her. "We should go to the Flying Cloud Summit now." Cherry looked at Yin. Yeah, let's go. 3 days later, Cherry stopped in front of a grand mountain. She eyed the mountain hiding in the clouds with a longing face. That's the Flying Cloud Summit, the richest mountain in the Dead Soul Mountain range, with so many precious products. And only the character like Elder Lee deserves a summit like this. People who can visit the Flying Cloud Summit are all big men. They're the elders of the Radiant God Cult, the Pure Land, the Devil Valley, or other famous warriors of the continent. Small people like me have never had a chance to climb this mount. Shi Yin was amazed. The Flying Cloud Summit was more than 10,000 meters high. White clouds bobbed in the middle of the mountainside. Strange animals like the white red-crowned crane were flying here and there. Heaven and earth aura here was dense and pure, which comforted people. From the foot of the mountain, they could see that the Flying Cloud Summit had many green patches where they grew spiritual herbs. There were so many herbs and of various types that it dazzled people. A rugged mountain path led directly to the Flying Cloud Summit. In front of the gateway stood a giant green stone, which had some big old-style calligraphy words. No unauthorized entry. Let's go. We should climb up now. Shi Yin smiled. While he was still talking, his body had already floated in the sky, attempting to fly directly to the peak. Don't! Cherry stopped him. Shi Yin was bewildered, looking at her, having no clue. There are many banned things in this Flying Cloud Summit. Although there are no barriers in this mount, we can't just fly there directly like that. Cherry explained him with a respectful face. This is our Spirit Hall Grand Elders cultivating place. When the elders of the Radiant God Cult or the Pure Land come here, even they have to mount that path. Anyone who flies up directly will violate the rules here. Elderly will never meet them. So he has a high price. Of course, Cherry told him with a serious countenance. The Flying Cloud Summit is the holy land of our Spirit Hall. Small people like us don't even have the right to come and say hello. Even if it is my teacher, without the prior permission of Elderly, he doesn't dare to come here. Since we are small people, we should follow the rules. Pausing for a while, she continued, Are you confident that Elderly will meet you? If you are unsure, don't do rash things. Elderly doesn't like to be disturbed. Moreover, he has recently told us that without his order, no one is allowed to bother him, including the experts of the Pure Land and the Radiant God Cult. Don't worry. If he doesn't want to meet me, I'll leave. Shi Yin smiled. If I'm not sure about that, how can I go there and claim shame on myself? Having heard him say so, Cherry could relax. She nodded and said, All right, you should go there. I'll wait for you here. Anyway, my task was to bring you here. It's accomplished now. I have no other tasks. Cherry was a bit disappointed and somewhat fascinated at the same time. She looked at the peak in the clouds as if she was waiting for something. Shi Yin couldn't help but laugh as he understood that she was waiting for him to invite her to go with him. Let's go. It's been hard for you to take me here. If you don't mind, we should go there together, shall we? Cherry's eyes brightened, her face joyful. She giggled. You are inviting me to go with you? Yeah, thank you. Seems you still have a conscience. Don't babble. Let's go. Shi Yin took the lead to the mountain. Along the way to the peak, they saw many spiritual farms where rare and precious herbs were planted. Shi Yin didn't know about more than half of them. Cherry's blue eyes sparkled as she greedily eyed at the spiritual herbs along their way. She couldn't help but compliment. Elder Lee's worth the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. He's like a god. Only the great alchemists like him could grow these spiritual herbs. Look at this spirit-breaking grass. They say that it only grows in the snowy mountain. This igniting fruit can only bear fruits in the wall slit of the magma rock. These spiritual herbs require the extreme conditions to grow. I don't know what method Elder Lees used to nurture them in the Flying Cloud Summit. Cherry didn't talk much on the way they got there. However, when they arrived at the Flying Cloud Summit, she was like a radio at the correct frequency and couldn't stop speaking. She showed him the herbs and complimented nonstop. She idolized Li Zhengrong so much she regretted she couldn't make him her teacher. Jia Lin's your teacher. Do you want to betray your school? Shi Yin teased her. If Elderly makes me his disciple, I think my teacher will be proud of me too. He won't stop me, but do his best to have a good relationship with me. Cherry wore a fascinating countenance. Strange light twinkled in her blue eyes while she was smiling. Shurian didn't bother to talk with her. He felt that alchemists were the sort of people one couldn't reason with. Each of them was odd enough. So, no one dreams about those spiritual fields? On the way to the peak, Shurian didn't see anyone watching over the fields. As he was curious, he asked the girl, "Who dares to dream of the spiritual farm of the flying cloud summit?" Cherry looked at him as if she were looking at dummy. Elder Lee's the peak alchemist of the whole Dead Soul mountain range. All alchemists respect and admire him. The great elders of the Radiant God cult, the Pure Land, or the Devil Temple have to be servile to him. If they mess up with Elder Lee, it's no different from creating grudge with half of the forces in the Grace Mainland. Who dares, you say? If they are invincible experts, they won't lay their eyes on these herbs. The low-level thieves don't dare to come. So, even if they don't set any barriers here, it's safe enough. Shurian blamed himself for the stupid question. During the mountaineering, Shurian didn't say any useless words. Half a day later, after they had passed hundreds of spiritual fields, Shurian and Cherry were about to reach the peak of the Flying Cloud Summit. At this moment, a clear but cold voice arose, although there were no other people on the road. "Intruders, who are you? Haven't you heard the notice? Within 3 years, no one can enter the Flying Cloud Summit. Didn't you bring your brain with you?" Cherry reddened embarrassedly. She bowed her head, not daring to answer because she was frightened. Shurian's eyes lit up. He laughed slightly. "Lin Xiaomei, long time no see. Well, do you want to stop your friends who have crossed a long way to get here at the door?" He recognized the one who was talking with them from a secret place somewhere was Lin Yiqi, who used to visit the Endless Sea. The little girl with a big bosom was Yi Chongfeng's older sister. "You are, that be asterisk star Shurian?" Lin Yiqi contemplated for a while. Seemed she was trying to remember the identity of the intruders. Later on, she smiled charmingly. "Well, friends from the far land. You be 8-starred. Weren't you staying in the Endless Sea? Why did you leave that place and come to the Grace Mainland? Why are you here?" In the middle of the giggling, a thick magma dike split open. Lin Yiqi appeared in a white light. She looked at him from above and chuckled. "You're strong indeed. Well, since you can come here, you should have some good tricks." Shurian felt a little bit funny. Yi Chongfeng gave me the token. He told me to visit the Spirit Potion Valley and show them the token. They would take me here. "All right. Where's my buddy Yi Chongfeng?" "Oh, I almost forgot." Lin Yiqi spat at her head. She snorted. "Don't mention that little bee asterisk starred. He sees the chance our teacher was secluding and cultivating to sneak out and have fun somewhere. I haven't seen him for almost 1 year. Our teacher said that after he finished his cultivating period this time, he would give him a good lesson. I want to meet Elder Lee. Is it convenient?" Shurian's face was solemn. "I have something I want to ask him." Lin Yiqi's expression showed that it was a bit difficult. "Our teacher is still cultivating. He said that no one is allowed to bother him. Well, if it's you, I can notify him. But I'm not sure he could meet you immediately." Shurian smiled and nodded. "Okay, get in. Have some tea and take a rest." Lin Yiqi waved her hand. Then her look shifted to Cherry. "Who's that? Your woman?" "TSK, you fella are a real womanizer. Wherever you go, you have pretty chicks to be your company. Such a be asterisk starred." Cherry blushed, throwing Shurian a strange look, shaking her head to explain. "No, I'm not his woman. I am from the Spirit Hall." "Spirit Hall?" Lin Yiqi's face got colder. She answered arrogantly. "Sorry, this is not the place you should be. You should return using the old way. Although she's from the Spirit Hall, she's my woman too. Don't talk too much. I'm tired. This trip has been long enough. You should bring me tea quickly." Shurian said with a natural face, smiled, then pulled Cherry's small hand, walking toward Lin Yiqi. Cherry reddened. She tried to wiggle a bit. However, since she had a desire for this holy land, the Flying Cloud Summit, she didn't struggle too much as she let Shurian grab her hand, walking forward with her head bent down. "You should have said it earlier." Lin Yiqi rolled her eyes at him and then let them pass. "I know it. You be asterisk starred aren't a good man. You tease the flowers and the moon everywhere. Never have a moment to calm down. My little brother told me that you weren't a good guy in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, too. You seem to have an ambiguous relationship with a woman of the Aok family. Motherf asterisk Kerr. That kid has slandered me. Shurian wore an angry expression, scolding the other. Chapter 537. Li Zhongrong. Chapter 537. Li Zhongrong. Inside the Flying Cloud Summit's mountainside, there were many large stone chambers that could be seen. Multicolored gems were inlaid on the wall, illuminating the whole room as bright as daylight. Although they were in a mountainside, it didn't look dark at all. Air flowed everywhere, together with the dense spiritual chi. Strange and miraculous herbs were present in the stone chambers, kept in special containers. There were some tools holding the fresh, green leaves, and they seemed to be still growing. There was a spacious room as big as a basketball court, matted with thick rugs, where an incense burner was exuding fragrant smoke. The room had its wall carved with many magical spiritual formation and spells. Different colored flows of spiritual chi were moving slowly inside the formations, looking like some snakes slithering. Shurian and Cherry were seated in this large stone room. Lin Yiqi gave him some good tea with a smile. Hey you, why do you want to visit the Dead Soul Mountain? I heard that your endless sea has had a big change. Why don't you stay there? The threats in the endless sea were solved. Within 100 years, members of the 4th Demon Area and the 7-layered underworld won't come back to the endless sea. The sea tribes are fine, too. I don't need to worry about them. Shurian smiled as he sipped his tea. And you, when we were in the middle of the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, why did you disappear? I was going with my teacher, so I didn't have time to visit those 2 exotic lands. Lin Yiqi's beautiful eyes brightened as she said suddenly, I heard that you had a big catch in the exotic lands of the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. Could you show me some? Let me get the profit at your expense, too. Well, Elderly takes a good care of you. Why do you bother with my small toys? Don't tease me. Sure, Yin shook his head, his face serious. Hey, please notify Elderly. Tell him that I want to ask him for a favor. Hearing him say so, Lin Yiqi didn't continue to be lengthy. She nodded and said, Make yourself home. I'm going to report to my teacher. Yes. Lin Yiqi swayed her body, entering a bright-lit channel which led into the mountain wall. She disappeared shortly. Shurian took in his tea while watching the walls with great interest. Sometimes he shifted his eyes to Cherry, looking pensive. After they got in this room, Cherry hadn't spoken a word as she put all of her attention to the spiritual formation on the walls. Her eyes brightened, as if she had found the hidden treasures. She was trying to memorize them all, not wanting to leave even a single formation. Cough, cough. Shurian let out a light cough. After he successfully received Cherry's attention, he beamed a faint smile and then probed. You seem to be interested in those formations a lot. Do they give you any clues for your medicine refining job? Cherry's soft body shivered. Her blue eyes twinkled beautifully as she nodded earnestly. Of course, those spiritual formations are the ways the alchemists transport their soul consciousness, and that's how the medicine revolves during the process. They include the most mysterious intent domain of an alchemist. If I can comprehend the subtle features of this magical formation, my attainment will enter a new stage immediately. Shurian was amazed. Cherry explained him quickly. When the alchemists refine pellets, we have to pour our soul consciousness into the cauldron, using it to carve the spiritual spell that activates the herbs and promotes their efficacy. A magical formation or spell is the most important link in refining medicine. If this link doesn't work or fails, even if you have good ingredients, you're just wasting them. When an alchemist understands the formation or the spell thoroughly, not only can he save the herbs, but also increase the power of the medicinal efficacy of the pellet. Thus, an excellent alchemist should have a deep understanding about the marvelous formations with a high realm. So, what's your realm? Shurian asked with surprise. Me? Cherry forced a smile, shaking her head. I'm bad. Even my teacher Xiaolin doesn't know many formations, and he couldn't understand them thoroughly either. The alchemists, like elderly, are familiar with the spiritual formations and spells, which helps them promote the effect of the pellets to the peak. After Cherry finished her explanation, she continued gazing at the spiritual formations on the wall, not caring about him anymore. People who could meet Li Zhengrong were all the peak warriors of the Grace mainland or the excellent alchemists. Even Jia Lin hadn't had the chance to visit this place. It was hard for Cherry to have this chance. She was willing to let Lin Yiqi misunderstand her so she could have a chance to look at those formations. To alchemists who were passionate in refining medicines, the spiritual formations on the walls here were the biggest treasure. It was similar to the martial techniques of the warriors. As long as she could understand them, her career would be widened and brighter. If she could make it smooth, she could enter a new realm as well. Sure, Yin wasn't an alchemist, so it was hard for him to understand her persistence. Seeing her focus on studying the magical formation, he didn't bother her more, just letting her absent-mindedly look at the wall. 1 hour later, Lin Yiqi got back to the room. She stood at the entrance of a channel, waving at Shi Yin to signal him to come along. Shi Yin stood up, and he noticed that Cherry didn't realize his activity as she was still paying her full attention to the wall. While smiling, he tiptoed towards Lin Yiqi as he was afraid that he would bother the girl. Then, he walked with Lin Yiqi into the quiet stony cave. After they had left for a while, Lin Yiqi cocked her head and rolled her eyes at him. You really care about that woman, right? Not only you took her here, but also don't want to disturb her. Spit out honestly. What is the relationship between you two? She's my woman. I told you, right? Devil buys it. When you took her hand, she was startled. It isn't natural at all. Do you think that I didn't see that? So, why didn't you comment at that time? Because I had to give you face. Be asterisk starred. You don't appreciate me at all, do you? Oh, no. Thank you. Then tell me, what's the relationship between you two? Nothing. The Spirit Hall assigned her to take me to the Flying Cloud Summit. She took care of me along the way. She wanted to visit the place, so I played the good guy's role and gave her a hand. Lin Yiqi was naive and innocent. It seemed she was interested in the affectionate relationship between men and women. Along the way there, she continually asked him about it. She even probed Shi Yan's private affairs, asking him how many women he had been with. This irritated Shi Yan. As they had just finished halfway, Shi Yan decided to zip his mouth. No matter what she inquired, he kept his mouth shut. Lin Yiqi clenched her teeth, rolling her eyes at him angrily. I'm just curious. Can't you satisfy my little curiosity for a while? You know, my evil master controls me tightly. That brat Yi Chong Feng often has chances to get out, but I don't have his big guts. I'm lonely here. It's so boring. Shi Yan was surprised for a while. Your teacher doesn't allow you to go out. In my realm, when he doesn't ask me to go out, I'm forbidden. Lin Yiqi drooped her head, her face dispirited. Wait until you reach the third sky of Sky Realm, and your alchemist attainment reaches the profound level. I'll let you go out for 3 years. A leisurely, friendly laughter came from behind the wall in front of them. The wall then split open, revealing a tunnel decorated with gems. All of them were sparkling dazzlingly. Hurry up, the evil old man heard us. Lin Yiqi tucked her tongue out, speeding her pace swiftly forward. Shi Yan followed her. Inside a spacious cave, he saw more than 10 cauldrons with different sizes and colors. Mysterious patterns were carved on the cauldrons that looked more like the tadpole scripts. More than 10 cauldrons occupied half of the space in the cave. Outside the place, there were piles of bottles, jars, and containers which were full of spiritual herbs. In the center of the cauldron area lied a fat man with a lazy appearance. He was fat like a small mountain of meat. The man squinted his small eyes, beaming a smile that seemed to be of no harm to any creature. He smiled at Shi Yan, then slightly raised his arm. Little buddy, you are Shi Yan? Thank you for your drop of life original fluid. Haha, you came from the endless sea. You're my distinguished guest. Li Zhengrong moved his body, reluctantly leaning against a big cauldron to sit up. He smiled awkwardly. I'm too fat. It's hard to move, and I'm lazy to exercise, too. If I can sit, I won't stand. If I can lay down, I won't sit. Many years ago, I used my body to test the drugs I refined. At that time, my realm wasn't high enough, so among the medicines I refined, many of them didn't meet the standard. I took them too much and got sick. Now, I'm getting fatter over time. Big headache. Elderly, just make yourself comfortable. No need to mind me. Shi Yin smiled friendly. He then walked leisurely to each of the cauldrons to take a look. After that, he asked the fat man with great surprise. These cauldrons show your progress of refining, right? Light shimmered from Li Zhengrong's small eyes while his fat face trembled. He laughed cheerily. Why you ask so? He seemed to study Shi Yin, as if the young man had just touched his interest. His small eyes became livelier. When elderly refined pellets those old years, I guess you had used the biggest cauldron, Shi Yin said with a solemn face, walking to that cauldron. At that time, your realm wasn't high enough, which made you dependent on the tools, and your knowledge of refining pellets wasn't sufficient. That's why you needed a big cauldron to carve the formation to promote the efficacy of the herbs. As your realm improved, your understanding of spiritual formation and the attainment became more brilliant. Later on, you realized that the cauldron was just a container during the medicinal refining process. Then, you didn't use the big cauldrons anymore, but started to comprehend a higher Upanishad of refining method. Since that time, you started to use the smaller cauldrons. When Elder Li's realm reached the peak, you didn't need the cauldron anymore. You only used the fiery flame in your body to refine the earth-shaking pellets. At that moment, Elder Li was no longer dependent on using cauldrons. You become a great master. Naturally, you don't need to use the external tools anymore. Now, you're using your body as the cauldron, your soul consciousness to be the leading medicine to gather and condense the heaven and earth aura, which could promote the efficacy of the herbs to the acme. This is the top realm of medicinal refining. Kid, you do have good knowledge. Li Zhengrong's small eyes brightened. He nodded continually, trying to clap his fat hands. He seemed to reassess Shi Yin. No wonder why that Buddy Chongfeng told me you aren't ordinary. Although our little Shoal's a bit stubborn, he still has good knowledge. As I met you today, I finally get it. Shi Yin smiled modestly. I'm not going to go around the bush. I'm coming here today to ask you to help me take a friend of mine back from the Pure Land. I can use the life original fluid to exchange. Li Zhengrong was astounded for a while. Eventually, he sat upright and said seriously, no matter what you offer, the Pure Land won't return your friend. I'm sure about this. Chapter 538, She's Really Great. Chapter 538, She's Really Great. Shi Yan's face darkened in the middle of the room full of cauldrons. Lin Yuqi was astounded. She hesitated for a while, then asked, Master, last time you told us that the life original fluid is very precious. Isn't it enough to exchange for that woman? Nothing can exchange for her, Li Zhengrong sighed. 1 year ago, Elder Jin Chuang of the Pure Land came to me. He asked me to help them refine the levitating immortal pill for that little girl. It's not easy to refine the levitating immortal pill. It needs so many types of spiritual herbs. Many of them aren't available. They need to search for them in other regions. They are scarce in our divine great land, too. Levitating immortal pill. Lin Yuqi wore a surprised face. She tucked her tongue out. The Pure Land's really a big spender. Is the levitating immortal pill precious? Shi Yin frowned. The levitating immortal pill is the pill to enhance the profound qi. 1 pellet of the levitating immortal pill can make a first sky of Sky Realm warrior earn the profound qi's density of a second sky of Sky Realm. The levitating immortal pill needs 97 rare herbs of medium grade and a rare water spirit. The process is really complicated and the failure possibility is high too. A cauldron of levitating immortal pill with abundant herbs, refined by a sacred-level alchemist, could produce only 5 pellets with a number of herbal ingredients required for 100 pellets, explained Lin Yuqi. Shi Yin was dumbstruck. Putting ingredients for 100 pellets, but it could produce only 5. It was tough to refine the levitating immortal pill, indeed. At that time, I asked Jin Chuang what did they need the levitating immortal pill for. He told me they wanted to improve the strength of that little girl. Since my relationship with Jin Shuang isn't shallow, he told me that the reincarnation martial spirit of that little girl has the soul memories of some previous generations. They took the girl to the Pure Land and sensed. Finally, they found that little girl's soul memories have the memories of an ancestor of the Pure Land who lived in the Antiquity era, said Li Zhongrong. Shi Yan's face changed. I heard Yi Changfeng say that she has just the soul imprint of an ancestor of the Pure Land in her memory. Is it true? It's the memory of the latest generation. Li Zhongrong took a deep breath. Seniors of the Pure Land usually have the spirit realm cultivation base. They aren't too dangerous. However, the ancestors of the Pure Land in the Antiquity era had the God King realm cultivation base. That little girl's realm and powers aren't high enough to restore all the memories of that ancestor. That's why Jin Shuang's group had to rush and be excited at the same time. They really want to increase her strength. Pausing for a while, Li Zhongrong continued. Once that little girl reaches the true God realm, she will gradually recall the martial Upanishads of the realm related to that ancestor in the Antiquity era. As long as she has enough essence chi to support, her cultivating path will have no significant obstacles. She will go directly to the God King realm. At last, when she reaches the true God realm, she can remember the Upanishads of the techniques of the God King realm warrior. At that time, she will become the most precious treasure of the Pure Land that can benefit all their warriors. Shi Yan's brows slammed together. He kept silent. I can only say that that little girl's too lucky and her good fortune's boundless. You should feel happy for her. Those people from the Pure Land had intended to use the secret treasures to help that ancestor's soul replace her soul directly. However, thanks to her fate, no one dares to do that in the Pure Land. Now, she can keep her soul and use the properties of the Pure Land to cultivate and break through with unimaginable speed nonstop. That Pure Land's ancestor's soul won't replace hers. No, it won't. You can relax. It's been tens of thousands of years. That ancestor's soul will soon be scattered. The only things that remain are the deep understandings of the martial arts. So, your little girl can keep her soul, and she can seize the chance to thrive directly. Shi Yan was stunned, but now he could relax his tense nerves. All experts of the Pure Land are protecting her as if she's their most precious treasure. All cultivating resources in that sect are available for her, as long as she can absorb the pellets, which could increase her essence chi. They will give them all to her. They need her to progress to the highest realm within the shortest time. Li Zhongrong sighed, then shook his head. That little girl's so lucky that I have no words to comment. When Jin Shuang came here, she was at the second sky of Sky Realm. It's been 1 year, and with the Pure Land's resources, I think they have some other alchemists to refine the levitating immortal pellet for her. I think she should be in the spirit realm now. With a sufficient supply of pellets to increase her essence chi and the advantage of having no obstacles hinder her way, she will progress significantly daily. Shi Yan was frightened. He had assumed that his cultivating speed was the extreme one in this world, but now Li Zhongrong had told him that Xia Xianyan's progress was much faster than his. He and Xia Xianyan were two extreme beings indeed. On his cultivating path, he didn't need to worry about the supply of essence chi. He just needed the essence chi of the dead warriors after slaughtering them to be purified by his mysterious martial spirit. His essence chi would increase unceasingly. His essence chi was always ahead of his realm. Xia Xianyan's case was different. She didn't need to worry about her realm. What she had to care was to make sure that her essence chi could match up with her realm, which would help her break through constantly without having to bottleneck like other warriors. Her way would be straight and smooth. One wouldn't need to worry about the amount of essence chi, and the other wouldn't be bothered with the realm. The cultivating path of these two was marvelous indeed. You don't need to worry about her. To her, staying in the Pure Land only benefits her. No harm at all. All experts of the Pure Land treat her as the most precious treasure of theirs. She's the queen on the Pure Land's chessboard now. If she continues to thrive this way, one day, She will become the paragon of the Pure Land and the future master of the divine Great Land. She will reach the God King realm at that time. I think it won't take more than 50 years later, Li Zhengrong admired. Weil was stunned. 50 years. She needs only 50 years? The Pure Land is constantly collecting the pellets to increase her cultivation base. She doesn't need to worry about that. Just take the chance and take them in. Well, that little girl's a little monster. Li Zhengrong shook his head, his face longing. Shiyin, your pressure is huge. Lin Yiqi was stunned for a long while before she spoke up again. That woman will become the peerless expert of the whole continent. As her good friend, have you prepared yourself well? Will you feel small? Will you feel that you don't deserve her? It's normal, I guess. There's no one in the divine Great Land can be paired with her. TSK. Hold your emotion and go with the flow. Shiyin felt big pressure, indeed. But he was both happy and anxious at the same time. He had never thought that Xia Xianyin could have a sudden opportunity. When he had first entered the endless sea, he had told her firmly that he would surpass her soon to be with her officially. Well, from the current situation, this process would be lengthened to infinity. It was uncertain whether he could achieve his dream in this life or not. Li Zhengrong and Lin Yiqi didn't talk more, looking at him with sympathy in their eyes. In fact, they all knew the relationship between Shiyin and Xia Xianyin. To men, when they're women, the ones they had their hearts and souls fallen for, had reached the sky with a single bounce and became the strongest warrior, they would have to face a huge pressure. If his will weren't firm enough, he would find it hard to continue to break through due to this kind of pressure. Shiyin's eyes lit up. He pondered for a while, then asked, "Can I meet her in the Pure Land?" "They will not allow it." Li Zhengrong shook his head. "This period is the critical time for her to grow up. The Pure Land won't allow anyone to disturb her. I suggest that you shouldn't meet her at this time. On the one hand, it will increase your pressure. On the other hand, it can affect her spirit and soul, too. No matter it's for you or for her, it's better not to meet up at this time." Shiyin felt lost. He sighed, unable to cry or smile. It was a big pressure indeed. "Master, the dead souls often cooperate these days. I met a lot of them in the region. There are so many. Do you think they have a leader now?" Lin Yiqi was kind enough to change the topic, as she was afraid that Shiyin would feel hurt more. "They often cooperate." Li Zhengrong's small eyes flashed. "How often?" "Ah, yeah. When I came here, I found a cave where many dead souls gathered. There should be hundreds of them. I'm sure there's a high-level dead soul behind the scene." Shiyin walked out of his lost feeling and intervened them. "Hundreds of dead souls." Li Zhengrong's visage changed. "So many of them there like that." "Yeah, in a cave. The dead souls stick on the walls were as dense as spider webs. Deep inside the cave lied a chunk of meat. It was dark green, too. Its roots pierced into the dead bodies of so many warriors. I think it was sucking the nutrition from those bodies." "It looks so strange," explained Shiyin. Li Zhengrong shot up from his seat. It was the first time he wore a frightened countenance. "You saw a dark green block of meat? It was sucking the nutrition from the warriors' bodies? Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." "Not good." Li Zhengrong was panicked. His face changed. "Big problem. What's happened? Where did you find them?" "Under the shade of a mountain." "Go. Take me there. Immediately." "Why you are so hurried? We can't waste even a second." Li Zhengrong shouted, then assigned Lin Yiqi. "You shouldn't stay here. Go to the Spirit Potion Valley and report what Shiyin had said to the people of the Spear Hall. Ask them to notify the other elders." "What's wrong?" "Don't ask too much. Do what I said first." Li Zhengrong acted as if he had a fire burning his butt. He talked to Shiyin urgently. "Take me there. We'll go immediately. I'm not sure if we can seize the chance." Shiyin felt suspicious. He didn't know what was going on, but from Li Zhengrong's complexion, he knew something terrible was about to happen. At this moment, he was more determined and didn't say any extra words. He nodded to Li Zhengrong and flew out of the flying cloud summit at the max speed, heading towards the cave where the dead souls had gathered. Chapter 539. Great changes are approaching. Chapter 539. great changes are approaching. As soon as Li Zhengrong left the Flying Cloud Summit, he couldn't wait and grabbed Shi Yin, then shot out at a speed as fast as the light of the galaxy streamer. It was a bit rough to Shi Yin, making his breathing quite difficult. At this moment, Shi Yin knew that Li Zhengrong had lied to him the whole time, saying that his body was too fat to move conveniently. Although Li Zhengrong hadn't broken through to the true God realm, once he ran at max speed, he was like a meteor chasing after the moon, extremely fast. He and Cherry had spent 3.5 days to reach the Flying Cloud Summit from the Dead Souls Cave without a rest stop along the way. However, it took Li Zhengrong only 2 hours in bringing him to the target place, the cave where the Dead Souls gathered under his navigation. Right when the fat Li Zhengrong arrived, he took out an emerald armor, which looked like a stream of water flowing around his outfit. Green waves were rippling on it. This was a sacred level secret treasure with water attribute. After he got into the cave under the shade of the mountain, Li Zhengrong's small eyes got colder. His face darkened as he said glumly, "We're late." The cave was empty. No dead souls remained, neither did a single blade of grass. The greens that looked sinister and gloomy on the wall were all gone too. Only the cold, strange aura stayed. It's been just 3 days. Shi Yin walked to the deepest area of the cave, searching carefully. He pointed at a concave area. "I saw the green meat block here. I'm sure that I wasn't hallucinating." Li Zhengrong didn't doubt him as he nodded. "I trust you." His brows furrowed tightly, revealing a seriousness he had never revealed before. He walked back and forth inside the cave many times. His small eyes were as bright as 2 dazzling diamonds in this gloomy cave. Afterward, Li Zhengrong exhaled begrudgingly. "Big troubles. What has happened?" Shi Yin didn't understand. There must be a big change in those dead souls. Li Zhengrong turned around, contemplated for a while, and then explained, 40 years ago, a formidable dead soul had appeared in the dead souls' evil lairs. We had joined hands with the Pure Land, the Devil Valley, and the Radiant God Cult to kill that dead soul. In that battle, many spirit realm experts from the Pure Land, the Devil Valley, and the Radiant God Cult died. Their souls were dragged into the dead souls' evil lairs. A warrior of the Devil Valley, thanks to his bizarre soul technique, could endure for a short while in the evil lair. Before he lost his mind, he reminded us not to let the dead soul give birth to an entity at any cost. At his last moment, before turning into a dead soul, he said that the dead souls have some secret method that uses the warrior's dead bodies to nurture their entity. Once a high-level dead soul could have a body, its power would increase tremendously, and its cultivation base would be enhanced several times stronger. Shi Yin discolored. The Sky Realm warriors can't deal with the typical dead souls. A relatively high-level dead soul can toy the spirit realm experts in its hands. Regarding this max-level dead soul, only the true God Realm warriors can save their souls from the erosive power. If you want to destroy it, you have to use the secret treasures with the lightning attribute. When the max-level dead souls have a body, they will be complete. At that time, they won't need to depend on the dead soul's evil lair anymore. They can leave the evil lair, and it will be a big catastrophe of the Dead Soul Mountain Range. This can even spread to the divine Great Land. Li Zhengrong was anxious and kept sighing. Shi Yin kept silent, not saying a word. "I have to contact the experts in the mountain range shortly and notify the elders of the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley. Before that dead soul completes its body, we should destroy the chunk of meat that could become its body. We can't linger even a second." Li Zhengrong pondered and then suggested, "You should leave the Dead Soul Mountain Range as soon as possible. I think it would be very dangerous in the coming time. The dead souls know what that body means to them, so they will protect it with all of their abilities. The Dead Soul Mountain Range will have a big battle, in which I don't know how many would die. Sigh. Too bad I haven't entered the true God Realm yet. I still need 1 more year. This event has happened before time." "I got it," Shi Yin replied naturally. "Yeah, at first you could go to the Spirit Potion Valley or the Precious Tool Valley, but you shouldn't stay there for long. Li Zhengrong was worried as if he had a flame burning his heart and didn't dilly-dally. I should prepare immediately. About that little girl, you shouldn't be hurried. It's useless to be anxious, too. I think you can wait for the right time. Even if you don't find her, she will come to you. You two still have time to meet. Then, Li Zhengrong left quickly. It seemed he wanted to check the caves around the area to see if he could find the gathering point of the Dead Souls. The Dead Soul mountain range had almost 1,000 mountains, situated in a vast area. Not all the Dead Souls were stupid. When they knew they should hide their auras, they would be more careful. Shurian thought his search would be negative, and that he couldn't find the new gathering spot of the Dead Soul in just a short time. After Li Zhengrong left, Shurian didn't linger. He pondered, then decided to return to the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. He could ask for more details and traces there to keep track of this strange event. 3 days later, he came back to the Spirit Potion Valley, but didn't go to the Spirit Hall right away. He made a tour around the Spirit Potion Valley and then headed to the Precious Tool Valley. The Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley were neighbors. There were shops that sold the materials for forging treasure around the place. People in the Precious Tool Valley were all blacksmiths. In the Precious Tool Valley, they also had the same structure as the Spirit Hall, which was called the Tool Hall, managed by some sacred-level blacksmiths of the Dead Soul Mountain Range. After he arrived at the Precious Tool Valley, he visited each store to find some strange spirit crystals. "Little buddy, you've been wandering half a day already, but you haven't bought anything yet. You don't like anything in my store?" In a shop named Universe, the owner was a third sky of Nirvana Realm warrior with messy hair, a red nose, and opaque, squinted eyes just like he was still sleepy-headed. The owner had looked at Shurian for half a day. Eventually, he couldn't help but ask him, "Hey shopkeeper, are there any blacksmiths in the Precious Tool Valley who know how to use the magical formation?" Shurian leaned against a shelf, smiled, and asked him, "What's that formation?" asked the owner. "Teleporting type." The shop owner was astounded. Afterward, he smiled oddly and said, "Friend, have you just arrived at the Dead Soul Mountain Range?" "Yes. The blacksmiths who could build the teleporting formation are really amazing. In the Dead Soul Mountain Range, there are several who know how to make this formation. If you want to find them, go to the Tool Hall. I think the elders should know something about it. Anyway, it cost a fortune to build the teleportation formation. First, you will need the nether crystal. I hear that the nether crystals exist only in some space cracks. They are so rare, really tough to find." Sure, Yin was startled. That year when he had entered the Chasm Abyss battlefield through the teleport formation, he had seen the scenes changing unceasingly. That ancient teleportation array had left a deep impression on him. In the Endless Sea, the Three God Sect and the Yang family also had a small-scale teleportation formation. Although the distance was limited, Shurian knew how important it was to a strong force. He wanted to build a big teleportation formation that could connect the Ice Emperor City and possibly forming the connection with the Endless Sea in the future. That's why he wanted to find an excellent blacksmith to buy a teleportation formation. From the shopkeeper's explanation, he got to know that the blacksmiths who could build the array were rare. He bid farewell to the shop owner and then spent another 2 days in the Precious Tool Valley to ask for the information from other blacksmiths. But he couldn't find anyone who knew the method to build the formation. All the blacksmiths he had asked told him that only the elders of the Tool Hall knew how to build the teleportation formation. When he told them that the formation he wanted to build should be able to teleport through the sea, the blacksmiths looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. They then told him clearly that even the elders of the Tool Hall could only build small-scale formations, which could transport to 10,000 li at max. Beyond this distance, it would be quite tough. Shurian was totally disappointed. He then borrowed a small gravitational room in the Tool Hall to train his body, try to drain the mysterious energy in his muscles in the 40 times heavier gravity room. He hoped that he could maximize his bearing capacity. Time flew fast, as 10 days passed like a blink of an eye. He had exhausted himself in the gravitational room. Thoughts flickered in his head as he recalled the experience in blacksmithing of the blacksmith from the ice-cold flames memories. The related secrets of refining treasures were moving in his head like three-dimension pictures. After searching for half a day, he still couldn't find any memories related to the teleportation formation. He felt dispirited as he opened his eyes wider while sinking into his thought. Blacksmith's secrets of success. After a while, Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He shot up from his seat. He suddenly recalled the ancient book he had gotten from a mysterious exotic land. The Blacksmith's Secrets of Success. That mysterious land had so many rare treasures. In the center of the two galaxies, he got that book, which had some seal he couldn't open. It seemed the Blacksmith's Secrets of Success was really old and mysterious. Perhaps it would have the method to build the ancient transmission formation. The ancient teleport formation was a big-sized one, as it could transport things over a big distance. If he had the method to build the formation, he would gather the materials and do it himself. His mind flickered, and the Blacksmith's Secrets of Success flew out from the storage ring, floating in front of him. The four big words written in ancient calligraphy on the cover sparkled. He reached out his left hand and gently put it on the Blacksmith's Secret of Success. A vehement shiver rippled from the book, creating a strong force that pushed his hand aside. He then urged his soul consciousness. However, he was pushed back by his soul energy before he could reach the book. It repeated several times, and he still didn't know how to access the book. You can't access this thing simply. This book comes from the Antiquity era. You need to use the soul dividing technique, which also comes from the Antiquity time, to open the book. The ice-cold flame turned into a beautiful white light, emerging from the blood vein ring and sending him its thoughts. Chapter 540, Soul Dividing. Chapter 540, Soul Dividing. Soul Dividing Technique. It was a secret technique of the experts in the Antiquity time. This technique would divide the host soul into parts. When they forged the puppet, they would put a part of their host soul into it. This would make the puppet have the soul and memory imprints of the owner, which would help it to perform as marvelously as its master. The secret weapons of a great blacksmith or a warrior required a part of the soul pouring in to be opened. As long as he had his soul enter the tools and the books, he could officially control the tools and read the books. It wasn't hard to learn how to divide the host soul. However, most of the techniques were lost. Only some members of the old factions knew how to do that. The ice-cold flame showed itself, and then lectured Shi Yan about the subtle features of the soul dividing technique, then continued. This book should come from the Antiquity era too. If you want to access it, you have to divide your soul and put your part into the book. Otherwise, you can't see the miraculous contents inside. Shi Yan was surprised. He pondered, then smiled. Do you know the soul dividing technique? A little bit. Tell me. Well, I just know the surface of the technique, which can't help you refine a clone. But to open this old book, it's not too difficult. Then don't babble more. All right. The ice-cold flame regarded him. It thought for a while, then connected its soul to Shi Yan's. Then, the flame found the secret techniques related to the soul dividing method, turning them into the memory fluctuations and transmitting them into Shi Yan's head. To practice the soul dividing technique, at first, he needed to train his host soul, making it disappear and then reorganize. During the time the host soul got mutated, he would use a special method to draw a beam of the soul. That beam then would be nurtured in the sea of consciousness, using the power of the soul consciousness to keep it warm. After a while, it would grow into a feeble hollow soul. The hollow soul wasn't the host soul, as it was just a projection of the latter. So, it didn't have the attainments of the host soul. When the hollow soul was destroyed, it didn't affect the host soul. However, it had a connection with the host soul. No matter how far the hollow soul was, the host soul would always know its position in everything it had experienced. There were some other ways to strengthen the hollow soul. For example, he could collect the murderous aura, the Yin-Shi, or other bizarre energy in heaven and earth. If the hollow soul could grow non-stop to a certain level, when it stayed in the puppet or the clone, it could urge the power of the host soul. When the hollow soul reached the highest level, it could even replace the host soul. The ice-cold flame knew how to divide the soul and train the hollow soul. However, its knowledge in cultivating the hollow soul wasn't enough to practice. To Yin, at this moment, he just needed to create the hollow soul. He didn't hurry, using the method to start to cultivate his host's soul step by step. Firstly, he would nurture his soul with the nutrients from the soul consciousness, which would promote the change of the host's soul. When his host's soul was strong enough, he could divide it. In the gravitational room, he stopped training his body and started to sink into the cultivation of dividing his soul. The Spirit Potion Valley. Recently, many experts from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, the Devil Valley showed up in the area. They were rushing with gloomy faces. In the Precious Potion Valley, some famous alchemists of the Divine Great Land were affected. They often walked back and forth in the valley. Sometimes, they sighed begrudgingly. Although many low-level warriors in the Dead Soul Mountain range didn't know what was happening, they vaguely felt the danger like a breeze before a big storm. People who knew the secret told their disciples and friends silently. Some warriors who had regularly visited the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley left the area without leaving any trace. They didn't dare to stay in the Dead Soul Mountain range for any longer. For the time being, while so many low-level warriors left the Spirit Potion Valley, many big characters whom they had rarely seen in daily life came to the place. More and more people recognized that the Dead Soul Mountain range was about to face a big event. Inside the Spirit Hall, 5 people, including Li Zhongrong, Zhang Mu, Kuan Shi, Gai Jie, and Mike, all wore a glum countenance. As the 5 sacred level alchemists behind the Spirit Hall, among them, Li Zhongrong was the focus of the public attention. He was the person who had the real power of the Dead Soul Mountain range. All alchemists had to admire and bow to him. Old Li still nothing? Zhang Mu turned the ring on his finger, staring at the other agitatedly. It had been half a month. Many experts had searched and raked through all the areas which had the Dead Soul's evil layers in the Dead Soul Mountain range. They were trying to find the gathering spot of the Dead Souls and destroy that chunk of meat before it gave birth to the body of the Dead Soul. However, half a month had passed, but the Dead Souls which often appeared everywhere in the mountain range seemed to have all disappeared. Seeing time flying fast and the entire community of the Dead Souls secluding, Zhang Mu's mood became worse. During the battle dozens of years ago, Zhang Mu was still a profound level alchemist. In that battle, his teacher was killed in the hands of an intimidating dead soul. His soul was dragged out, drawn into an evil lair, and then disappeared. That year, Zhang Mu had only the Sky Realm cultivation base. He had no choice but to stare at the scene where his teacher's soul was drawn out. That battle had left a deep shadow in his heart. Until now, every time he recalled that battle, he felt fear inside. He had a deep grudge against the Dead Souls, and always wanted to kill all the Dead Souls in the Dead Soul Mountain range. All have disappeared. I think the Dead Souls have gained experience. Certainly, there's a strong Dead Soul behind them. Otherwise, the situation would be totally different. Li Zhongrong's body had a lot of fat. When he talked, even the fat on his cheeks trembled. The Tool Hall is working on it too. I guess they have no findings either. Or else, they would have already told us. Seems the big change is coming. Kuan Shi was as thin as a stick, his face sinister and vicious. Sharp light sparked in his eyes. Don't know how many people would die this time. You guys, we're sitting here now, but we're not sure who could survive. After he talked, everybody became more grimaced. You should seize the chance and impart your inheritance as soon as possible. Li Zhongrong's squinted eyes raked through the room. The Dead Soul Mountain ranges the place we have been invested with much effort. We will never abandon it. The situation this time will be different from last time. If those Dead Souls can nurture a real body, this will be a catastrophe. Even if we leave the Dead Soul Mountain range, we won't be able to escape it. The other 4 nodded with a cold face. All of them knew the secret from dozens of years ago. They knew that the Dead Souls were dangerous. Once they gained a body, the power could rocket. At that time, the Dead Souls won't be dependent on the Dead Souls' evil layers anymore. They could leave the Dead Soul Mountain range and go to the Divine Great Land. The lowest level dead souls had the ability to take the soul of the warriors easily. It was more like a piece of cake to the higher level dead souls. Once those dangerous dead souls could leave the Dead Soul Mountain range and come to the divine Great Land, the warriors who didn't know about them beforehand wouldn't be able to resist. Their souls would be taken one after another, and they would become the new dead souls. At that time, the heaven and earth would have a big transformation. The dead souls would replace warriors and pollute this rich land, turning it into the world of dead souls. Thinking about the possible future, the 5 of them shivered without feeling cold. I've notified the leaders of the Pure Land, the Devil Valley, and the Radiant God Cult. Once the dead soul's real body appears, the leaders of these 3 forces will come to the Dead Soul Mountain Range, said Li Zhongrong with a low voice. The 4 of them relaxed a little bit. She hesitated and couldn't help but ask, "Old Li, where's the boy who found this mess? And how is he related to you? Weren't you cultivating in seclusion? Why did you agree to meet him? How can I know where he is?" Li Zhongrong snorted and continued impatiently. "He has a connection with me." Shi and the others were astounded. They wanted to ask for more, but as they saw his winced face, they couldn't inquire further, shutting their mouths begrudgingly. Outside the spirit hall, Lin Yiqi was toying the potted flowers with her arrogant complexion. She asked coldly, "Yin didn't come for you?" "No. After I came back from the Flying Cloud Summit, I have never met him again." Cherry always lacked confidence facing her, as she felt that she was 1 grade lower than the other girl. Perhaps he has left the Dead Soul Mountain Range. Since they know a big disaster will come soon, anyone who can run has already run away. The ones who haven't moved yet are ready to move. Since Cherry knew the mutated dead souls would become more wild and sinister, she was afraid and wanted to leave too. Unfortunately, she was the hall guard of the spirit hall. Without the permission granted by one of the 5 of Li Zhongrong's group, no one was allowed to leave the spirit hall when the dead souls appeared. Once they were busted, their names would be erased from the spirit hall forever. Being an alchemist, it was okay not to join the spirit hall. But when the spirit hall erased one's name, his or her reputation was gone too. The community would scoff him as the worst among the alchemists. "If he comes to see you, you must notify me. I have something I want to discuss with him." Lin Yiqi arched her brow. "To make it up for you about the formation you've seen in my place, if you have something you want to ask, I can help." Cherry's blue eyes brightened as she nodded continually. Gravitational chamber. Yin sat emotionlessly, just like a rock that hadn't moved for 10,000 years, still and quiet. During half a month in this gravitational room, he had been sinking into his mind, wholeheartedly focusing on training the hollow soul, and didn't relax for even a second. Just recently, with the soul dividing technique, the ice-cold flame passed him in a blurry state. He had successfully divided his soul, drawn out a strand of soul, and created a phantom of his host soul in the sea of consciousness, the hollow soul. Right when the hollow soul appeared, he immediately urged the soul consciousness to keep the hollow soul warm. That vague hollow soul was like a projection. After it received the soul consciousness, it turned into another image of the host soul in the sea of consciousness. However, it didn't have the intellect and the vitality of the real host soul. More soul consciousness was poured into the hollow soul. After an unknown time, the hollow soul became clearer. Besides the lack of vitality, it looked similar to the host soul. At this moment, the ice-cold flame sent him a message. "It's enough. You can access the blacksmith's secrets of success now." Yin was struck. He started to guide the hollow soul, dragging it little by little out of the sea of consciousness. The spooky phantom was as vague as a ghost, with thick aura slowly appearing in front of his eyes. When the hollow soul got out of the sea of consciousness, it became fragile as if it were about to vanish. The hollow soul can't be exposed for a long time. Guide it to the ancient book immediately, or else the hollow soul will vanish. The ice-cold flame reminded Yin. Yin's face changed. He didn't dare to observe more, took out the Book of Secrets, and began his move. Chapter 541. Waste more effort. Chapter 541. Waste more effort. The hollow soul appeared as a thin gray smoke, floating and flying towards the blacksmith's secrets of success. It then disappeared silently, like a drop of water falling into the sea. Boom! He felt a rumbling tremor in his brain, after which a wonderful feeling flooded his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness was as if it had a big crack, from where flows of soul consciousness streamed through, getting into the blacksmith's secrets of success and pouring directly into the hollow soul. A link was formed between the host's soul and the hollow soul. The host soul was still submerged in the sea of consciousness, but it got all the things the hollow soul was watching. The hollow soul was floating in an immense area. There was a light road, like an ecliptic soaring to a distant place. With the vision of the hollow soul, he found himself in a strange new world. That marvelous ecliptic was like the heaven staircase, leading to a faraway, mysterious place. Bright lights sparkled along the road. In a white void, big seals were tumbling like clusters of clouds. Strange, miraculous lights crossed each other, carving the ancient magical formations on those seals. Refining medicine and weapons were similar. The experts should understand the strange and mysterious formations. As long as they had a deep understanding of drawing those formations, they could improve their attainment in refining. Ancient formations along the ecliptic were shining dazzlingly. They were the explanation of the most important secrets of tool refining. Each of them was moving lively, as they were transferring the truth of heaven and earth. The meanings they were conveying were surreptitious, including types of power. Clusters of refining formations were spinning along the ecliptic road. All of them were explicit and radiant like the meteors. They kept changing and didn't have a determined nature. The hollow soul stood at the beginning of the ecliptic. It didn't have any strange moves and was absorbing the soul consciousness in his sea of consciousness really quickly. Within the short period of 3 breaths, flows of soul consciousness in his sea of consciousness were sucked out by 1/10, and the consumption speed was still increasing. Shi Yin was scared. He gathered all of his soul, spirit, and qi, quieting down his mind and letting aside the impure thoughts. He concentrated on the magical, mysterious formations on the sides of the light road. Each formation was a method to refine weapons. They were in many complicated shapes. They varied strangely, which was hard to learn in just a short time. Burn to separate water formation, the Grand Soul Gathering Formation, Original Universe Life Formation, 3-Soul Defense Formation. Names of the formations crossed his head fast and gave him a shallow understanding. Each formation was mysteriously unpredictable. At first glance, he thought they were so marvelous that he couldn't comprehend them in short time. Once those ancient formations were carved on the treasures, it would rocket the power of the weapons, giving them the special abilities or subtle powers. As long as he could gain the truth of those formations and use them fluently, a blacksmith only needed one of those formations to earn a great living. Each formation was vastly obscure, and he couldn't obtain in a short time. Many of those have been lost for thousands of years. Some names of the formations had been listed in the ancient books of the blacksmiths. They had only a name, without any particular details. However, in this wonderful space, these formations were changed, following the subtle changes of the heaven and earth. To comprehend the true meanings of the formation, the blacksmith needed to reach a certain realm. If he were careful and detailed to study them, he could have a good grasp of the real magical features of the formation. Refining weapons wasn't Shi Yan's life goal. Shi Yan delayed at the beginning of the ecliptic for a while. Then, his hollow soul turned into an incomplete silhouette, moving swiftly. Teleportation formation. Teleportation formation. He repeated the name in his head. The hollow soul didn't stop, continually moving on the light road. If it found that the formations around weren't the teleportation formation, it would retreat immediately and continue walking forward. At the same time, his soul consciousness was flooding over like a broken dike with amazing speed. While his soul was muddy, his hollow soul had a glimpse of a formation that looked like a cluster along the ecliptic. The drawings of that formation were clear, expanding like a spider web in the void. Beams of silver light interweaved. At each intersection, words written in ancient calligraphy flashed from time to time. Ethereal crystal, fine earth stone, golden gong bead. Rare ores float under the light intersections of the formation. They flashed and then disappeared. On the cloud, rows of characters were arranged neatly, sparkling in a dark golden hue and twinkling like stars. They decided the way to portray the mysteries of this formation. Teleportation formation. He wanted to check it out carefully, but he suddenly felt dizzy. His sea of consciousness trembled. Thud. The blacksmith's secrets of success dropped on the floor. Yin woke up from his neat sitting position on the ground, sweat beading his face. He looked ashen and exhausted. His soul consciousness was consumed too much. The room was dark, but Yan's pupils were shining with a divine light. He panted, but he was smiling brightly. Time wouldn't fail people who had high aspirations. The blacksmith's secrets of success did have the teleportation formation, not just a description, but a whole direct observation of the method. As long as he could understand the revolution maze of the formation and collect enough the tools and materials, even if building the teleportation formation was complicated, it wouldn't be too troublesome. However, the overconsumed soul consciousness was beyond his estimation. He had never thought that reading an ancient book, which had the weapon refining methods, could use up his soul consciousness that fast. At this moment, his sea of consciousness was empty. The area was reduced, no bigger than 1/4 of his previous area. The sea of consciousness seemed to have dried up. The host's soul and the dormant 5 devils also looked dispirited. Both the host's soul and the 5 devils depended on the sea of consciousness to live and cultivate. If the sea of consciousness were large, the host's soul and the 5 devils would grow fast. If the sea of consciousness was narrow, the space the host's soul and the 5 devils had for their cultivation would reduce, which would limit their growth. If his sea of consciousness went arid one day, the host's soul and the 5 devils would bear the brunt, immediately being suffocated. To the host's soul and the 5 devils, the sea of consciousness was the fountain of their beings. Without this origin of life, they couldn't survive for a long time. He felt dizzy while he was about to check out the miraculous features of the teleport formation. It was the sign of a dried sea of consciousness. As his host's soul could feel the situation was wrong, it immediately cut the connection with the hollow soul, firmly dragging him out of that wonderful scene. Yin sat still on the ground. His was mentally and physically exhausted, but his eyes were bright. As he had found the teleportation formation, when his sea of consciousness restored, he could save strength and time to find it next time. Although he had taken risks this time, his harvest wasn't bad. But he needed to recover his soul consciousness first. With that thought, he sat still, adjusted his breath, and fell asleep. The typical way to supplement the consumed profound qi was to condense the qi of the heaven and earth. However, to recover the soul consciousness, besides the precious pellets that people drooled for, the simplest method was to sleep and relax. One day and one night passed as fast as a blink of an eye. Yin woke up worried. He sensed his sea of consciousness, then shook his head miserably. Sleeping was a simple way to supplement the soul consciousness. However, since it was too simple, its effect was the smallest. After sleeping for one day and one night, his soul consciousness had restored so little that he wanted to cry. The process of sensing the blacksmith's secrets of success had consumed 70% of his sea of consciousness. This sleep helped his soul consciousness recover, but not even 5%. Anyway, he couldn't sleep all the time. After one day and one night, he was sober, and to put himself to sleep again was impossible. Yin calculated that if he used sleep to restore his soul consciousness, with this speed, he would need 1 month to fully recover. 1 month. Shurian got a headache. It was just the first time he had read The Blacksmith's Secrets of Success, as the information was flowing swiftly in his head. After his soul consciousness restored, he didn't know how many times he had to drain his sea of consciousness to perceive the subtle features of the teleportation formation. In this wonderful world, the consumption speed of soul consciousness could be considered terrifying. To comprehend the Upanishad of the teleportation formation, he needed to visit that world more often to digest the details slowly. With this speed of consumption, his full soul consciousness was just enough to endure 1 hour. What he could do in 1 hour. If it needed 1 month after one time of observing the formation, how much time did he have to spend to gain the subtle features of the teleportation formation? No, he had to find another method. Sure, Yin stood up and went out of the room. Looking at the spirit potion valley afar from him, he saw many alchemists hurrying back and forth with worried faces. Alchemists. His mind was moved, and his eyes brightened. He couldn't help but smile. Where was he? The Dead Soul Mountain Range. Things that were abundant here were alchemists and their pellets. It would be hard to find the pellet to restore his soul consciousness somewhere else. But in the Spirit Potion Valley, he should be able to find some, right? He was moved, so he immediately gave up the idea of sleeping to recover his soul consciousness. Then, he strolled towards the Spirit Potion Valley. A strand of his soul consciousness caressed the storage ring, swiftly touching each of the sparkling crystals and tools. He was considering what he should use to exchange for the pellets to recover his soul consciousness. The Yang family was filthy rich. After that battle in the endless sea, the cultivating materials and crystals he collected from other forces were too many. When he left, his storage ring was packed. There were 3,000 top-grade essence chi crystals, 15,000 high-grade essence chi crystals, and the other materials piled up like small mountains. Even if he was in the divine great land, he was still a young rich man. Only the most outstanding disciples of the 7 factions could be able to compare to him in terms of wealth. He didn't need to worry about the essence chi crystals. After Yin left the Precious Tool Valley, he was surprised, and his face changed a little bit. He could sense that there were at least 7 spirit realm experts in the Spirit Potion Valley. Also, there were strong aura that were hiding, just like the firm Grand Mountains. Their energy fluctuations were heavy, but they were concealed. However, Yin still could sense them. So many strong warriors. It had been half a month. What had happened to the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley? Why were there so many strong warriors gathering here? Dead souls. Recalling the grimaced face of the elder before, Yin seemed to get the problem. The danger of the dead soul should have been spreading out, which gathered the warriors living around the Dead Soul Mountain Range in the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. In the 2 valleys, besides the aura of the spirit realm experts, many cold-faced warriors were walking on the streets. It was an exception. Those warriors had followed the path of cultivating their powers. They were masters in bloody fighting, but they weren't alchemists or blacksmiths. Whenever the dead souls had some great changes, precious treasures would fly out from the dead souls' evil lairs. Many of them were the top-grade ones in the divine great land. The oncoming catastrophe from the dead souls made some chicken warriors leave, but it attracted some with big guts too. People died for money, and the birds died in pursuit of food. As long as they could earn some benefits, to the warriors, there was no dangerous place they couldn't enter. They all knew that the Dead Soul Mountain Range would be a dreadful place. Thus, many of them still came for the greed of treasures. Of course, the ones who dared to come here weren't nice. They looked vicious and had a murderous aura. Yin couldn't help but stare at them. I should go to find the pellets to restore my soul consciousness first. Yin thought and sped up, walking straight to the Spirit Potion Valley. Chapter 542, Evil Wind Turbulence. Chapter 542, Evil Wind Turbulence. What? No? Not even a single pellet? Yin clenched his jaw in his shop, his face angry. You guys don't even have the pellet to restore the soul consciousness. What the heck are you selling? Doesn't this store sell pellets? I'm sorry, sir. Besides that type of pellet and medicines, we have everything else. For example, we have the pellets to restore essence chi, strengthen your physique, stable your realm to prevent bedevilment, etc. We have plenty of them here. You can choose anything you want. We can always deal the price. The shopkeeper smiled humbly, bowing his body. Shi Yin wore a cold face, then left while snorting. 15 minutes later, standing in the middle of a crowded street in the Spirit Potion Valley, Shi Yin felt dispirited. He had visited 10 stores, and none of them was an exception. They didn't have even a single pellet that could do something with soul consciousness. The threat from the dead souls had been spread out all over the Dead Soul Mountain Range. The first thing the warriors did when they came here was to buy the pellets and medicine that could help restore and strengthen their soul consciousness. The dead souls could erode the soul, which depended on the sea of consciousness. If a warrior's sea of consciousness weren't stable, his soul would be weakened, and thus the dead soul could easily attack him. All warriors understood the nature of the dead souls, as they knew how important it was to strengthen their soul consciousness. Within 5 or 6 days, all pellets that could help strengthen the soul consciousness in the Spirit Potion Valley, even if they had their price rocketed, were all sold out. These sorts of pellet became scarce now. Alchemists who could refine them had stopped supplying to the shop. They wanted to keep the medicine for themselves. All of a sudden, in this big Spirit Potion Valley, no store could supply this kind of pellet or medicine. Even if they were willing to buy with a good price, the alchemists didn't want to sell. The news regarding the dead souls had been spread out fast in the 2 valleys. The more they talked about it, the more dangerous it became. The powers of the dead souls were amplified continually by the news they were telling each other. People felt insecure, and the alchemists and the blacksmiths didn't dare to leave the valleys. They were concentrating on refining pellets and forging weapons for themselves. They had to improve their willpower at any cost. At this moment, the pellets that could supplement the soul consciousness became the treasure to protect their lives. None of them agreed to sell even a single pellet. The warriors came here for the dead souls had used a lot of money to collect the goods. Shortly, there was no stock in the entire Spirit Potion Valley. Shi Yin had so many essence chi crystals to spend, but he couldn't find a supplier. He had a big regret now. He was the first one who got to know the anomaly of the dead souls. If he had been smarter, he could have collected more medicines of this kind right when the news was still concealed. Too late to regret. The feeling of having a lot of money but not being able to buy the goods he wanted agitated him. Along the streets in the center of the valley, warriors were walking back and forth with gloomy faces. Their eyes were ferocious when looking at the others, just like a starving wolf, as if they considered all strangers their enemies. The valley where people used to live in harmony and peace now was at daggers. The atmosphere was tense too. Although Shi Yin had stomped his feet in regret, it was of no use. He gradually gathered himself together and squinted his eyes with a cold look on his face. He was about to find 1 or 2 guys who didn't have a good vision to rob them. He wasn't a good guy. His hands had been soaked in blood. Once he was determined, killing a man and destroying his body wasn't a thing to him. As the goods were scarce, and he could buy them from nowhere, if he wanted to have the pellets, the only way to do was to snatch the things he wanted. He didn't have a mental barrier when stealing or snatching things from other people. Once he spotted the target, he wasn't afraid of killing in mass scale. Most of the warriors in the valley now weren't good guys. While killing these sorts of men, he wouldn't feel guilty. When he was observing pedestrians with an evil look, a familiar figure appeared in his vision, Tai Mu. 5 people of Tai Mu's group hadn't left the Dead Soul Mountain Range. They knew of the oncoming deadly event, but because of the 3 dead souls, they were still waiting for Cherry to compensate them. Tai Mu saw Shi Yin standing at the corner and was terrified, keeping his mouth shut. He instinctively wanted to get rid of that young man. At this moment, Shi Yin's face was thin and pallid. His look was cold and dark, while the corner of his mouth curled a little bit, just like a cold knife. He looked as savage as a beast waiting for its prey. Other people didn't know Shi Yin, but Tai Mu had experienced it. As he saw Shi Yin's look, he wanted to run away as fast as possible. "Come here," Sure, Yin snorted, then made a gesture with his finger. He sneered. Where do you want to hide seeing me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you alive? Tai Mu was timid, his face long, as if the other had asked him to kill a child. Sure, Yin Ji, we aren't going to ask you for the dead souls. What do you want? Help me buy some pellet to restore the soul consciousness. I don't care about the price. Sure, Yin searched his storage ring. Translucent top-grade essence chi crystals emerged one by one in his palm. They were sparkling beautifully under the sun like precious gems. I don't have them. Taimu shook his head bitterly. Really, I don't have them. When I arrived at the Spirit Potion Valley, they had stopped selling them. Anyway, Cherry told us that 3 days later, she would give us some pellets of this kind. We're waiting for her. That's why we haven't left yet. Cherry. Sure Yin was startled. He curled his lips into a smile. His figure faded, then disappeared in just a blink. That slaughtering star, Sai. I really thought that he wanted to eat humans. Those who are having bad luck getting this guy watching over them would never be able to leave the Dead Soul Mountain range. I don't know why I feel scared just by looking at him. Tai Mu swept away the beads on his forehead and muttered. He said that he forgave us because we're the members of the God's sect. Do you think he's a disciple of the God's sect, too? Assumed the young girl. If he were one of the God's sect's disciples, why would he stay anonymous? Tai Mu objected. I think he knows someone from our sect, and his impression of our sect isn't bad. But it's certain that he isn't a member of the God's sect. With his realm at his age, as long as he's one of us, he'll be famous. It's impossible that no one knows him. His friends thought, then nodded in agreement. Spirit Hall. Is Cherry here? Sure Yin stopped the guard and asked him without manners. You are. The guard was dizzy. He was bewildered for a while, then replied to Sure Yin with respect. I'll call her for you. This guard had seen Sure Yin before. As he saw that Jia Lin was servile to him, he understood that Sure Yin wasn't a small character. He didn't linger and hurled himself out of the hall. Not long after that, Cherry arrived. She invited Sure Yin to get inside with a smiling face. Old Li's here, too. Cherry took him to the corner, then lowered her tone. The other 4 elders are here, too. Why haven't you left yet? I heard that you have the pellets to recover the soul consciousness. Give me some. I'll pay you a good price. Sure Yin wasn't interested in Li Zhengrong and his men, asking for the pellets directly. Cherry was surprised. Do you want to find the dead souls' evil lairs to test your fortune, too? No. I need them for another purpose. Sure Yin shook his head. While he was talking, pieces of top-grade essence chi crystals had been put into a gold-threaded gunny sack. Shortly, the gunny sack was filled with top-grade essence chi crystals. There were hundreds of them at least. He directly threw the sack to Cherry and told her, no matter what price you offer, I'll take them all. Cherry was full of regret since she didn't know why he was so hurried. Here, take these 3 bottles of the soul restoration pellet. Each bottle has 70 pills. Thanks. Sure Yin smiled at her, didn't turn his head back, and left immediately. Hey, Cherry called out. But by the time her voice arose, she didn't see his shadow anywhere. This be asterisk starred. What's he doing? Why he's so hurried? Cherry stomped her feet. Looking at the sack of top-grade essence chi, she was surprised and happy at the same time. Being a hall guard, her salary for 1 year was just 50 top-grade essence chi crystals. This gunny sack of essence chi was a huge fortune to her, as much as her wages of 3 or 4 years working at the Spear Hall. However, this wasn't what she wanted. She was suspicious, and she wanted to meet Sure Yin to make it clear. But Sure Yin disappeared instantly, and didn't even give her his address. Cherry, who's that kid? Why did he give you so many essence chi crystals? Are you too? A thin alchemist with a gloomy face had witnessed all the things. He approached her quietly and asked, None of your business. Sure Yin snorted with his cold appearance. She didn't pay attention to that alchemist, taking her crystals and walking to the hall. What? He came? In a quiet chamber behind the Spirit Hall, Lin Yiqi jolted up. Where's he? Left. When I wanted to chase after him, I couldn't see him anywhere, explained Cherry. Lin Yiqi didn't look happy as she asked the other girl arrogantly. What did that asterisk shoal come for? He wanted to buy the soul consciousness restoring pellets. I gave him, Cherry narrated. Soul consciousness restoring pellets? Lin Yuqi chuckled. She squinted her eyes and then said smilingly, "Seems he's interested in the dead soul's evil layers too. Well, excellent. In several days, a young generation of experts from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley will gather. I don't like some of them, but I'm not their match. That A* Shoal's here too, so I will ask him to teach them a lesson." Lin Yuqi was thrilled. Cherry kept her mouth shut, not daring to talk much. The news of the young experts from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley were about to arrive had been spread out all over the Dead Soul Mountain Range. Those people would come together with their full power. On the one hand, they wanted to kill the Dead Souls, and on the other, this was a good chance for them to practice their skills. Also, they had a secret hope of collecting strange treasures from the Dead Souls' evil lairs. Young hotshots of these three ancient factions in the Divine Great Land always had keen eyesight. Their men were domineering, and the women were arrogant. Each of them had brutal deeds that made people fear them. Although Cherry was an alchemist, her rank wasn't high enough. When she saw those people, she had to behave and not dare to quarrel with them. Lin Yuqi, as Li Zhengrong's disciple, of course wasn't afraid. Anyway, her realm was relatively low, so she wasn't their opponent. In the past, whenever they had a dispute, she always bore a bit of a loss, which she still kept in her heart. However, she had no way to counter them. But now she knew Shi Yin was here. She immediately wanted to use the relationship with Shi Yin to ask him to take revenge for her. The Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley are just that big. As long as he still stays in the valleys, I can always drag him out. Harumph. Lin Yuqi contemplated for a while. She squinted and smiled. Later on, she didn't tell Cherry but left the Spirit Hall alone, walking around the valley where evil wolves were playing. Cherry waited for her to leave further, then hurried to find Jia Lin to report him that the girl had left. After Shi Yin got the soul-restoring pellet, he stormed into the chamber he had rented and started to restore his consumed soul consciousness as fast as he could. He was preparing to probe the mystically subtle features of the teleportation formation once again. Chapter 543, Calamity. Chapter 543, Calamity. Mount Heaven Whistle. Inside a gloomy cave in the center of the mountain, countless dark green dead souls hung on the walls, covering the entire surface. A pond of corpses situated in the middle of the cave, where bodies piled up. Dark green blood was constantly oozing. Many blocks of meat were stuck into the corpse refining pond, sucking the nutrition from the dead bodies. They kept enlarging continually. Dark green dead souls were floating around the pond, emitting their cold, evil aura as if they were guarding it. Mount Heaven Whistle was a small and poor mountain among almost 1,000 mountains of the Dead Soul Mountain Range. The heaven and earth aura here was faint, and no warrior stayed on this mountain to cultivate. Inside some caves in Mount Heaven Whistle, green light columns as big as tree trunks were shrinking, and a large amount of yin-chi was overflowing from them. Flows of this kind of an evil aura poured into the big cave in the center of the mountain one by one. Dead souls inside the cave were spurting out a dark green, viscous liquid onto the meat chunks. This liquid then turned into layers of energy, getting absorbed into the meat chunks. Time passed quietly. Crack! The cracking sound of an egg hatching rose. The membrane covering the meat chunk cracked, then fell on the ground piece by piece. A green, short-limbed creature, which was as tall as a 10-year-old child, emerged from the meat chunk. Its skin was wrinkled like an ugly toad. Its 3 pupils had a deep, cold, dark green hue, and its look was sinister to the extreme. It was a humanoid creature with a pointy head and no ears. There were many holes on its cheeks, and its nostrils moved as if it were breathing the evil aura of this cave. Dead souls in the cave suddenly got excited. They led that short-limbed creature towards the dead soul's evil lair. Hundreds of dead souls joined hands and fiercely pushed that creature into the dead soul's evil lair inside the cave. Swoosh! The first body of the dead soul that was refined from the corpse refining pond had been pushed into the dead soul's evil lair. A sinister green halo expanded from the evil lair as its center, rippling out. The size of the evil lair doubled in just a blink. From outside the evil lair, it looked like numerous dark green tentacles were piercing into the dead soul body, transmitting the evil energy just like a drip feed. The dead soul body grew quickly. Immense green light shot out from the holes in its cheeks as it gradually gained the size of an adult. Deep inside the dead soul's evil lair, a flow of green light zoomed over from a distant area, hitting the body instantly. The bizarre, cold eyes of the dead soul body became more evilly intimidating after the dead soul had entered it. A gloomy, evil aura shot out from the evil lair. Crack, crack. Crispy cracking sounds echoed from the evil lair. A dead soul body was occupied. It then struggled out of the evil lair and descended in the cave of Mount Heaven Whistle. Hundreds of dead souls surrounded the evil lair and cheered. Their sounds were sharp, their whistles seeming like thousands of ghosts crying miserably. An aura of resentment soared to the sky. Inside Mount Heaven Whistle, blocks of meat enlarged fast. Soon, another dead soul body was born. The first dead soul with its body got out of the evil lair, then walked to the pond in the cave. Countless green tentacles extended from its waist like worms and pierced into the newborn dead soul bodies. Evil energy quickly poured into the newborn bodies, enlarging them. Not long afterward, excited high-level dead souls floating around all stormed over at the same time, choosing a body and entering their new hosts. Dead Soul Mountain Range. It had been half a month, but not many warriors and alchemists left the place because of the Dead Soul event. They decided to stay and cultivate. However, some of them started to disappear into thin air. During half a month, hundreds of warriors, alchemists, and blacksmiths seemed to evaporate. Some people had taken risks intruding the Dead Soul Mountain Range to hunt the dead souls and harvest the treasures from the dead souls' evil lairs. They all disappeared one by one. Have you heard the news of Zhang Yu and his team? They were operating in the east of Mount Heaven Whistle. It's been 7 days, and they haven't returned yet. I heard that not only Zhang Yu, but also a group of members of the Radiant God cult led by First Guy of Spirit Realm Expert went missing. No one can contact them. My master told me that many of the alchemists and blacksmiths living in some mountains have gone missing. A group of warriors was discussing quietly in a shop in the Spirit Potion Valley with frightened faces. The same discussions were repeated in some corners of the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley. Recently, warriors, alchemists, and blacksmiths had gone missing continually. The others couldn't contact them using the Soundstone, and no one found them either. The anomaly of the Dead Soul Mountain Range became more terrible at this moment. Some people who had intended to wait and watch the change in silence started to leave the place at their fastest speed. Some of the ones who decided to leave vanished even before they could get out of the Dead Soul Mountain Range. The news of their missing status came to the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley, which made the ones who hadn't left yet scared, giving up the thought of running away in their heads. The situation became grimmer day by day. Li Zhengron, the blacksmiths of the Precious Tool Valley, together with the experts from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley discussed daily to identify the news of new missing people. These days, according to the statistics of the Spirit Hall and Tool Hall, at least 700 warriors went missing. Warriors living in the two valleys all felt insecure. Li Zhengron was so busy and was even having a serious headache. When he went out searching for the dead souls, he didn't dare to go alone and often departed with hotshots of the Tool Hall. It was unknown why when his group came out searching in the regions of the Dead Soul Mountain Range, they usually didn't find anything abnormal. Even a single dead soul was hard to see. This doesn't fit the common sense. Before the dead souls had the anomaly, they could easily meet the dead souls near the area of the evil lairs. It was impossible that they couldn't find even a single dead soul for several days. After the dead souls had some big changes, according to normal sense, This should be the time the dead souls operated more crowdedly and slaughter everywhere. After several failed searching missions, Li Zhengrong and his group became more panic-stricken. People still kept going missing mysteriously. This situation hadn't stopped yet. Gradually, Li Zhengrong recognized a fact he found it hard to accept. It wasn't true that the dead souls had stopped all of their operations. They were still slaughtering everywhere else. The reason why they hadn't met them was that the dead souls had sensed their presence and missions beforehand to stay away before they reached the area. Also, this meant the dead souls hadn't gathered enough power. They understood that they didn't have sufficient force to battle with the human warriors. So, they were hiding and waiting for the chance to snatch other groups of human warriors. After he'd confirmed this finding, Li Zhengrong and the blacksmiths of the tool hall started to feel scared, as their worries about the dead souls swelled up in their hearts. The Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley were sealed up. To prevent more warriors from going missing when they went out, the Tool Hall and the Spirit Hall had announced the common curfew. Whoever was staying in the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley had to stay inside, as they weren't allowed to go out of the valleys. Once a warrior's soul was eroded, he would become a newly dead soul and be a part of the dead soul's formidable force. To prevent the dead souls from being stronger, Li Zhengrong and his group had to set up this poor plan. They were now guarding the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley, as they were waiting for a face-to-face battle with the dead souls. In fact, even if they didn't set up the curfew, no one had such big guts to go out. When the news of the searching teams going missing mysteriously was leaked, the warriors living in the two valleys finally recognized the dangerous situation. Everybody feared death. When they found out that the experts stronger than them had disappeared after leaving no trace, they became more well-behaved. At the same time, the Spirit Hall and the Tool Hall had sent the message to the warriors cultivating in the surrounding mountains, asking them to come to the valley quickly. The ones they couldn't contact, they couldn't do anything more for them. At the same time, after the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley sent their elders to the site, they couldn't help but pay more attention to the moves of the Dead Soul Mountain Range tightly. Some said that true God realm warriors of these three factions had gradually come back from their secluding cultivation. They would hurry to the Dead Soul Mountain Range soon. All of a sudden, the Dead Soul Mountain Range had become the focus of the entire Divine Great Land. After the ancient factions got the information of the anomaly in the Dead Soul Mountain Range, they all used their ways to collect the news from there. The Ice Emperor City. Bing Qing Tong, Shuang Zhu, Lung Dan Qing, and Han Shui had been cultivating in the bone-chilling ice chamber. When they woke up from their cultivation, Bing Qing Tong received the news from the General Union. Her smile ceased. "Sister, what's up?" Han Shui let out a light laughter. Her beautiful eyes brightened as the cold aura ameliorated her shining smile with an outstanding bearing. "There's a big change in the Dead Soul Mountain Range. According to the General Union, it's a big calamity." Bing Qing Tong narrated the news she received in detail. After the bad experience with Yu Li Ming and Ning Du Quan, the bond between the four sisters had restored. They had no grudges now. They had spent time together to cultivate in the ice chamber. Both their realms and ice jade technique were improving fast. At the moment, Bing Qing Tong seemed to have entered the peak of the spirit realm. Han Shui had a significant improvement as well. Furthermore, Shuang Yuzhu and Lung Danqing now could urge their ice jade technique more fluently. After they had a notable increase in their realms, the General Union showed them a better attitude, much better than before. When they received the news of the Divine Great Land, they would immediately send to the women here. Ning Du Quan actually wanted to trouble them more. But when he knew that the women's realms had been much improved, he couldn't help but give up his attempt, washing away the thought of declaring war. The Ice Emperor's city had changed. Didn't that bastard go to the Dead Soul Mountain Range? With his speed, he should be there already. What should we do? Han Shui was scared. She shot up from her seat, her face worried. Shuang Yuzhu and Lung Danqing slammed their brows together. "We should go and look for him." Lung Danqing stood up, her face agitated. "No, Bing Ching Tong shook her head. The situation of the Dead Soul Mountain range is much complicated now. We can't get there on time. With his capacity, Shi Yin can protect himself. We shouldn't worry about him that much. We'd better keep an eye on the information. I think he would be okay. Anyways, even Ning Du Quan had no way to catch him. If it isn't a true God Realm warrior, I think he will be all right. Hearing Bing Ching Tong say so, Shuang Yuzhu and Lung Danqing contemplated, then nodded. However, they still wore anxious faces. Precious Tool Valley. Lin Yiqi approached a house, which was specialized in offering quiet chambers for warriors to cultivate. She didn't keep the smiling face as usual, frowning while quietly walking to a gravitational room. She called with a low tone, Shi Yin, open up. I have something I want to tell you. Let me in. Quickly. Chapter 544, Provoking. Chapter 544, Provoking. Shi Yan's face was thin and pale. There was no light in his eyes when he woke up in the gravitational chamber. He had only one bottle of soul-restoring pellet left from the 3 bottles he had received. However, his understanding of the teleportation formation had just crossed the threshold. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to comprehend the subtle features of the teleportation formation thoroughly. The rapid draining of soul consciousness every time he was in that strange world scared him. Although he had the soul-restoring pellet, every time he got in that world, it took him 3 days to recover his soul consciousness. Seeing that he was about to use up the soul-restoring pellet, he started to think about the supply one more time. At that moment, the stony door of the gravitational chamber was banged loudly. Lin Yiqi's anxious voice still arose. He pulled himself together, got up, and then opened the door to let her in. He frowned. What do you come here for? You're here, indeed. Lin Yiqi exhaled, then observed the gravitation room. Then, she said, the Dead Soul Mountain range is really dangerous at this moment. I'm worried that you didn't know the situation clearly and have left the valley. I'm here to notify you. Then, Lin Yiqi told him in detail the situation of the Dead Soul Mountain range. When he heard that more and more warriors went missing every day, Shi Yin was scared. While he was unconscious, the situation of the Dead Soul Mountain range had turned bad. I will not leave for the time being. Don't worry. Oh yeah, do you have the pellets to restore soul consciousness? If you have, give me some. We can deal the price. Shi Yin poured out some soul-restoring pellet from the storage ring and took them in all. While he was sensing his soul consciousness being restored a bit, his face looked a bit satisfied. If you don't leave the valley, why do you need the pellets? Lin Yiqi's eyes were suspicious. She scrutinized him from left to right, then asked all of a sudden, are you practicing some techniques that depend on the soul consciousness? No, I know it. Only the 7 ancient factions know how to cultivate the techniques using soul consciousness. Even my teacher doesn't know these techniques. These techniques are too scarce. The ones who know them are as rare as phoenix feather or unicorn horn. If you know how to cultivate your soul consciousness, you don't need many pellets to restore it. Shi Yan's eyes lit up. The technique to cultivate the soul consciousness. The soul consciousness was the most basic treasure trove. A strong soul consciousness gave way to a strong host soul. The stronger the soul consciousness was, the more sensitive the sensing was. To the alchemists and the blacksmiths, the soul consciousness was an important matter. On their way, practicing refining medicine and forging weapons, if their soul consciousness was strong and keen enough, when they refined things, they could control the aura of heaven and earth better, and the formation or the spell they carved on their products would be more exquisite. Their speed was also strengthened overall. Cultivating the soul consciousness could give the host's soul a big space. The soul consciousness was really magical. The more it was refined, the better it would be when the warrior urged his power. When Shi Yin was in the quiet cloudland and endless sea, he had never heard about a technique specialized in cultivating the soul consciousness. Their soul consciousness could only grow after they had broken through a new realm. Hearing this from Lin Yiqi, he was overjoyed. To understand the mysteries of the teleportation formation and the blacksmith's secrets of success thoroughly, he had to consume his soul consciousness continually. If he had the technique to cultivate the soul consciousness, it wouldn't take much of his effort when comprehending the teleportation formation. At the same time, refining and condensing the essence of the soul consciousness also had a big impact on his martial arts. In the divine Great Land, do only the 7 ancient factions have the techniques to cultivate the soul consciousness? Sure, Yin was moved. He didn't conceal, asking directly, "Does anyone sell this kind of techniques?" "No." Lin Yiqi shook her head. "Besides the 7 ancient factions, there are some mysterious experts who know how to cultivate the soul consciousness. However, finding them is harder than finding the 7 ancient factions. You shouldn't think about it much." Sure Yin didn't speak, but was contacting the ice-cold flame. The ice-cold flame had several masters, and each one of them was a genius. They were the peak realm experts, or the blacksmith at a far-reaching level. These kinds of characters could know how to train their soul consciousness hopefully. When the ice-cold flame was integrated fully with its master, although it would be limited, once the master died, it could gain all the hidden and mysterious memories of its master. Sure Yin thought that perhaps the ice-cold flame knew something. "No, if I knew it, I would have told you already the first time you tried to access the blacksmith secrets of success. My previous masters had only focused on their powers. They didn't put much effort into training soul consciousness and the host soul. So, I can't help you," the ice-cold flame replied shortly. Sure Yin cut the connection with the flame, his face disappointed. He closed his eyes to contemplate for a while, then spoke to Lin Yiqi. "Okay, so, do you have the pellets or medicines that can recover the soul consciousness?" "I have the original soul pellet. It's much more precious than your soul-restoring pellet. I can give you 2 bottles. Each bottle has 50 pills. 1 original soul pellet is more effective than 20 soul-restoring pellets." Lin Yiqi chuckled, explaining the differences between the 2 pellets. The soul-restoring pellet can only restore the consumed soul consciousness. However, not only can my original soul pellet recover the soul consciousness fast, but also help it increase. My teacher's an alchemist. Even though he doesn't know how to train the soul consciousness, he has used the pellets to improve his soul consciousness. Of course, pellets are just medicines. They aren't specialized techniques. The improvement made by the pellets is limited. Normally, a warrior can use only 3 bottles of the original soul pellet to strengthen his soul consciousness. After that, even if he uses more pellets, he can't make it progress further. At that time, it can only be used as a pellet to restore the consumed soul consciousness. Of course, its recovering speed is much faster than the soul-restoring pellets. Sure Yan's eyes brightened. "How many essence chi crystals do you want?" "I don't need the essence chi crystals." Lin Yiqi smiled like a little fox, squinting her eyes. "You help me with this stuff, and I'll give you 2 bottles for free." "What stuff?" Sure Yin was quite alert. "I have to say that although I need the original soul pellet, I won't waste a lot of my strength for you. Help me teach someone a lesson. As long as you can satisfy me, besides these 2 bottles, I can find 2 more for you. How does it sound?" "Oh, some jerks of the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley." Lin Yiqi gritted her teeth, her eyes sparkling with resentment. "These years, those assholes have often bullied me. Although I'm a warrior, my master has grounded me and asked me to study the spiritual formations for refining medicine. I don't have enough strength, so I'm not their opponent." Pure Land, Radiant God Cult, and Devil Valley were the 3 forces with their names spreading throughout the entire divine Great Land. Normal, people felt scared whenever they heard these names. In the whole divine Great Land, the powers of the 7 ancient factions have been stood firm for tens of thousands of years. With their profound history, people found it hard to estimate their internal resources. A generation of successors nurtured by the 7 ancient factions, no matter it was in terms of the techniques, martial arts, experience, or treasures, they were always on top. These young people of the ancient faction were more powerful than the leaders of some small sections. And they were all arrogant, swaggering around the divine Great Land with no fear in their hearts. "You want me to offend these 3 forces at the same time?" Shurian beamed a forced smile as he suddenly had a headache. If you don't dare, I'll keep my original soul pellets, snorted Lin Yuqi. Recently, it's like finding the needle in a haystack when you want to find the restoring soul medicine in the Spirit Potion Valley. Unless you snatch from someone, don't think about using a higher price to buy the medicines. Of course, I know that you have the guts to mess up with other people. Perhaps you will use force to take them. But if you do so, you'll be the common enemy of the whole Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. Currently, people in the Dead Soul Mountain range were flustered. Under the arrangement of the Spirit Hall and the Tool Hall, many warriors had gathered. If someone started to slaughter the warriors, of course, it would enrage the hotshots here. At the moment, besides the sacred level alchemists and blacksmiths in the two valleys, there were spirit realm elders from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley, staying in the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. Even if Shi Yin were more confident, provoking the patience of all warriors in the two valleys was an unwise move. You think about it. Lin Yuqi smiled, looking at him without any hurry. Cold light flashed across Shi Yan's eyes. He kept silent for a long while, then lifted his head to talk to her. What cultivation base do they have? Around the peak of Sky Realm, I assume. Not much different from yours. Lin Yuqi smiled at him tenderly. Little Yin, I know you're at the peak of Sky Realm too, but your real competence is more tremendous than theirs. I believe that those jerks from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley aren't your match. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to provoke the freaks at Spirit Realm. Deal. Shi Yin suddenly shot up from his seat, extending one hand to the girl. First, give me 2 bottles of the original soul pellet. Wait until I restore my soul consciousness. I'm going there to help you. Deal. Lin Yuqi was frank enough and immediately gave him 2 green bottles. Use warm water to take the pellet. Once it gets in your stomach, you should urge the medicinal efficacy to enter your soul consciousness. Then, you'll know what to do next. I'm waiting for you in the gravitational room. 10 pellets are enough to supplement all of your consumed soul consciousness. Shi Yin received the bottle, taking out 10 pills. Then, he took out a jade china bowl from the storage ring. A fire sparked from his fingertip, and shortly, the water in the jade bowl became boiling hot. Shi Yin swallowed the original soul pellets with hot water. He then sat down in front of Lin Yuqi and started his recovery. Where's that little girl? Outside a manor, How High of the Devil Valley asked while caressing a dragon-shaped jade pendant, his eyes cold, raking around the place. She got in. Emerald jade, silky fibers shot out from May's slender fingers. They flew one round around the manor, which helped her confirm the information. The medicine she sold me last time had poison in it. After I took it, I almost fell into bedevilment. How High gritted his teeth. That girl's eviler than warriors cultivating demonic methods like us. If I didn't react fast, not to mention breaking through the new realm, my cultivation base would have decreased. That damn little girl. Even if Li Zhongrong protects her, I still have to give her a lesson. You deserve that. Mingmei laughed cheerily. Her graceful body swayed on the spot, with green waves lingering on her body. Well, I had quietly sent my signals to you, but you didn't care. You only wanted to tease her. If you didn't want her, why would she always sells medicine blended with poison to you? Harumph. I'm willing to be poisoned rather than messing up with you. How High's face became colder. I don't want to die without a known reason. Then, How High took a deep breath, entering the manor Lin Yuqi had gotten in. Chapter 545, Cousin? Chapter 545, Cousin. The original soul pellet was much more effective than the soul-restoring pellet indeed. After he swallowed 10 pills, they turned into a warm current, flowing toward his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness seemed like it was watered with a fluid of growth, being restored rapidly. The consumed soul consciousness had been supplemented quickly under the magical effect of this warm current. When using the soul-restoring pellet to recover the consumed soul consciousness, it required more than half a day. However, the original soul pellet needed only 15 minutes. His soul consciousness was recovered. After sensing it, Shi Yin could confirm that if he had more original soul pellets, after his soul consciousness was restored, it would enlarge a little bit more. However, Lin Yiqi didn't give him more time. As soon as his soul consciousness had been restored, Lin Yiqi immediately screamed out, calling him to get out of the gravitational room and take revenge for her. Xin Yin was in high spirits, narrowing his eyes. Cold light sparkled in his pupils, while he curled his lips. "No need to bother. They've come for you already." Lin Yiqi's smile froze as she snorted. "That quick? Seems like they always keep an eye on me. Those jerks do have bad thoughts. Indeed, none of them are nice." Shi Yin stood up, facing Lin Yiqi. He then took off his dirty greenish-gray warrior clothes and changed into a pure black one. Adjusting his collar, Shi Yin kicked the door open and strode out. Outside the room, Hao Hai and Ming Mei stood there with their electric-sharp eyes and deep, gloomy aura. Third sky of Sky Realm. Shi Yin's eyes lit up. Just at first glance, he recognized their cultivation base precisely. Hao Hai and Ming Mei were wearing silvery gray armor and scarlet armor respectively. Their precious armors covered half of their bodies, and light sparkled shiningly from their arms and knees. Vaguely, people could see energy fluctuations from these spots. There were some sorts of strange and evil formations carved on their armors, which could gather the heaven and earth chi. Although the two stood still, heaven and earth chi in the surroundings gathered proactively towards them, entering the formation on their armors and getting absorbed into their bodies. This supported them to condense the essence chi at any minute. They both wore storage rings and another 5-colored ring on their fingers. These rings shimmered with tender, translucent halo, which indicated that they weren't just normal items. Worth their identity, the successors of the ancient factions. Shi Yin complimented them in his head. Their clothing, accessories, the storage rings, and the rings on their arms were most likely all priceless items. They should have some special effects that could enhance their strength while fighting. The third sky of Sky Realm cultivation base of these two people was full of the aura of the ancient era. Their essence chi was pure, which was obviously higher than the ordinary third sky of Sky Realm warriors. While his eyes were raking through Hao Hai and Ming Mei, the other two were observing him too. A jet black warrior cloth covered a muscular body with a cold attitude. His long black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like two stars shining and oppressing people's minds. Hao Hai and Ming Mei were shaken inside, but still kept their faces stiff. They could feel the brutal aura exuded from Shi Yin, while his breath was filled with clear, murderous intention. Not a soft persimmon. Just at first glance, Hao Hai and Ming Mei understood something. They then could see the fear deep in each other's eyes. The murderous aura couldn't be gained through cultivation. A warrior could only obtain it from fatal fights and slaughter, in which he had to kill many other warriors. If others sensed them carefully, they could see the murderous aura on Hao Hai and Ming Mei too. However, it was much less than Shi Yin's. Who was this man? Hao Hai and Ming Mei exchanged looks, their hearts filled with surprise while they were searching for the identity of young and outstanding men in the divine great land in their heads. Names of prominent young men crossed their minds fast. Shaking his head, Hao Hai realized that none of the outstanding young men in the divine great land matched what the Baron Shi Yin had. Lin Yiqi let out a light chuckle. She slowly strolled out of the gravitation room, throwing a glance at Hao Hai. Her beautiful eyes showed her disdain towards the young man. She snorted and said impatiently, "You come here again? For what?" Hao Hai was enraged. A cold light slowly crossed his phoenix eyes that could scare people. "The pellet you sold me contained extreme poison. I almost fell in bewilderment. You tell me what I come for?" Ah, Lin Yiqi didn't change her face. On the contrary, she giggled. "When I gave it to you, didn't I remind you that I didn't refine it? I remember I told you that already. Remembering it or not, it's your responsibility." An interesting smile hung on Ming Mei's face as she was retreating her graceful body, keeping a distance with Hao Hai. Then, she spoke mildly. "Yiqi Mei Mei, I'm here just to watch the fun. You don't need to be bothered with me. Lin Yuqi's face was cold. She snorted and muttered something under her breath, as if she was cursing someone else. Turns out I can't reason with you. How Hai wasn't angry. He seemed to be calmer, nodded as he said, "Give me back the materials I've given you to refine pellets. Or, give me the real pellets. Otherwise, I won't let this slip away. Regarding me getting poisoned, as long as you apologize, I won't trouble you more to give old leaf face." In your dreams, Lin Yuqi cracked a mocking smile, her face full of disdain. How Hai's countenance became tenser. He took a deep breath. The ring on his arm had many black fibers which looked like seaweed in the deep ocean, extending and winding around both of his arms. Those black fibers were moving with some mysterious trajectory, forming tiny but dense demonic patterns on his arms. After the patterns were formed, they started to absorb the essence qi in his body. The black, fine fibers forming the patterns became more exquisite after receiving the essence qi. Now, they looked like the shiny long black hair. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Strange sounds echoed from his armor, as energy fluctuations expanded everywhere. Heaven and earth qi was suddenly restrained. The overflowing rich heaven and earth aura seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. Not only the space surrounding them, but also the heaven and earth aura surrounding Shi Yin and Lin Yuqi were cut off. A space-twisting energy appeared next to How Hai. Space then started to crumple as if it were about to collapse, giving people a strange feeling of shrinking. Trace of grudge sparkled in Lin Yuqi's eyes. She stepped backward quietly until she reached the door of the gravitation room. Then, she smiled, pointing at Shi Yin. "This is my cousin. He said that, as long as he's here, no one can bully me anymore." Cousin. How Hai and Ming Mei were suspicious. Since when did she have a cousin? As they were all the young talents of the divine great land, it wasn't the first time How Hai and Ming Mei visited the Dead Soul Mountain range, or the first time they had contacted Lin Yuqi. They knew that Li Zhengrong's two disciples were both orphans, whom Li Zhengrong had been taking care since they were little. How could an orphan have a cousin all of a sudden? Well, nowadays, cousins are things we can't clarify. The one I love, I could call him cousin too. Ha! Ming Mei beamed a tender smile, looking at Shi Yin and Lin Yuqi with dark thoughts showing on her face. How Hai got it, as his face turned colder. He liked Lin Yuqi, and Ming Mei knew that well. He was still suspicious, but after Ming Mei stirred up the matter, he got it immediately. B*TCH. Lin Yuqi glared at Ming Mei with hostility as she was cursing the girl in her head. Actually, she had mouthed the word, but she didn't make a sound. Lin Yuqi wasn't an idiot. She understood that Ming may burn it up on purpose. The relationship between Lin Yuqi and How Hai used to be a bit harmonious. If Ming Mei hadn't added things at the wrong timing, which provoked How Hai's mood, How Hai wouldn't have misbehaved with her. It would not accelerate to a violent dispute like right now. The hatred she had for Ming Mei was deeper than what she felt for How Hai. If it weren't that Ming Mei was more dangerous than How Hai, she would have taken action against that woman earlier. Cousin, they want to bully me, Lin Yuqi called out with her soft voice and innocent appearance. She pointed at Ming Mei and How Hai. These two aren't good people. They harm other people daily. Well, especially the one who always pours oil into fire. I think she regrets that she can't kill some girls who are more beautiful than her. Well, that sort of people are the most disgusting ones. Ming Mei's pupils shrank. She curled her lips and snorted. Are you talking about me? Women always cared about their appearances, especially pretty women. Lin Yuqi's words, of course, got the other girl on her nerves. Nah, how dare I talk about you? Everybody knows that you are the most beautiful woman. Ming Mei, yeah, right? You are so beautiful, Lin Yuqi mocked with a cold face. Ming Mei let out a light chuckle, but her eyes shimmered with cold light. She was a bit gloomy as she was looking at the other girl, seeming to be thoroughly provoked. Do you want to interfere in others' business? Although How Hai was enraged, he still had his clear mind. He could recognize that Shi Yin wasn't just an ordinary man. I will not interfere in others' business, smiled Shi Yin. How High relaxed his stiff face, while Lin Yuqi got angry, rolling her eyes at him. Ming Mei found it interesting, chuckling and looking at him. It's my cousin's business. How I can consider it other people's business? Shi Yin smiled faintly. He stood upright and curled his lips, his manners as sharp as a knife when he shouted, "Stop babbling. If you want to fight, move your A**s. I don't have much time for you." In that fraction of time, the indignant feature on Lin Yuqi's face vanished. She smiled cheerily until her body shook. "I knew it. My cousin likes me the most." Shi Yin felt his hair raising as he beamed a forced smile in his heart. However, he still appeared cold as usual. How High was enraged. Cold light sparked like electric currents in his eyes. The aura on him became more murderous, but his face was getting calmer. "Brilliant hotshot," Shi Yin exclaimed in his head. It was the first time he showed his serious countenance. Now he knew that the young generation nurtured by the 7 ancient factions were really tough to deal with. During a fight, the more one got angry, the more chances one had to fall into the disadvantaged circumstances. When the hotshots fought, they competed each other in aura, mood, experience, and intelligence. During a battle, if the opponent could control the mood, one's aura would change accordingly, which would affect the whole picture of the battle. When a warrior had rage affecting his mind, he couldn't react with clarity. Losing the mind meant losing the grasp of the whole situation. Right before the fight, How High could restore his sound mind, which was what a typical hotshot would do. "I don't care if you're a cousin or not. Frankly speaking, you irritate me. If I don't feel good, you shouldn't expect to feel good either." How High gave him a faint smile, his face calm and relaxed. However, his aura became more dangerous. Replying to How High, 3 words came from Shi Yan's side. "Come beat me." All of a sudden, How High moved like a thunderbolt tearing the sky. Strong, determined, evil, and brutal. Chapter 546, One Strike to Rout. Chapter 546, One Strike to Rout. How High moved slightly. The demonic patterns on his arms shot out countless black lightning bolts, looking extremely fearsome. The smell of blood exuded from his armor, shining with a cold light that could make people shiver. Those beams of light poured into his palms as strong as a rising rainbow. 2 spheres of black energy were spinning in his palms, as big as a grinder. They looked malicious and brutal, full of a murderous aura. Demon electricity was activated. This was a killing strike of How High. If everything was smooth enough, he could use one strike to rout the enemy. Ming Mei smiled brightly, but her eyes were as cold as ice, gazing at Shi Yin while waiting to see him be wounded badly. How High had been practicing this strike for a really long time. He had learned it from watching the Ghost Bloody dance in the Ghost Bloody Cave in the Devil Valley. When added with the demon electric power from the demonic patterns, all the elders in the Devil Valley had to admire this strike of his. Ming Mei knew the power of this strike. She understood well that if How High weren't enraged completely, he would never use it in the first attack. "Let's see, what do you do to counter?" Ming Mei sneered inside as she was thinking about what to do to provoke Lin Yuqi after Shi Yin was defeated. Lin Yuqi was also worried, her face anxious. She didn't expect that How High would use the killing strike straight up like that. Now, she regretted it that she didn't tell Shi Yin clearly how dangerous How High was. If she had told him, Shi Yin could have used all of his strength to counter right at the beginning. She thought Shi Yin would find it hard to parry the opponent now. Lin Yuqi had heard Yi Changfeng bragging about Shi Yan's skills many times, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Thus, she still kept a suspicious attitude towards the man. Anyhow, Shi Yin came from the Endless Sea. She understood well that martial arts and endowment of the warriors there were far behind that of the warriors in the Divine Great Land. How High came from the Devil Valley, the ruthless fellow that successfully walked out of the 36 terminating caves in the Devil Valley. Warriors in the Devil Valley had to compete with each other ruthlessly. The strong would win, and the weak had to accept their defeat. Disciples who could walk out of the Devil Valley had to step on countless bloody bodies after they had perceived some kinds of evil powers in 36 terminating caves. It was no exception that all disciples who could escape the Devil Valley became the objects to receive the intensive training from the Devil Valley. And in the future, they would become the key persons of the Devil Valley, too. The 36 terminating caves of the Devil Valley hid danger at every step. Bodies and bones of losers filled the place, while some sorts of evil powers hovered everywhere. Under such circumstances, if a warrior wanted to survive, he had to deal with something much more dangerous than fighting with the experts. It could be said that the area was hell where devils dwelled. How High was among the warriors who had successfully proven himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Demon electric currents shot like shuttles moving back and forth, weaving a shield without the smallest split that could cover both the sky and earth. The shield was stretching from above. Lin Yiqi's heart felt like being hung tightly. However, Shi Yin stood still like a 10,000 years old mountain. His eyes were cold and brutal, indifferently watching the intertwining demon electric currents slowly descending like a bunch of snakes from the sky. The corner of How High's mouth hung a cold smile. That man was done. If the torrential demon electric currents covered him entirely, among the same level warriors, no one could successfully escape this strike. They could only be eroded bit by bit. How High was confident. However, at this moment, numerous palm leaf fan imprints appeared in the air. Shi Yan's figure faded and then divided. Shortly, there were 10 Shi Yan, each of them looking cold and ruthless, their eyes fierce with torrential fighting will. Phantom change. Thousand-handed change. Countless hand imprints as big as a small mountain piled up in the void, rumblingly attacking every corner. Boom, boom, boom. They then saw the demon electric currents How High had released being smashed instantly. Numerous black electric currents were destroyed with a smack. 10 Shi Yin piled up on each other, moving fast. The hand imprints became thicker in the sky, just like a shower of leaves covering the whole space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Cripsy explosions reverberated, as the space between the two of them exploded with an ear-splitting thunder. A burning smell spread out in the air. The ground under Shi Yan's feet cracked, as green stones scattered here and there. The training courts around were slightly shaking, while the tiles on their roofs flew randomly. Shortly, the phantoms in the sky retreated. The hand imprints faded out like vanishing shadows until they disappeared completely. Dust settled. The chaotic situation calmed down, and the field revealed little by little. Oh, Ming Mei covered her mouth, her visage frightened. Her eyes bulged as if they were about to fall off her sockets. Lin Yiqi was struck. She burst out laughing as she was overjoyed. Surrounded by debris, Shi Yin stood still at his spot as if he had never moved. His face was as cold as usual. How High was covered in blood, trembling and about to collapse. His face was gloomy and sinister. 2 trickles of dark blood dripped down on his face that he couldn't control. It seemed like he got beaten by many people. His clothes were pieces of rags, and his armor was broken. The demon patterns on his arms dimmed. No more lights sparkled, or any torrential energy that surged. Bruises of hand imprints appeared on his chest, arms, and abdomen, which left deep concaves on his body. How High trembled, and then fell. The vicious light in his eyes dimmed as he fainted. Ming Mei changed her visage, flew over and grabbed him. She lifted her head, fear crossing her eyes briefly before disappearing. She put How High on her shoulder and then moved swiftly, running away from the scene. Warriors who were cultivating in the training courts near there craned their necks from the doors and watched the scene with astonishment. Lin Yiqi wore a smiling face, as if she had won a big prize. She kept giggling as she was happier than ever before. 4 bottles of the original soul pellet. I'll help you deal with 4 people. He's the first one. Shi Yin frowned, throwing a glance at Lin Yiqi as he notified the girl. He didn't mind the surrounding warriors watching them, getting back to his gravitational room. Lin Yiqi arched the end of her brows and smiled until her eyes squinted, looking at the general direction where Ming Mei had left. After a while, she walked into the gravitational room with satisfaction. Spirit Potion Valley. In a building exclusively for the people from the Devil Valley, Feng Biao was toying with the original demon bead in his hands while explaining the characteristics of the dead souls. Feng Biao was a third sky of Spirit Realm warrior, an elder of the Devil Valley in the Divine Great Land. He was also a famous brutal character. Lining in front of him were 5 young people. They were all wearing gorgeous attires, but their aura were gloomy and eccentric. Their faces were stubborn as they were listening to the older man impatiently. These 5 young people were the hotshots of the Devil Valley who came out from the 36 terminating caves. 4 of them were at the peak of Sky Realm, while the 5th one was a handsome young man who, surprisingly, was at the first sky of Spirit Realm. Lai Feng was the most famous young expert of the Devil Valley. He had reached the Spirit Realm when he was 30 years old. Since he was 10 years old, he had been training in the 36 terminating caves, killing many people. He had a pair of silver eyes and gray hair. Everybody was afraid of him. Although Feng Biao was the elder of the Devil Valley, Lai Feng apparently didn't respect him. His face showed that he didn't care. He was the devil kind who had a greater chance to grasp the top power of the Devil Valley in the future. Although his position was low, he was extremely ominous. Young people in his generation only submitted to him. If they didn't obey his order, it would be much more terrible than going against their teacher. His authority stemmed from the 36 terminating caves. Each generation of brilliant warriors who had been cultivated in the terminating caves in the Devil Valley together with him and could get out of that evil place with him all submitted to him. If they didn't follow him, he would keep them in the caves forever. Lai Feng leaned against the wall. It seemed like he was about to doze off at any minute, his face idle. Feng Biao clenched his jaw. While he was lecturing about the dead soul's characteristics, Lai Feng obviously didn't pay attention to him, which irritated him a lot. Although he didn't like it, Feng Biao didn't dare to show his real feelings. Lai Feng was too brutal and violent. Also, he was a devil kind. In the coming time, he would surely become the lord of the Devil Valley. If he created a grudge with Lai Feng now, his future wouldn't be so bright. He understood Lai Feng's characteristics pretty well. Thus, even if he felt more irritated, he wouldn't dare to expose it. Bang! The door was banged open. Feng Biao got enraged, shouting with his gloomy face. "What are you doing?" Ming Mei carried How High stormed into the room, crying with her hoarse voice, "Elder, please check How High. I'm afraid he can't endure any longer." That's why I had to rush. Both young and old men of the Devil Valley in the room changed their faces. "Who did that?" Feng Biao asked with a ferocious face as he instantly jumped to How High and checked the situation. He immediately put many pellets into his mouth and urgently helped him to swallow them. Then he shouted coldly, "Wounded badly. If he didn't arrive on time, even if he could recover, he would still have an ailment that would be hard to treat thoroughly." Who did that? Ming Mei didn't dare to conceal. She hurried to tell them everything in detail. One-on-one? Normal battle? How High got screwed in just one strike. Feng Biao's face became darkened. He tried to press down his anger, asking through his gritted teeth. Ming Mei nodded. "Who's willing to take back the face of our Devil Valley?" Feng Biao took a deep breath, asking with a cold face. "Since he dared to provoke us, no matter where he comes from, we need to use blood to teach him." Feng Biao raked through the people present in the room. Lai Feng pouted his lips, indicating that he wasn't interested in this case. "Chenggu, you're one grade stronger than How High. You shall go." As Feng Biao saw Lai Feng's expression, he knew that the other wasn't just joking. So, he had to take a step back and ask the other to take this mission. Chenggu, a peak sky of Sky Realm, had trained in the 36 terminating caves with How High. He had visited 12's caves alone and got out wounded badly. He was one grade stronger than How High, and had gained more than what How High got from the terminating caves. In general, his competence was one level higher than How High's. Rubbing his nose, Chenggu knew that he couldn't dodge it. "Well, Elder has assigned me, so I don't dare to go against you. I'm going now." Then, Chenggu didn't linger, strolling away towards the precious Tool Valley. "He's just a kid of the Sky Realm. I'm not interested in him. Well, I want to meet him when he reaches the Spirit Realm." Lai Feng's face was cold. He walked out of the room and said leisurely, "I'm tired. I'm going to take rest. Call me if you need me." Yeah, if nothing's important, don't call me. My Demogorgon technique's about to have a breakthrough." Feng Biao hated him and feared him at the same time. He hated Lai Feng's attitude and was afraid of his understanding and tremendous potential. His Demogorgon technique was about to break through again? How long had it been? How did he train himself? Was he human? Feng Biao was startled. He was a hot-tempered person, but he didn't dare to vent out his anger in front of Lai Feng. He tried to press down his anger. Waiting until Lai Feng was gone, he threw an indignant look at the others and scolded. "Why don't you try your best? Look at Lai Feng. His Demogorgon technique is about to break through again. How about you guys? What are you waiting for? Move your ****. Train yourself more." The group of people who got blamed felt like they were amnestied, fleeing away. Only How High was left lying on the ground. That brat was so brutal. The Spirit Hall and the Tool Hall put a curfew on fighting, and he almost made How High bleed to death. Who is he after all? When all the people left the room, Feng Biao muttered to himself with a darkened face. Chapter 547. Comprehend. Chapter 547. Comprehend. His hollow soul was floating erratically in the blacksmith's secrets of success. The teleportation formation appeared with many large circles linked together. The outermost was made of crystal stone. In the spaces between the circles appeared the light condensed from some admixture, which could transmit the energy from the crystal stone. A circle of crystal stone paired up with a circle of supporting light. There were 66 circles, including 33 circles of crystal stones and 33 circles of auxiliary light that guided the energy of the crystal stones. In the center of the circles was a triangular sacrificial altar made of ethereal crystals, which had a mysterious, complicated formation. That formation was the essential key to the teleportation formation. This formation had many nodes and rays connected with each other to gather the power of the ethereal crystal at one spot. Rings of energy from the crystal stone around would urge and lead the energy from the ethereal crystal to create the instant space change, which was the teleportation effect. There weren't many different arrangements between the 66 circles of crystal stones and auxiliary light. He only needed to pay attention to their locations, the size of the crystal stone to be inlaid, and the condensing characteristics of the rings of auxiliary light. The most difficult arrangement was the sacrificial altar, which was made of the ethereal crystal. To be exact, the complicated thing was the formation carved on the altar. Countless nodes of the formation looked like the starry night. Each node held the energy of the ethereal crystal, and there needed to be a precise distance between two nodes. However, the distances between the nodes weren't similar. Even if he wanted to learn by heart, it would cost much of his effort. The nodes were connected to each other using rays, which are the power of the soul consciousness. So he had to urge his soul consciousness to join the nodes together. The hollow soul sank into the middle of a node to probe the ancient technique of the teleportation formation. Shi Yin was concentrating quietly to perceive the mysterious space of this formation. His soul consciousness drained rapidly. Phew! Shi Yin exhaled. When half of his soul consciousness had been consumed, Shi Yin opened his eyes. The teleportation formation was wide-ranging and profound. While comprehending the formation, he vaguely felt that his host's soul would sometimes have a resonance with the heaven and earth. His realm had a sign of breaking through again. He was at the peak of Sky Realm, and his pure essence chi in his body had been accumulated sufficiently a long time ago. Now, all he needed was a flash of recognition, and then he could make a big step further, entering the spirit realm. He got stuck at this pass. This time, while he was comprehending the teleportation formation, his realm was increased a little bit. Although this growth was slow, he could feel it earnestly. He had a feeling that when he could finally perceive the mysteries of the teleportation formation, it would be the moment he entered the spirit realm. Shi Yin took out 5 original soul pellets, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing. While his soul consciousness was being recovered, his mind was still tense, lingering at the previous location to learn and feel the mysterious features of the formation, quietly digging to its deepest layer. He had his own experience regarding the subtle, mysterious characteristics of the teleport formation. After each time he had accessed the blacksmith's secrets of success, while his soul consciousness was consumed rapidly, his realm was also increasing fast. The teleportation formation was some sort of an Upanishad that used the true meaning of the most mysterious power of the space. In the sky realm, breaking through a new realm would require the complete understanding of the powers of the earth and firmament. It didn't matter what type, but what mattered was the level of the comprehension. In the divine Great Land, warriors at the sky realm could use different kinds of Upanishad to break through their sky realm. However, using the comprehension of the space power from the teleportation formation to break to the spirit realm was a precedent that no one had ever heard about. From sky realm to spirit realm, using the comprehension of the power, he could break through instantly with a wide-ranged growth. At that time, in the spirit realm, he could use the essence of the power's deep meaning at a profound level. In other words, if he used the mysteries of the teleportation formation to break through to spirit realm, shortly, his understanding of space power would rocket to a high level. In spirit realm, space power could become a source of his powers. Perhaps it could be the main force, which had more room to grow further. Space power and time power, these two kinds of powers were always the rarest and the most difficult to master. Even in the divine Great Land, no one had ever heard that anyone could control these two powers. Blacksmiths had studied teleportation formation, but they didn't focus on increasing powers. When a blacksmith entered the spirit realm from sky realm, the power comprehension they would pay attention to was the deep meaning of fire. No matter they were blacksmiths or alchemists, fire was the most important partner in the future. Understanding the power of fire could determine the grade of the fiery flame in their bodies. The deeper understanding of fire powers they had, the stronger the flame in their body could become, which would help them refine higher-graded weapons and medicine. Fire was the foundation of blacksmiths and alchemists. Even if the space power was miraculous, it wasn't much valuable to these refiners. Someone who knew the miraculous features of the space power but didn't master the teleportation formation must need a very particular situation to perceive this sort of power. This made many warriors who wanted to use the space power to improve furthermore from the sky realm find it impossible to enter that door. Thus, the possibilities that some peculiars could use the space power to enter the spirit realm were really rare. Anyway, Shurian was absolutely of a strange kind. The original soul pellet was worth the name of the sacred medicine that could restore the soul consciousness. Not long after that, his consumed soul consciousness had been almost fully recovered. Lin Yiqi held a smile on her face. She stood opposite to him, feeling so bored she had to watch things from here and there while toying with a refining formation in her hands. She often checked him. Having restored his sound mind, light sparked in his eyes strangely. Shurian woke up, throwing a glance at her leisurely. "Your trouble comes again." Lin Yiqi wasn't scared but quite happy at the same time. She shot up from her seat while giggling. "So good. I was so bored here. I was just hating it that they didn't come earlier." Sure, Yin was surprised. He adjusted his clothes and then got up, pushing the stone door open. Chenggu was holding a narrow blue sword, which had the cloudy ghost and blood ghost coiled around the handle. These two strange creatures melted into the sword, revealing a deep blue of the ocean. Neat and eccentric, Een aura and murderous aura piled up, exuding an evil, bloodthirsty breath. Chenggu and Hao Hai were similar. They were both at the peak of Sky Realm. However, Chenggu had better powers and treasures. "Chenggu," Lin Yiqi rolled her eyes while snarling. "I don't think I have any grudge against you, right?" Chenggu had a thin and long face. His eyes weren't big, and he was wearing white clothes. He wasn't considered good-looking, but his bearing was tender, which was much different from the others who came from the Devil Valley. "Sorry, Elder Feng got angry, so he sent me here." Chenggu held his fist, beaming a forced smile, as if he had no other choice. I don't dare to not follow my teacher's order. Miss Lin, please forgive me. Hey, brother. I'm here to discuss only. I don't want to risk my life with you. Don't treat me like you treated How High. Don't beat me to near death. That Feng Biao old fogey, he does like to hide his shortcomings. Lin Yiqi snorted, then turned to Shi Yan. Cousin, How High's Feng Biao's disciple. He has a deep relationship with him. Now that How High got hurt badly, of course, Feng Biao won't let it slip away. However, Chenggu isn't Feng Biao's disciple. He's just a Zhou. You have to control. Don't let him not be able to go back. Shi Yan's brows convulsed while he kept silent. He had used only one strike to beat How High, which was a lucky defeat. He was good at using wild energy impact. When his own power added up to the negative power, it was like finding the way to die if a warrior at the same level wanted to compete with him on using power. The strike How High used was to pile up energy, using the strongest power to kill him instantly, as fast as thunder and lightning. Bumping into him, How High's method was the worst choice. Using power to resist power. Under the circumstances that Shi Yan had used the formidable thousand-hand change, his power from his body, and the negative power, along with his essence qi bursting out at the same time, How High had no way to counter it. He got hurt severely in that instant. It could only say that his fortune was really bad. Obviously, Chang'e wasn't the same type of warrior as How High. Changji's blue ghost sword had the cloudy ghost and the blood ghost. He could control the bloodthirsty and vicious aura, but he appeared as an elegant gentleman. People who didn't know him could think that this guy came from the Pure Land. His entire bearing gave people a vague feeling that they couldn't probe this man's identity. This man knew how to hide his breath. Possibly, he could drift and move swiftly. Facing this type of an opponent, the gravitational field was the best option. While Shi Yan kept silent, he had inaudibly built 3 gravitational fields that normal people couldn't see, arranging them on his sides and behind his back, leaving his front unshielded. If Chang'e dashed towards him from the front, he wouldn't meet the gravitation field. In face-to-face fighting, Shi Yan wasn't afraid of anyone. If he used some kinds of swift-moving techniques and attacked him from 2 sides or from the back, it would suit Shi Yan the most. Once he got into the gravitation field, if he hesitated for just a fraction of time, Shi Yan would give Chang'e a defeat that was even worse than How High's. Please be merciful. Chang'e held his fist. When his words faded, he disappeared. Shi Yan's face changed. Clenching his fists, his punches were like a mountain as they violently and arrogantly hit the ground. Boom! Rock chips and dust scattered. The ground now got a deep fist concave, which was eye-catching. A low shout arose from underground. Swoosh! A sword shimmered with gloomy blue light by the cloudy ghost, blood ghost, and a murderous aura slashed the ground, crossing the void. A cold blue light stabbed towards Shi Yan's chest. PFFF. A bloody flower bloomed on Shi Yan's chest, as big as a thumb, while blood gushed out like a stream. Lin Yiqi was frightened, covering her mouth in fear. Too fast. As soon as Chang'e disappeared, no one knew how he got underground that fast, which made all the gravitation field Shi Yan had created fail. The sword light carried together with the yin qi and the blood aura that could pierce through any strong defense invincibly. People just saw the light flash, and Shi Yan got it. The wound had numerous beams of yin qi on its cut. The blood aura was like a spider fiber, eroding his vessels and tendons quickly. An aching and numb feeling spread out in his entire body. Poisonous aura. Shi Yan's face became darker. Chang'e looked tender, but he turned out to be so vicious. This guy was good at ambushing with his hiding talent. He could kill people instantly within one strike, and even his weapons had poison on them. Chang'e appeared friendly just to hide his instant kill strike. Shi Yan took a deep breath. He had gotten angry now. If he didn't have the petrification martial spirit, his chest would be bored under this attack. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be hurt badly. Basically, Chang'e didn't come here to discuss anything. This was using all deeds to ambush and kill him. Friend, you're evil enough. I got my lesson indeed. Shi Yan quickly gathered himself. His eyes flashed with cold light as he arched his brows. "Come here, mate." Chapter 548, The Second Battle. Chapter 548, The Second Battle. May arrived again, under a tree shade next to the gravitation chamber. She stood there with a contented, smiling face. She was so excited. Chang'e didn't fail her, indeed. He was worth the name of the warrior who understood ambushing the best in this generation. With only one strike, he had wounded Shi Yin severely. This would surely save the face of the Devil Valley. Warriors who were staying in the training courts near there showed up in silence. They were watching the fight there with great interest. Chang'e was the young expert of the new generation in the Devil Valley. Many people here knew him. They were boisterously discussing with each other and guessing when Shi Yin would lose his resistance. Lin Yiqi was confused. She shouted, "Chang'e is good at sneaking. Don't fall into his trap." Shi Yin curled his lips. His muscular body gradually floated until he was around 30 meters from the ground. He cocked his head to look down. Chang'e could hide himself underground. This variable was beyond his estimation, which made him pay a big price. If he didn't have a strong body, he would have lost within one strike. The Devil Valley was always the Devil Valley. The ones who came from the 7 old factions weren't soft persimmons. The easy defeat of How High made him underestimate the others. However, through Chang'e's counterattack, he understood that he should never underrate the 7 ancient factions, which had been standing firmly in the divine Great Land for 10,000 years. Chang'e didn't hurry to attack him again as he was hiding underground. Releasing his soul consciousness, Shi Yin started to search underground, but he couldn't locate Chang'e's position. This man was truly a stealth assassin who was more dangerous than How High. Even under Shi Yin's sensing, he still could hide. Although his soul consciousness wasn't completely pure, the way he used to utilize his soul consciousness was much profound than ordinary warriors. This was thanks to the soul Upanishads of the demonic Sound clan. At that abandoned area, he had learned many special techniques using soul consciousness from the soul Upanishads of the demonic Sound clan. The soul-searching technique was the secret soul technique of the demonic Sound clan. Using the soul consciousness as a net, it was extended to every direction, then slowly retreated to see any creatures in the coverage range of the soul consciousness. However, his soul-searching technique couldn't locate Chang'e. This meant this man had something special to hide his soul consciousness. Since he couldn't find Chang'e, he didn't hurry to take action, just waiting for Chang'e to show himself. Hotshots who were good at hiding his aura would not linger at one spot. They would always move. He understood that Chang'e wouldn't stop, but keep changing his location constantly while gathering energy to prepare for a deadlier strike. He's waiting. Indeed, gloomy, dark shadows emerged one by one from the ground, as if they were sprouting, while a cold, bloodthirsty aura flooded the area instantly. Cloudy Ghost and Blood Ghost. Among the devil breeds that were nurtured in the 36 terminating caves of the Devil Valley, the Soul Thorn belonged to the Cloudy Ghost, and the blood-sucking remembrance was a skill of the Blood Ghost. They were both soul attack skills. Creatures without a tangible body were always good at using soul. The Cloudy Ghost and the Blood Ghost were an exception. At that moment, a Cloudy Ghost and a Blood Ghost floated up, drifting in the void towards Shi Yin. Soul Thorn and blood-sucking remembrance from the Cloudy Ghosts and Blood Ghosts shot out towards his sea of consciousness all of a sudden in an attempt to disorder it instantly. What Chang'e needed was only an opportunity. Once Shi Yin's sea of consciousness became chaotic because of the Soul Thorn and the blood-sucking remembrance, Chang'e would attack Shi Yin with irresistible forces. Each Cloudy Ghost and Blood Ghost was like the Ghost Shadow. They were vague, floating everywhere. Smell of blood and aura filled the whole space. Shi Yin shivered, while his eyes showed that he was struggling. It's time. An electric current cracked the ground, thrusting towards Shi Yin. It was as fast and robust as a sharp knife. The Cloudy Ghosts and the Blood Ghosts swarmed over like a rising tide, covering Shi Yin, tying his soul down. Cheng Ji's attack didn't stop, jabbing into Shi Yan's chest in just a blink. Lin Yuqi felt like her heart was hung by a thread. She knew the situation was bad. At that instant, Shi Yan's dull pupils suddenly radiated with a glorious light, his face bright and shining. Flames like lotuses bloomed in the air dazzlingly and beautifully. However, they were scorching hot. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each cloudy ghost and blood ghost turned into smoke. After a wind blew by, they vanished into thin air. Shi Yan cracked a smile, which was as sharp as a blade, cold and dangerous. Boom! The death and life seals were released, piling up. Death intent domain expanded as the trees and grass in the manor started to shrivel and die. Cold light dots exploded like fireworks, flying everywhere like shattered stars in the sky. The death and life seals had many cold light dots. Under the death intent domain, the destructive power slaughtered and erased everything that was covered under that cold light. Cheng Gu was exposed. He was holding the blue demon sword, his face frightened as he was trying to retreat. 3 gravitational fields combined into one and activated at once, covering Cheng Gu entirely. Chaotic essence chi. Cheng Gu seemed to see ghosts in daylight. His silhouette flickered in midair like a dying candle. Swoosh! A ray entered the gravitational field, intruding Cheng Ji's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Crack, crack, crack. Cripsy explosions echoed continuously inside Cheng Ji's body, just like the fireworks getting ignited. Inside the gravitational field, Cheng Gu was rolling like a ball, his body covered in blood. Thud! Cheng Gu fell. His eyes were disordered, as he didn't have even a bit of energy. Half of the bones in his body were broken, and he was dying. Mingmei was filled with fear. The second one. Light flashed as Shi Yan reappeared. He frowned at Lin Yuqi and got back to the gravitational chamber. Lin Yuqi dropped her jaw as she was struck, unable to understand anything. Cheng Gu was defeated like that? It was simply a bewildering defeat. No one knew what had happened. They only thought that Cheng Gu had made a big mistake during the battle and had lost the control of his body. Only Cheng Gu knew that he didn't make any mistake, but was dragged into a gravitation field that snatched the control of his body. However, he couldn't talk as he had fainted. Mingmei fell into a deep fear. Seeing Shi Yan disappear into the room, she cried in panic, rolled her eyes at Lin Yuqi, and then carried Cheng Gu on her back, flying away. Cheng Gu was hurt badly, even worse than Hao Hai. Hao Hai had wounds on his skin and flesh, while Cheng Gu had his tendons and bones broken, which was really hard to treat. Spirit Potion Valley. Wen Mingmei dragged the dying Cheng Gu towards Feng Biao. Feng Biao was complete enraged. Cheng Ji's wounds were so severe that even if he could recover his bones, it would leave sequelae. Later on, it would be strenuous for him to reach the higher realms. He didn't have the immortal martial spirit after all. Feng Biao's face became more ferocious after sensing the young man for a while. Listening to Mingmei narrating, he suddenly shouted, "Lai Feng." Lai Feng walked in with a darkened face. He was about to burst out, but when he glared at Cheng Gu, then exclaimed in fear, "Do you need me to explain furthermore?" Feng Biao grunted. Lai Feng nodded, answered him quietly, "I got it." The relationship between him and Cheng Gu was really good. When they were in the 36 terminating caves, Cheng Gu was his most persistent little brother. He was also a rare good friend. Even if he didn't care about the prestige of the Devil Valley, since they were friends, he couldn't just stand and stare. "I want him to die." Feng Biao clenched his jaw like a ferocious beast. "You don't need to bother with the curfew by the Spirit Hall and Tool Hall. This time I want to see his body. If any bad consequences happen, I will bear them all." Lai Feng's red tongue moistened his lips. His narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. "Relax. I'll drag his body here." After saying that, Lai Feng disappeared like a gust of wind. Mingmei was struck, chasing after him with astonishment. "Let's see how you die this time," Mingmei thought hostilely. In front of the gravitational room, more than 10 warriors of the Precious Tool Valley were discussing quietly while looking at the room with an admiring and respectful face. The battle between Yin and Chenggu had spread out all over the precious Tool Valley as fast as a thunderbolt. Many warriors who had nothing to do got stirred up hearing this news. They gathered here with great interest. Everyone knew that the Devil Valley was tough. First, Yin had beaten up How Hai. Then he smashed Changji's bones. Such malicious deeds were crueler than even the Devil Valleys. The ones who had the guts to provoke the Devil Valley's authority were all from the 7 ancient factions. However, even if he were from the 7 ancient factions, he shouldn't do such horrendous deeds. Who was he? Why did he dare to do so? Those people couldn't help but think about that vision. All wore an excited face, waiting for the next event to happen. Everyone knew that the Devil Valley wouldn't let things slip away like that. They also knew that there was a devil kind called Lai Feng among the young hotshots of the Devil Valley who came here this time. Lai Feng's strength and brutal characteristics were famous in the entire divine Great Land. In the north of the precious Tool Valley, at the exclusive area of the Radiant God cult, a line of good-looking talents was listening to Elder Xuem Mu lecturing about the features of the dead souls. All of a sudden, a surprise scream came from outside. Xuem Mu frowned, threw a glance there while his soul consciousness was moving, listening attentively. A young man hurt Chenggu and How Hai badly. His deed was brutal. We'll have a good show, it seems. Xuem Mu talked to Yu Lu in front of him, his face terrified. You take your brothers and sisters to check it out. Li Feng will show up, I assume. You fought with Lai Feng that year without a final result. I think you should take this opportunity and check out his current competence. Yu Lu was surprised. He nodded, then took some young hotshots of the Radiant God cult out of the place. The manor in the south of the Spirit Potion Valley. Elder Yalai of the Pure Land acted the same with Xuem Mu as he was assigning the pride of the Pure Land, Luo Yu. What's his name? Luo Yu was wearing a dark purple robe. His face moved. I know all the experts of the ancient factions. He could hurt Chenggu and How Hai, so he shouldn't be just an anonymous. I've never heard of him before. Maybe he's new. Yalai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the man either. Luo Yu was surprised, then nodded and said, I will go there and take a look. Some hotshots of the Pure Land's new generation followed him. News spread quickly. Not long after that, all warriors in the precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley received this buzzing news. They started to pack the space in front of Yan's gravitational chamber. Hundreds of warriors were like a cloud of grasshoppers, packing the space in front of the gravitational room. The big war was ready to set off. Chapter 549. If it's a must-fight, then fight. Chapter 549. If it's a must-fight, then fight. Gravitational chamber. Lin Yiqi was worried, talking with a soft tone. Leave the precious Tool Valley. You can't stay here. How Hai failed, and then Chenggu failed. Lai Feng will take action for sure. Yin indifferently sat down cross-legged. He slightly opened his eyes and then frowned. Lai Feng? Who's he? The strongest of this generation in the Devil Valley. He's at the first sky of Spirit Realm. People call him Devil Kind. This man's so evil and insane that if he feels irritated, he will slaughter massively, Lin Yiqi said with a solemn face. Ah, nodded Yin, let him come. After he had reached the third sky of Sky Realm, Yin's confidence was abundant. Although he wasn't too arrogant, it helped him not to be afraid of the Spirit Realm warriors, especially those who were just one realm higher than him. The Spirit Realm and the Sky Realm were one whole realm away from each other. The gap between the two realms was like a deep and vast canal to ordinary warriors. But that didn't include him. Being a man who had 3 different types of martial spirits, a strong physique, and the ability to urge the negative energy, he had many tricks. Even if he had to battle with Spirit Realm warriors, he wasn't too afraid. As the strange creatures like the War Devil, the king of demonic insects, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the Holy Spirit God were with him, he didn't need to worry about his life. Thus, he got just a little bit anxious. The opponent just had the Spirit Realm cultivation base. Would he have the power that goes against the natural order? Lin Yuqi was quite discontented with his manners. She kept muttering and begging him to leave, her face worried. Where to go? Shurian couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the Dead Soul Mountain range is a dangerous place. Once I leave the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley and enter the mountain range which is full of dead souls, I will die sooner. Although Lai Feng's excellent, will he dare to kill me? He does dare. Lin Yuqi was hurried. I told you he's a madman. The curfew of the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley can prevent the others, but not him. Shi Yin was stunned. He hesitated for a while, and then spoke up with an icy cold visage. If he dares, I can always show him how dangerous I am. Shi Yin wasn't afraid of the Devil Valley. The 7 ancient factions were strong, but they didn't have any ties with him. He was alone in this vast divine great land. He just needed to find a secret place and hide there. Even if the power of the 7 factions spread out in every corner, they couldn't track him down. He had no worries, no burdens, or anything that could tie him down. At most, he could just leave. Lin Yuqi had advised him for a long time without a positive result. Of course, she got indignant and shouted. She jumped over, attempting to drag him out of the place, forcing him to leave. However, at this moment, Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He dodged Lin Yuqi and pushed her away. Lin Yuqi was enraged, her face anxious. The one you're talking about comes. Outside the gravitational chamber, many warriors staying in the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley had gathered here, hundreds of them. Most of them were the disciples of the Pure Land in the Sky Realm. Some of them had Spirit Realm cultivation base. However, those experts of the Spirit Realm were all old. They were hiding in a crowd, watching the event. There were 3 exceptions: Lai Feng, Yulu, and Luo Yu. They were the new expert generation of the Devil Valley, the Radiant God Cult, and the Pure Land. Under the intensive care and numerous cultivating materials, plus their innate talents, they had reached the Spirit Realm at ease. God-given rare talents. These 3 were famous around the Divine Great Land. No matter the previous generations or the young and good-looking new generation, they all knew these 3. Yulu and Luo Yu brought their sisters and brothers, standing in front of the gravitation chamber with great interest on their faces. Lai Feng had arrived earlier. He didn't hurry and just sat down cross-legged outside the room, closing his eyes and waiting for something. Ming Mei stood behind him, her eyes sharp but radiant as she was scanning the room. She didn't know what Lai Feng was waiting for. A long time afterward, Lai Feng slowly got up, his leisured, good-looking appearance swaying as he rose his voice. My friend in there, have you relaxed sufficiently? I'm Lai Feng of the Devil Valley. I think you know I'm here already. I don't want to talk much. I come here this time to see your defeat. As long as you admit your defeat, saying that you surrender after seeing me, Lai Feng, I won't make this bigger. Turns out he was waiting for that brat to recover. Everybody was amazed. Yulu and Luo Yu seemed to disdain him, shaking their heads strangely as if they thought that Lai Feng was just hypocritical. He was a Spirit Realm warrior, and now he wanted to trouble a Sky Realm warrior. Even if he waited until he recovered, what was that for? Could the gap between the 2 realms be made up in just a breath adjustment? Lai Feng comes indeed. Lin Yuqi was frightened. Shi Yin stood up and calmly kicked the door open. Then, he came into the sight of hundreds of people. Surrender after seeing you? Shi Yin felt amused as he shook his head. You're not qualified. Lai Feng's eyes became colder while a cold sneer appeared on his mouth. Interesting. Well, seems I was too much concerned, right? Friend, you do have guts. So, that's how you could hurt How High in Chang'e. Aren't you here to take back the face of the Devil Valley? Shi Yin arched his brows. Why you're babbling that much? If you want to fight, come. Why you're so lengthy? Everyone was stunned. Extremely arrogant. An anonymous kid in the Sky Realm could be that arrogant in front of Lai Feng? He didn't know Lai Feng's reputation, perhaps. No! Lin Yuqi screamed, ear-splittingly. She flew to the front of Lai Feng and explained. He's a friend of mine. He has a good connection with my teacher. He has beaten How High in Chang'e because they had provoked us initially. You're a Spirit Realm warrior. Even if you could defeat him, it isn't a proud triumph. I don't care what the others think about me. Lai Feng's face was sinister. He was smiling, but his eyes were as cold as an ice chamber. What I mind is this man's attitude to me. Boom! A strong gust rolled Lin Yuqi up like a big rope, tying and dragging her out of the battle range. You're that frank, so I shouldn't be wordy. Lai Feng laughed loudly, pulling Lin Yuqi away as he strode to Shi Yan. The hurricane ripped through, causing havoc. The sharp yellow wind blade was as big as a willow leaf multiplied by the number of thousands, rolling torrentially toward Shi Yan. Inside the wind blade hurricane, beams of devilish purple-red light was extending inaudibly, as soft as cotton yet rigid. Crack, crack, crack. The greenstone, which was as firm as steel, exploded under Lai Feng's feet while rock chips scattered everywhere. Howl, howl, howl. The wind howled and reverberated. The hurricane was like a column dragging everything up to the sky. The rocks exploded as the hurricane pressed down, heavy as the force of 10,000 soldiers. Shi Yan slammed his brows together. Under the whips of the strong wind, he was gathering his power. Pale-hued flows of negative energy oozed out from the acupuncture points in his entire body, moving fast in his meridians and blending with his essence qi. Bang, bang. The muscles of his whole body bulged. The power hidden deep inside his muscle fibers was activated instantly, surging vehemently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wind blades shot out from the hurricane, darting to him from every direction. They were all brutal and fierce. The gravitational room was 200 meters squared, but it was smashed in just a blink of an eye. Pieces of rock were dragged into the hurricane, intensifying its power. In a fluster of flying rock chips, the gravitational room was leveled. However, Shi Yan stood still like a 10,000-year-old rock. The wind blades rumblingly stormed over and smashed down his dark light shield, attacking his body. A brutal, bloodthirsty, insane, and hateful thought spurted out from his body, which diffused in the whole scene with an aura of a real substance. Then it exploded furiously. Each wind blade impacted with that malicious aura around him felt as if it had ignited dynamite. Everything burst out blazingly. Boom! He stomped on the ground, causing a tremor to transmit to Shi Yan's feet. His legs didn't settle down, but his power was pouring deep into the soil. The hurricane stormed over, but it couldn't lift him off the ground. It could only spin around him, sending more wind blades to attack him. The warriors watching the fight got stunned, exclaiming in fear. Shi Yan had only the Sky Realm cultivation base, but he wasn't shaken under Lai Feng's swarming wind. This was inexplicable to them. Since Lai Feng was a spirit realm warrior, even if he didn't use all of his power, the understanding he had of the powers of heaven and earth wasn't something a Sky Realm warrior could compare with. Lai Feng was the pride of the Devil Valley, the bizarre evil seed that had escaped the 36 terminating caves. Everyone present here could sense the intimidating nature of his swarming wind. Such powerful force couldn't lift Shi Yan to the sky. Of course, it was beyond people's prediction. This man has a strong foundation. Dangerous, though. Yu Li's eyes brightened. With only his build and the power of the essence qi, and without any treasure used, he can stay firmly on the ground like that. It's not something a normal person can do. Not bad. Not bad at all. Young men and women of the Radiant God cult standing next to Yu Li were all startled. They started to discuss boisterously, their faces excited. Earth origin. This is the resonance between the body and the earth. Only the warriors who are specialized in using the earth power can reach this realm. Luo, you also muttered, although it's not hard to control the earth origin, the young man here can stand firmly like that under the furious hurricane, which is rare. The power of his legs is overwhelming already. The same comments arose from the crowd. People now looked at Shi Yan with more surprise. Interesting, Lai Feng cracked a smile. He wasn't surprised, but happy. He was a fighting maniac. As he could see that Shi Yan could play a big game with him, he became excited and started to accumulate his power. The hands he had always hidden in the sleeves were finally exposed. Spirit Hall. Li Zhongrong and the four Grand Elders were discussing discreetly as they suddenly found a surging energy spread over from the precious Tool Valley. All of them couldn't help but sense quietly. Some Spirit Realm warriors are fighting. Li Zhongrong shouted. He got indignant immediately. We set the curfew of banning fighting already, but someone still violates it. Don't they know what situation we are in? Then Li Zhongrong left the Spirit Hall, flying fast towards the precious Tool Valley. In the Tool Hall, Grand Elder Kuda was also enraged. He furiously walked out of the hall, checking the hurricane in the sky. He suddenly screamed in awe. It's Lai Feng. Lai Feng didn't give us face. Who is he fighting with? Yula. Lai Feng and Yula don't get along well. Lai Feng doesn't abide by the rules, but Yula won't do that. It shouldn't be Yula. Let's go there and see. Let's go. Chapter 550. Force Meets Force. Chapter 550. Force Meets Force. The sun shone dazzlingly over the precious Tool Valley. Under the orange-red sunbeams, the atmosphere in the valley heated up. Sure, Yin was standing in the middle of a training court with so many warriors surrounding. They all looked excited, discussing boisterously with each other, and seemed to be all high. Yu Lu, Luo Yu, and their brothers and sisters had their eyes glued to the scene. They didn't dare to blink, only focusing on the battle over there. Lai Feng continued to accumulate his power. Hurricanes continued to shoot up the sky. They then combined together, creating the swarming wind, washing away things on the training courts. Under the furious hurricane, the training yards were broken, smashed down as easy as breaking a dry tree branch. Warriors training inside hurled themselves out of the places, screaming and yelling with enraged expressions. Lai Feng beamed a faint smile, ignoring all the bad comments and complaints from them. He only smiled at Shi Yin, who was submerged entirely inside the hurricane. Wind blades slaughtered everywhere, flying like sharp sickles. Beams of light bloomed inside the hurricane. The aura it diffused was so sharp that it made people want to stay away from it as far as possible. Shi Yin had no place to hide, and he didn't want to hide. His negative power was still urging. Second sky of rampage. His mind sank into the rampage realm as he was calmly looking at the increasing power of the hurricane. The muscles in his body enlarged and shivered when many types of energy were fusing. His aura became densely refined. Without using the powers from the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the Holy Spirit God, Shi Yin had urged the negative energy and the explosive power of his flesh body to resist the attack from the hurricane. He never showed that he was about to lose. The bystanders revealed their terrified faces as they were astounded. They had thought that when Lai Feng arrived, with his spirit realm cultivation base, this fight would end shortly, and Shi Yin would be killed instantly. But the result was out of their expectation. In the hurricane's havoc, Shi Yin was like a small boat bobbing in a vast sea, which seemed to be about to getting destroyed at any minute while the risk was constantly increasing. However, after a long while, Shi Yin's boat was still bouncing at the same spot, without turning upside down. Everybody admired him. Man, you're good. Lai Feng couldn't help but beam out a trace of respect. Even the Sky Realm warriors from our Devil Valley can't achieve your level. Not bad, dude. That's why you're arrogant. Turns out you have absolute confidence. Good. Smashing your confidence will give me a great sense of achievement. Demon coiling hands. The two exposing hands of Lai Feng thrust forward fast. People then saw a lot of fading shadows shot out, turning into numerous soft, black hands, entangling Shi Yin. Hundreds of bizarre hands grew from his body like tentacles, swimming like snakes in the gust of the hurricane, approaching Shi Yin quickly. Shortly, those tentacles found their target inside the hurricane, coiling Shi Yin entirely. The demon coiling hands was the sacred level martial technique, a long-time famous technique of the Devil Valley. It had absorbed the murderous aura of 36 terminating caves in the Devil Valley. The warrior then used his essence chi to refine it to be harder and more flexible at the same time. It was much dangerous than secret weapons. Once it was activated, The demon coiling hands were like the warrior's eyes, contacting with his soul consciousness. As long as the soul consciousness moved fast enough, the demon coiling hands would wind the opponent's body when he didn't have time to react. Yin got hit. Onlookers were stunned. They felt a little bit regret inside, as they thought that Yin couldn't resist it anymore. At that time, Lai Feng moved. He just swung his hands, and the demon coiling hands covered Yin's body, entering the hurricane. He then activated devil palms unceasingly, condensed many kinds of evil energies, and then struck down rumblingly. Boom, boom, boom. In the deafening explosions, beams weaved, shining like sparkling fireworks. Light dots bloomed out in the hurricane like thick shattered stars. The evil energy burst out, expanding everywhere. The power of the hurricane soared again, continually increasing the pressure. Shortly, muscles in Yin's body cracked, as if he had gotten countless swords pierced through his body at the same time. Blood gushed out from his wounds like streams. The wounds were so deep that people could even see his bones. It was so painful that nothing could compare. Yin's eyes reddened, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils. Numerous rays of light flashed. Third sky of rampage. Extreme, bloodthirsty thoughts flooded his head. At this moment, Yin was fuzzy. Lai Feng was powerful, which surpassed his understanding. At the first sky of Spirit Realm, Lai Feng had a strangely ever-changing devil techniques. His power was pure but evil, and his understanding of the realm was much more profound than the other first sky of Spirit Realm warriors. When Lai Feng actually urged all of his powers and the limit that he could reach, he could even deal with the second sky of Spirit Realm experts. Yin had a wrong assumption about this man. He hadn't arranged the defense carefully and got bound by Lai Feng's demon coiling hands. Malicious light flared from his red pupils, as a thick scent of blood exuded from him, expanding quietly. Inside the blood mist rising in spirals, Yin faced the sky and roared loudly. His voice shot up to the sky, as the power in his body was urged to the extreme limit. A tremendous, murderous aura shot to the sky from his head. Inside the dense blood mist, only the thought of slaughtering remained in Yin's head. He had forgotten everything. The only thing he knew now was to kill all of his enemies. No worry, no happiness, no fear. Only murderous thoughts rose like rising tides. The death intent domain was urged instinctively. A glum, tranquil aura inaudibly diffused, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Many trees in the training yards yellowed, then shriveled at the speed that naked eyes could observe. Their roots crumpled. Insects fell one by one. At the same time, the death intent domain also affected tiny creatures underground, but people couldn't recognize it. Only the thought of death. The death and life seal was also activated. In the third sky of rampage, the negative energy was released freely. 7 hand imprints, which were as big as a whole room, appeared and piled up on each other in the void. Evil, brutal, dead, and desperate thoughts quickly condensed inside the imprints, which doubled its power. The hand imprints fused, leading the murderous aura to the sky, then snatching down from high up. No earth-shaking explosion, no majestic scene of shattering rocks. The training yard was quiet. However, a bizarre change had happened in this silence. The hurricane was torn apart in the middle as if a sharp hand had cut it. In just a blink, numerous demon, coiling hands disappeared. Lai Feng's beautiful and practical demonic techniques seemed to be forced to stop. They were totally subdued. His blood pupils shone the angry flame of a bloodthirsty beast. With blood scattering everywhere, Yin aimed at Lai Feng, using the abundant power of his body to strike. Each hit of him was like it was used to break the mountain, with the energy surging violently. In the death intent domain between Yin and Lai Feng, it seemed some invisible barriers concealed the two's aura. Onlookers only saw the two of them flexed, then storm over like a thunderbolt. But they couldn't hear the sound of their impact or sense the power of each hit. Bloody fighting, Blood streamed out from Shi Yin, which made him look like a bloodthirsty demon from the bottom level of hell. He had totally gone crazy. Light sparkled from his bloody eyes, which scared the onlookers. They didn't dare to look at him in the eyes. Lai Feng was affected as well. The power in his body was restrained. His accomplishment in the spirit realm seemed to be dragged into the abyss of death, as his confidence was nibbled bit by bit. Lai Feng activated all of his powers. Numerous devil techniques that he had been cultivated exquisitely came layer upon layer. Devilish, ghostly light expanded immensely. Attacks that could make people dizzy arose constantly. Force met force. The two silhouettes entangled, wildly bursting out together. Light sparked like shooting stars. Sparkling and glorious, they mesmerized people. Lai Feng didn't realize that his body was covered with blood now. Also, nobody knew whether this was his blood or Shi Yan's. The more Lai Feng fought, the more astounded he became. He had never thought that a kid in the sky realm could use force to withstand his force. Also, he had never seen that human body could be fierce and robust to that degree. Many kinds of techniques that had been imparted during thousands of years in the Devil Valley hit Shi Yin like hitting the most solid rock in the world. Sounds of metal impacting echoed constantly. The power of Shi Yin's body made him feel like he was fighting against a rock puppet and not a flesh body. Anyway, he could ignore this feature. The scariest feature of this man was his recovery ability. Inside the court, he could see clearly that Shi Yan's body was covered with wounds. However, during the fight, he saw the cuts close and then get restored. Wounds recovering during the fighting? What was going on? Lai Feng couldn't believe his own eyes. If he hadn't seen all of Shi Yan's cuts restoring, he would think that he was hallucinating. Unfortunately, he knew it wasn't his illusion. It was all real. During the fighting, his opponent's body recovered quickly, and his fighting competence wasn't weakened too much from the beginning to the end. Quite the contrary, his body got hurt badly, and he was bleeding. Gradually, he felt helpless. Inside the death intent domain, his will was worn out. The confidence that hadn't been shaken before started to wear away. It was the first time Lai Feng found that in the divine great land, there was a man in the sky realm who could fight the proud sons of God of the spirit realm like them. This finding was like a hammer hitting him and suffocating him. The battle still continued. Bystanders couldn't see many clues from the death intent domain. All the powers inside were twisting, not revealing their true forms. Also, they couldn't hear the ear-splitting impact, but only the two vague silhouettes. Li Jinrong and Kuda arrived when the fight was at its peak ferocity. They landed with grimaced faces. "Teacher," Lin Yiqi called out tenderly. Her face was anxious as she was struggling under the whole body restraint of the wind barrier. Li Jinrong snorted, then struck the barrier made by Lai Feng. He pulled Lin Yiqi to his side and asked what happened. Lai Feng's fighting with Shi Yin. Lai Feng has the spirit realm cultivation base, while Shi Yin has only the third sky of sky realm cultivation base. Lai Feng's bullying him, said Lin Yiqi indignantly. Li Jinrong was surprised. He looked at the battle in the court. His narrow eyes squinted. Then, he couldn't help but shout, "Is that Shi Yin?" Lin Yiqi nodded, continually like a hen feeding on rice. When he arrived, Li Jinrong assumed that Lai Feng's opponent would be someone at his level like Yu Lu or Luo Yu. However, this situation was fierce, as if the participants of this battle had the same level. In the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Potion Valley, the ones who could fight face-to-face with Lai Feng were only Yu Lu of the Radiant God Cult and Luo Yu of the Pure Land. However, listening to Lin Yiqi, Li Jinrong found that things were out of his expectation. Li Jinrong knew that Shi Yin wasn't ordinary. From the night Yi Changfeng had returned from the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, he often complimented Shi Yin a lot. However, Li Jinrong instinctively assumed that although Shi Yin was strong, he was just an extreme in the endless sea. So, when he came to the divine great land, his level wasn't enough to be on the ranking list. But now, he knew that he had clearly underrated the young man. Chapter 551, Blood Pupils. Chapter 551, Blood Pupils. Who was Lai Feng? He was the demon kind that the Devil Valley had put forth all cultivating resources in to nurture him, as he would become the master of the Devil Valley in the future. He had the spirit realm cultivation base, but still, he couldn't defeat Shi Yin instantly. What was going on? Shi Yin was in the sky realm. If he had the power as strong as a spirit realm warrior from the small families, he would be considered a special talent already. However, his opponent was Lai Feng. Lai Feng exclaimed in his head that he had underestimated the opponent, and that he didn't see the real, dangerous features of Shi Yin. "Oldly, you know that kid?" Kuda walked to him, his face surprised. "Is he your disciple?" Li Zhengrong snorted. "I'm an alchemist. I'm not good at fighting. Do you think I can train this type of disciple?" Kuda nodded, sighed, then beamed a wry smile. "Oh, I say, if you have that sort of an apprentice, I would be totally convinced." "Hey, who's he?" "A kid from the Endless Sea. His natural endowment's really good. He used to go to the dark, magnetic, noxious mist alone," Li Zhengrong explained simply. Dark, magnetic, noxious mist. Kuda was moved. Suddenly, he was swiftly excited. "Hey, the drop of life original fluid that you got is from him." Besides the Tool Hall's blacksmiths standing next to Kuda, there were alchemists of Spirit Hall on Li Zhengrong's side. They all had their eyes brightened. Some experts hiding there also knew the miraculous effect of the life original fluid. They were all thrilled like rabbits seeing carrots. They hungrily looked at Shi Yin in the court. Li Zhengrong blamed himself for being talkative. He hurriedly shouted, "Shi Yin's my friend. Don't plan your dark schemes on him. Otherwise, I won't stay idle." Kuda and his men laughed. Their eyes showed something, but they didn't regard him. Li Zhengrong's brows slammed together. He had so many worries. Kuda and Li Zhengrong were all here, so no one dared to talk about the curfew. All were astounded on seeing Shi Yan's competence. They wanted to see Shi Yan's real abilities, to which level he could reach. The battle continued. Inside the hurricane and the death intent domain, Lai Feng was urging so many types of devil techniques. But still, he couldn't defeat Shi Yin just yet. A pair of blood pupils appeared dazzlingly inside the hurricane. People couldn't help but gaze at him. After Shi Yin had entered the third sky of Rampage, he had only the thought of destroying all the creatures in front of him. He didn't have any other thoughts. He knew many secret techniques, and after entering the third sky of Rampage, he didn't get weaker. On the contrary, his power skyrocketed. This realm seemed to be able to promote all of his fighting potential abilities. The power of many martial techniques that he couldn't maximize under normal circumstances now revealed fully. Lai Feng's muscles cracked. Just like Shi Yin, he was bleeding. However, he didn't have the recovery ability that went against the natural order like Shi Yin. Along with the battle, his power gradually drained. He had lost a lot of blood, so he often felt that he was about to faint at any minute. Lai Feng knew that he couldn't stand for long. Without 12 years of training ascetically in 36 terminating caves with the will of steel, he would have admit his defeat soon. He was struggling to get out of the death intent domain. Xuan Mu and Yalai were also anxious. They all felt that the fight in the Precious Tool Valley was too furious. This battle was more interesting than what they had imagined. Eventually, Xuan Mu and Yalai flew out, getting to the position of the battle. It seemed all warriors in the Precious Tool Valley and the Spirit Tool Valley had come. When they gathered here, they temporarily forgot the thread of the dead souls. Boom, boom, boom. Thick and dense explosions reverberated from the hurricane and the death intent domain. In the middle of the loud explosion, Shi Yin and Lai Feng separated from each other. The light in Lai Feng's eyes dimmed. Blood gushed out from him massively. He was exhausted, and not much power left in him. On the other side, the blood on Shi Yin clotted as he stopped bleeding quickly. Under the scrutinizing eyes of hundreds of people, flesh and blood in his wounds moved and restored quickly. His blood pupils raked over the place. He didn't gaze at Lai Feng, but conveniently killed a Nirvana realm warrior who stood nearest behind his back. This shocked a lot of people. They were cursing loudly while retreating. Afterward, Shi Yin didn't stop there. He continued to kill the warriors standing next to him. Another 3 Sky Realm warriors were killed instantly. Essence Chi started to move, entering his body through his pores. The ruthless, insane aura on Yan's body was condensed more. He's crazy. F***CK. You got mental problem? We're just onlookers. Why do you attack us? You fool. Don't you see that he's in the bedevilment state? Many warriors got terrified. They started to move as fast from Yan as possible. They were cursing under their breath, but none of them dared to attack Yan, as they were afraid that they would be his next targets. On the other side, Lai Feng was panting far for Yan. His breath was short and heavy. He was exhausted and didn't want to continue. Lai Feng's state was way too bad. He knew that if he wanted, he could use the most sinister secret technique of the Devil Valley to stimulate his power to another realm for the second time. However, if he did that, he would become much weaker than now, or it could leave him some bad sequelae, which he wasn't sure he could recover fully from. He didn't dare. He and Yan didn't have any big grudge. He had spent too much in this battle. If he wanted to risk his life with Yan, even if he won, he already knew the big price he had to pay for this victory. The most important thing was that even if he had to urge the evil mystique, he didn't have the absolute confidence. Thus, seeing Yan was like a wolf storming into the sheep herd, slaughtering the crowd. He didn't continue to attack him, just stood and stared indifferently. Whose disciple was this kid? Why was he so dangerous? Lai Feng was dizzy. He was secretly scared because of the power Yan had brought out. Stop him, someone shouted among the crowd. He's completely insane. If we don't kill him, he'll kill us. He's a madman. We can't let him massacre us like that. Could have hesitated for a while. He couldn't help but shout, "Don't kill him. Get him." At this moment, Xuan Mu and Yalai arrived. They then saw Yan with his wild expression, chasing and killing the other warriors. Their faces changed. They inquired around for brief information and couldn't help but be terrified. They didn't expect that things would escalate to this point. They could never imagine that Yan could be so intimidating that he would make Lai Feng pay a big price. If we don't eliminate him, the 2 valleys will never be peaceful again, Feng Biao said with a cruel face. He didn't wait for Kuda and Li Zhengrong, immediately heading towards Yan. Everybody was stunned, as they were cursing Feng Biao in their heads. Feng Biao was a 3rd Sky of Spirit Realm expert. An expert at the threshold of the true God realm, wanted to fight with a Sky Realm warrior in his bedevilment state. Although they didn't like Yan, still, they thought Feng Biao was going too far. Instantly, people understood that Feng Biao wanted to take revenge for his disciple Hao Hai. Since his apprentice was hurt badly, being a high-class expert in the Devil Valley who always focused on his face, he should be enraged and take revenge for his disciple. It was fairly reasonable. However, he was availing himself of this situation, wasn't he? Feng Biao, he's my friend. Li Zhengrong roared as he wanted to come forward and stop the other. If you want to touch him, you'll be my enemy. He's insane. He's killing innocent people. He's crazier than the Devil Valley's disciples. If you want to protect him, you're going against the whole valley. Feng Biao raised a big accusation. He didn't talk more, aiming at Yan. However, at this moment, Yan's blood pupils seemed to recognize the danger. The trace of being conscious appeared deep inside his wild eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light shot out from the blood vein ring. After they had sensed their master's summons, Ward Devil, Ghost Hunter, King of Demonic Insects, Ice Cold Flame, Earth Flame, and the Devouring Gold Silkworm got out, besieging Feng Biao instantly. A pitiful scream sounded. Feng Biao faced the sky, spurting out blood. He was blown away from in front of Yan. A stream of blood arched in the sky eccentrically, which made everyone shiver in fear. The training yard was completely silent. Everybody dropped their jaw. The majestic Ghost Hunter hovered in the air, taking Yan on its back and soaring up to the sky while tearing the wind. Immediately, they were flying far away from the precious Tool Valley. The King of Demonic Insects, the Ice Cold Flame, the Earth Flame, and the Devouring Gold Silkworm followed behind them right away. The War Devil came last. An earth-destroying aura flooded the whole valley from him, filling each tiny corner. Xuanmu, Yalai, Li Zhongrong, and Kuda were frightened. They couldn't do anything but watch the ghost hunter take Shi Yin away. They didn't dare to do anything at all. Feng Biao hadn't fallen to the ground, even as blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. He had gotten hurt severely. Feng Biao was a third sky of spirit realm expert. Among the warriors in the valleys, Feng Biao was one of the strongest, but he was wounded in just a blink of an eye. What kind of force could do that to him? Everyone felt terrified, looking at Shi Yin flying away. No one dared to say anything about killing him again. Ice-cold flame, 10,000-year earth flame, the level 8 demonic beast, the corpse-eating insect, could have muttered as he was absent-minded. Heaven flame, the earth flame, they're the godly treasures to refine weapons. Why does this man have such luck? All blacksmiths and alchemists in the valley had their eyes reddened, their breath short and heavy. No matter it was the ice-cold flame or the earth flame, they were the fiery flames that the blacksmiths and the alchemists had been dreaming of for their whole life. Any alchemist and blacksmith who had these two flames, their attainments in refining medicine and forging weapons would bounce to another new realm. To the alchemists and blacksmiths, the flame was the most precious treasure. When they had an excellent flame, the future of their career would be lit up. Old Li, who's he after all? He has the life, original fluid, the ice-cold flame, and the 10,000-year earth flame, and even the king of demonic insect. I don't know which god king's inheritance he has gotten. Could have beamed a bitter smile, looking at Li Zhongrong while gulping continually. How can I know that? Li Zhongrong also goggled. Everything that happened today had gone beyond his estimation. Shi Yan's performance had scared him. Where is that ****starred Yi Changfeng? Li Zhongrong asked through his gritted teeth. He knew that Yi Changfeng would know Shi Yan's profile. I don't know. Lin Yiqi shook her head. Whatever method you use, find that brat for me. Tell him to use the soundstone and call me, shouted Li Zhongrong. Lin Yiqi nodded with a frightened countenance. She seemed to not have yet recovered from Shi Yan's intimidation. Chapter 552, Self-Torture. Chapter 552, Self-Torture. The northwest of the Dead Soul Mountain Range, in an isolated peak, Shi Yin sat cross-legged on the summit. The blood-red hue in his pupils faded as his original countenance restored. The war devil, the ghost hunter, the ice-cold flame, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God were hovering around, guarding him in silence in case some danger came suddenly. The moonlight was like silvery water, shining all over him. Tiny stars twinkled, decorating the night sky. Starlight condensed and then poured on him silently. Shi Yin stood upright. After 4 hours, he opened his eyes, taking in a deep breath. His energy had been restored. After the recovery period, his cruel mood had been calmed down. His sea of consciousness was like a shiny mirror lighting everywhere. It was now a peaceful and harmonious zone. The ice-cold flame sent him its thought, "Are you all right?" Shi Yin smiled and nodded. "Yeah. I didn't expect that I had to urge the third sky of rampage in that battle." Lai Feng isn't a typical person, indeed. He's worth the new generation of experts of the Devil Valley. Really a genius. Lai Feng was a devil kind who had inherited the great path of the Devil Valley in the future. He had spent many years to cultivate in 36 terminating caves, so his understanding of the secret techniques of the Devil Valley made him the most prominent young expert of the divine Great Land. Although he didn't use the secret treasures of the Devil Valley, his power was still formidable. Shi Yin could take the upper hand over him thanks to the arduous training he had given himself these recent years. The negative energy, the explosive power of his flesh body, the refined essence qi, and his complicated, mysterious martial techniques had pushed his overall strength to an even greater extreme point than that of the others. It's good that you're all right. When you left, many people wanted to hurt you. The ice-cold flame simply described the appearance of the onlookers at that time in the precious Tool Valley. Shi Yan's face was cold. He snorted as he got it. Peasants are innocent. Wearing jade, you're guilty. Not only he had the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, but also the devil breeds like the king of demonic insects. To the warriors in the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley, he was mysterious. It was typical that people would desire the treasures someone had. Sure Yin understood that after that fight, his name would be spread out fast in the entire Dead Soul Mountain range. And, of course, he couldn't hide the fact that he had many treasures on his body. If it weren't the intimidating aura from the strange creatures like the War Devil or the Ghost Hunter, those people in the valley would have killed him right on the spot. It was human nature. The world of the warriors was filled with greed and snatching. Many of them couldn't avoid the desires deep in their hearts. To be honest, if he knew someone with so many great treasures like that, he would have some dark thoughts and secretly plan his wild scheme to get them himself. There were many experts from the Pure Land, the Radiant God Cult, and the Devil Valley. Also, there were the alchemists and blacksmiths like Li Zhengrong and Kuda Hotshots. There were as many as clusters of cloud in the sky. If they wanted to capture him, returning their mint, turning himself in. Moreover, the hotshots staying in the two valleys weren't only these people. According to Lin Yiqi, not long afterward, true God realm warriors of the Radiant God Cult, the Pure Land, and the Devil Valley would arrive. Then, a bloody war with the Dead Souls would begin. At that time, the Dead Soul Mountain Range would become a massive battlefield that no one could ignore. If he still stayed in the valley, even the War Devil and the Ghost Hunter couldn't give him the secure feeling. So, it would be better to leave earlier. Even though the Dead Souls were dangerous, as long as he did his best to avoid them, it was possible to hide away. This mountain range was so vast with so many mountains. He just needed to find an isolated mountain and stay there for 1 year or so to cultivate. It shouldn't be a tough job. He needed time. Meditating on the summit, Sure Yin assessed the situation quietly. Long after that, he made up his mind. I want to find a safe, remote area to cultivate ascetically for a while in this mountain range. Sure, Yin sent the message to the ice-cold flame. Which place is good for me? It isn't bad to stay here. I've sensed around. There's no dead soul in this area. Good. Then we'll stay here. Sure, Yin stood up, releasing his soul consciousness to hundreds of miles around. Indeed, there was no sign of dead souls. He relaxed his tense nerves. Next, he dug a cave, got in there, and then used the thick, heavy rock to seal his cave. While he was fighting with live foam, he had lost his mind and killed some warriors whose essence chi had been absorbed into his body. After refining, their essence chi was now fused with him completely. At this moment, Sure Yin had reached the peak again, and the strange energy in his muscles was supplemented. There are some beasts in the mountains around here. Further than that, there are some cultivating materials we can use. We can go out and stretch the body for a while. Apparently, the ice-cold flame had become the spokesman of the strange creatures living with him. Staying with you all the time isn't always good for our continual growth. Sure Yin was amazed. He pondered, then nodded. You guys should be careful. He opened the stone door. The ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the Holy Spirit God flew out. The Holy Spirit God had used the white skeleton clone of Bo Sun to be its real entity. The clone had shining, jade-like bones. Its speed was relatively slow, and they could hear the cracking from the joints when it was moving. It had spent a lot of effort to train this ancient body in the blood vein ring. However, in its current situation, it needed more time to completely adapt to this skeleton. The Ghost Hunter, the king of demonic insects, and the devouring gold silkworm were hesitant for a while, then also flew away. Sure Yin was bewildered looking at the three strange creatures flying away. He didn't get a clue. Perhaps these three tangible beings like the Dead Soul Mountain Range. Only the War Devil stayed to guard him. Sure Yin frowned, then contemplated for a while. When he was about to use the original soul pellet to restore his soul consciousness, all of a sudden, he found that the 5 devils in his sea consciousness were agitated too. You guys, after one time of transformation, their intelligence had started to develop. Although they couldn't talk directly to him, they could send him some vague thoughts. The 5 devils also wanted to go out for a while. Yin could sense the thoughts from the five devils pretty clearly. He was astounded for a while, then he nodded with a forced smile. Be careful. Those dead souls are the best nutrition, but they aren't idiotic. If you meet the high-level ones, you can't swallow them. The five devils turned into five gloomy beams of gray light, silently disappearing without leaving a trace. The connection between him and the five devils wasn't cut off. Within hundreds of miles, he could always know the exact location and thoughts of the five devils. However, if the five devils moved farther, the connection between them would weaken. The situation of the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, the king of demonic insects, the ghost hunter, and the Holy Spirit God was the same as the five devils. These living beings had their souls linked with his immortal blood, which created a miraculous connection with him. However, this connection wasn't invariable. When the distance between them reached a certain limit, the connection would be weakened until it disappeared completely. Long after that, Yin had lost the whereabouts of all of these creatures. His host's soul couldn't sense anything, and his soul consciousness couldn't form a connection. Yin suddenly felt empty and lost. The lonely emotion swelled up in his heart that he couldn't control or wash it away. Along his journey, these living beings rarely left him. Gradually, he had considered them part of his life, and he had treated them as family members and comrades. Being with them, Yin had never felt lonely, never had the feeling that he was fighting alone. All of a sudden, when these strange creatures left him one by one, he immediately had some strange thoughts as he felt empty. It was like something very important to his life was about to leave him. Although he knew that they wouldn't go for a long time, he was still worried. It was like a father seeing his children leaving home. He would miss them and worry about them, always afraid that they would meet unexpected situations. The existence of this mood irritated his mind, which troubled him from changing his sea of conscious. Long time after that, he couldn't meditate. Until the early dawn of the next day, when a wisp of dawn shone in the cave and lit up an area in front of him. He woke up and found that the dejected feeling he was feeling had been washed away at this moment. In just a fraction of time, his mind and heart became crystal clear. It was a sort of mental maturity that had jumped into his heart all of a sudden. He seemed to understand the true meaning of life, and his heart was more open. The blacksmith's secrets of success flew out, floating in front of him. His soul consciousness connected with the hollow soul. His mind and heart fused together as he entered the location of the teleportation formation once again. He started to comprehend the miraculous techniques, the complicated, abstruse line arrangements. He completely concentrated on understanding the meanings in them. The teleportation formation was the direct utilization of the mysterious space. It used the technique to lead the space power, using the nodes to urge the energy of the crystal stone, which would move things from one coordinate directly to another. The teleportation formation in this blacksmith's secrets of success could be considered the essence. All mysteries of teleportation formations were stacked in there. Strange beams of light weaved with each other like a shuttle, creating the blinking nodes. The distance between a pair of nodes was different, but it carried the mission of connecting spaces. At each node, space energy was constantly rippling out like rings of light, which was the transmission of the supplement power from outside. Yin's mind sank into it as he forgot everything, wallowing in the formation that looked like the bedevilment state. His comprehension of the truth of the teleportation formation became more profound by any minute. He eventually reached the threshold of the understanding of space power. Now, he could vaguely touch a beam of the mysterious space power through the formation of the teleport formation. Precious Tool Valley. The group of Li Zhengrong and Kuda gathered in the tool hall. Xuemu and Yalai looked at Feng Biao, who had blood all over his body. They exchanged looks, but didn't know what to say. The juniors stayed outside the tool hall. Yulu, Luo Yu, and Lai Feng all wore stunned face as they were discussing with a low tone. Yin had made his debut outstandingly, which made the ones who came from the 7 ancient factions feel the pressure like a mountain for the first time. Yin had only the Sky Realm cultivation base, but live phone couldn't do anything to harm him. He even fell into the disadvantaged situation. Such event had terrified people. Are you sure the guy comes from the endless sea? Kuda rubbed his chin, his eyes disbelieving. Has he been taught by any old monster here? We all know that in the divine great land, it's not just the 7 ancient factions that could teach such a formidable apprentice. He come from the endless sea, snorted Li Zhongrong. Yichang Feng sent me messages. He said that that young man is from the Yang family in the endless sea. Perhaps you have never heard about the Yang family. This family is the strongest force in the endless sea. They're not ordinary at all. Really from the endless sea, huh? Could have talked under his breath as his mental obstacles had been cleared. Then it's easy, as long as none of those old B** stars have taught him. And if we show him our goodwill, we can move him perhaps, I need 1 drop of the life original fluid. I've been thinking about the true God realm for years. Xuanmu and Yalai had their eyes heated up. Chapter 553, Repair Rare Treasures. Chapter 553, Repair Rare Treasures. Late at night, Yin woke up again from the blacksmith's secrets of success. His soul consciousness was damaged badly. He was exhausted, but his eyes shone brightly. He had used up all his original soul pellets. The recovery of his soul consciousness thus had slowed down. However, he had perceived the crucial teleportation formation in the blacksmith secrets of success. He had a feeling that he just needed 3 or 4 times of accessing the book to comprehend the technique to build an actual teleportation formation. However, without original soul pellets, restoring the soul consciousness required lots of time and efforts. It wasn't the way. He considered, frowning while searching for the way to improve or restore his soul consciousness quickly. The items in his storage ring and blood vein ring were raked through as he was trying to find a solution for this matter. He noticed the bead, which was shiny black, shimmering with a dark halo. It seemed to have a feeling soul fluctuations moving in the center. His eyes lit up as he felt roused. Soul Gathering Pearl. This pearl was the beast soul devouring bead. It could absorb the souls and purify them into crystal clear soul energy. Soul energy was the power of soul consciousness. He remembered clearly that he had borrowed the soul energy of the soul gathering pearl to create the sea of consciousness at Earth Realm. At that time, he had been able to sense the creatures around him. The soul gathering pearl had been damaged before and couldn't be restored. However, according to the ice-cold flame, his immortal martial spirit generated the immortal blood, which had a strange effect of repairing things. The immortal blood had been created in his body. At the same time, he had comprehended the immortal rebirth secret in the immortal canon, which taught him how to restore damaged things. As long as he could fix the soul gathering pearl and kill some people, he could use the soul gathering pearl to gather the power from the souls, then purify them to supplement his sea of consciousness. Yin couldn't help but smile cheerily. If he had thought about the soul gathering pearl earlier, he wouldn't need soul restoring pellets and original soul pellets. With the soul energy generated from the soul gathering pearl, when his soul consciousness got damaged, he could recover quickly. At the same time, his sea of consciousness would be enlarged. The soul gathering pearl flew out from the storage ring, falling into his palm. His soul consciousness flickered, and a cut appeared on the fingertip of his left index finger. A drop of dark ruby blood, glistering with a golden halo, dripped from the cut, falling onto the pearl precisely. The immortal rebirth secret was activated, as Yan's blood in his entire body boiled up. Following his blood, his essence chi gushed out torrentially like rising tide. Essence chi seeped into the soul gathering pearl. The bead then flashed up as its dark halo constantly flickering. Then he saw the immortal blood drop become more viscous, moving fast at the damaged area on the bead. Yin activated his soul consciousness. Flows of soul consciousness entered the soul gathering pearl, continually manipulating the trajectory of the essence chi to gather them at the damaged area. A miracle happened silently. Under the repairing effect of the immortal blood, the damaged area on the pearl was constantly refined. At this moment, the immortal blood became a repairing energy that made the soul-gathering pearl change miraculously. The feeling of vessels connecting was sent to Shi Yin from the soul-gathering pearl. Shi Yin was shaken. It worked indeed. Shi Yin was stunned and joyful. He focused wholeheartedly, using the immortal rebirth secret to guide his blood and essence, qi pouring into the bead to repair the damaged area. Crack! A clear sound echoed from the pearl as a strange suction force rippled inside the pearl. Shi Yan's host's soul trembled as if it were attracted by some sort of force, wanting to jump off his sea of consciousness and into the soul-gathering pearl. He succeeded. Shi Yan laughed insanely as he shot up from his seat with an overjoyed expression. He held the soul-gathering pearl, feeling the wonderful energy fluctuations in it. The difficult matter that had bothered him a lot was solved easily like that. Since this soul-gathering pearl had been refined and fixed by the immortal blood, it seemed to have become one with Shi Yan. Soon, the soul suction force from the bead lost its effect on Shi Yan. Afterward, light retrieved into the bead while waves of soul suction force rippled from its center. Shi Yan was overjoyed. He didn't care that his soul consciousness hadn't been recovered yet, pushed open the stone door, and started to observe here and there. It was a night without moon or stars. The darkness enveloped the place like a big black fabric sheet, covering the whole sky. Starlight crossed through thick layers of dark cloud, patiently pouring into his body. His heart was full of bright starlight as he was enjoying absorbing the energy from the stars. He wanted to search for praise. Shi Yan contemplated. Although he had the soul-gathering pearl, he couldn't solve his problem right away. Now, he needed to find the creatures with strong souls to draw their souls into the soul-gathering pearl. Only when the soul was kept inside the pearl would it then be able to refine its energy. The more soul energy input, the stronger the refining energy would be. Shi Yan released his soul consciousness, trying to sense for any praise he could put into the soul-gathering pearl. 3 flows of living fluctuations rippled from an isolated mountain around 300 miles from him. This kind of living fluctuation was chilling and evil, full of dead atmosphere, which gave people a feeling that it wasn't from humans. Shi Yan's face changed. They were dead souls. Only soul fluctuation from the dead souls could be that cold and evil. The dead souls wandered in the mountains, choosing their victims to take the souls. It could help increase their power or making the warrior's soul become a newly dead soul. Dead souls were soul creature and didn't have a tangible body. They were good at soul attacks and soul invading. Although their soul energy wasn't similar to humans, they were really powerful. Well, dead souls it will be, Shi Yan smiled. He put the war devil back into the blood vein ring and then moved out of the cave quietly, flying towards the general direction where the dead soul's fluctuation arose. 15 minutes later, Shi Yan arrived at a remote, mountainous area. Following the sensing of his soul consciousness, he found a hidden tree cave. 3 gloomy, dark green, short-limbed creatures with skin like a toad that was filled with wrinkles and disgusting pimples stayed there. Intimidating light shot out from their icy cold green pupils. Shi Yan was terrified. They weren't hollow. The 3 dead souls he had sensed had real bodies. Although their bodies were grossly ugly, they give people a feeling of being sinister and very dangerous. The 3 dead souls found him. 3 mournful cries of grievance that could tear his eardrum sounded. The 3 dead souls with their real bodies shot out towards him like 3 sharp knives. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Amidst their suffering screams that tore the air, the wrinkles on their bodies suddenly got tense as their ugly green bodies became as rigid as steel. Their short arms extended with sharp claws, which looked like the gloomy green blades. Shi Yan's face stiffened. He immediately used the dark light shield. Next, he urged his essence qi while the negative energy was oozing out from his meridians and acupuncture points. Even though these 3 dead souls didn't have strong soul energy, Their bodies were strong, just like a spear that could pierce through space, extremely terrifying. He could confirm that the soul energy in these three dead souls was similar to the ones he and Cherry had met. They were some sorts of the weaker ones. However, after these three dead souls had obtained real bodies, their power had skyrocketed. Only the strange energy in their ugly green bodies was equal to a Sky Realm warrior. Dead souls knew best how to erode the soul. This meant these three dead souls with a real body could defeat typical Sky Realm warriors. The three flows of eccentric soul fluctuations were rippling robustly, hiding the thoughts of the extreme evil and cruel deeds, intruding Shi Yan's sea of consciousness directly. Shi Yan reacted timely. His host's soul instantly released the fiery flame of the Nine Serenity's soul-devouring flame, cleaning up the strange energy that had just entered his sea of consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Shi Yan got hit in his chest as if he were shelled by three giant hammers and was blown away. The muscles in his chest ached and felt numb for a while. Three flows of devil energy seemed like countless bacteria diffusing quickly in his body, starting to attack all of his body functions. Shortly, his bones, blood, and flesh were all occupied by this strange energy. This aching, numbing, and chilling power flooded his entire body. He couldn't gather his chi, as his tendons and meridians were blocked. His vitality seemed to be drained rapidly. His power was restrained. Shi Yan was panicked. His face changed as he hurried to urge the immortal rebirth secret. The immortal rebirth secret moved. The essence chi of his entire body didn't flow through the vessels, but poured directly into his blood, using the blood to transport through his body. At the same time, the strange energy in his muscles burst out. His body was shivering, enlarging, and then shrinking. Electric currents crossed inside his body at light speed. The eccentric energy from the dead souls in his body was washed away quickly. Gloomy green smoke was pushed out from his pores. He felt relaxed as his meridians were cleared again. But Shi Yan was still tense. He didn't hesitate, taking out the soul-gathering pearl and strongly urging the energy of the Nine Serenity's soul-devouring flame in his host's soul. Flames shot out from his pupils towards the three dead souls. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The bodies of the dead souls weren't affected, but their gloomy green eyes suddenly inflamed. Their will was struggling as Shi Yan's mental power had pierced through them, covering them with the dead magnetic field, destroying them gradually. When the will of the dead souls was erased, three beams of green light shot out from their pupils. The soul-gathering pearl took them in. Three fine green fibers like spiderweb were refined while the soul-gathering pearl kept blinking. Shi Yan's face was still cold. He exhaled deeply, his eyes dangerously solemn. The soul-gathering pearl received the souls from the three dead souls, but Shi Yan didn't feel happy. When the dead souls got a real body, their power was far beyond his imagination. If he hadn't reacted timely, and without his strange abilities, these three dead souls would have occupied him instantly. And they weren't strong dead souls. If they were the high-level dead souls, how terrifying they could be. There were so many dead souls in this Dead Soul mountain range. When they were still in the hollow state, they were the dangerous existence that even the spirit realm warriors couldn't counter. When this kind of an existence got a real body, how formidable could it be? While he was contemplating anxiously, in the dark shade of a mountain in the south, a dead soul's evil lair was moving towards him with their speed increasing over time. The dead souls clung at the entrance of the evil lair, just like countless ghosts and demons, while showing their fangs and claws. Their soul-occupying power started to move crazily. Chapter 554, Dark Spirit Clan. Chapter 554, Dark Spirit Clan. The dead soul's evil lair was like a living creature, shimmering in the air with a gloomy green halo. It looked ferocious, as if it were searching for some victims to swallow. Shi Yan was still indulging in the surprise caused by the dead souls and didn't recognize the danger that was approaching. It was only when the evil lair was around hundreds of meters away from him that he finally realized its existence. Dead souls clinging at the entrance of the evil lair looked like ghostly tentacles waving in the air. Those dead souls packed the cave, which hindered Yan's vision. However, the icy cold, evil aura could storm directly into the deepest place of Warrior's sea of consciousness, which could make them to instinctively give up all resistances. Yan cursed under his breath. His face didn't change as he used the electric shift and the star brilliance to retreat rapidly in the shape of a light ray. In a short while, he was thousands of meters away from the dead soul's evil lair. Right when he had the distance, he immediately concentrated his mind, using the power of the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame to filter the eccentric energy in his head. The flame ignited as the soul-devouring energy in his sea of consciousness was burned off. Yan sighed inaudibly. Seeing the dead soul's evil lair approaching, he wasn't hurried. He quietly moved his energy, taking out the sky-breaking shuttle, ready for any case. This dead soul's evil lair came strangely. It was quiet, and even the dead souls inside were hiding their aura, which would make people find it hard to detect them. If he hadn't reacted in time, using the electric shift and the star brilliance to maximize his speed, he would have gotten trapped for sure. The dead soul's evil lair was like a ghostly mouth, patient and persistent as it kept approaching him. The evil lair accelerated. Now, it was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It was zooming over too fast, crossing the distance of thousands of meters in just a blink. An erosive soul energy diffused from the entrance of the cave, covering the entire 10 miles around it. The eccentric energy intruded his sea of consciousness the second time. Its momentum this time was fierce, as if it wanted to drain his sea consciousness and enslave his host soul. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame activated. Flames flew over in his sea of consciousness, burning that strange soul energy into ashes. Yan continually retreated. He didn't want to check the change inside the evil lair, and used the fastest speed to get away from this place of trouble. He vaguely felt that this evil lair was already occupied by the dead souls. According to Lin Yiqi, even though the dead souls' evil lairs kept changing their locations, they would not proactively attack the warriors or swallow them. But this dead soul's evil lair wasn't like the others. It was strange, as it had proactively released the erosive soul energy towards him. Avoiding the evil lair, Yan sped up and left the place. He flew for half a day and then chose a quiet place to cultivate. He took out the soul-gathering pearl. The souls of the 3 dead souls were purified, generating the crystal-clear soul energy that he could absorb directly. Yan conveniently dug a cave, got in, and continued to perceive the wonderful features of the teleportation formation. Dead Soul Mountain Range. From 5 different directions, 5 evil lairs were moving quickly towards the generation direction of the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. While they were flying at a fast speed, they would release the erosive soul energy whenever they met human warriors. Under the eccentric effects of this strange energy, many warriors got paralyzed instantly. Their sea of consciousness was poisoned, and they couldn't maintain their body functions. After that, their souls were dragged out, getting pulled into the dead souls' evil lairs. After they swallowed the warrior's su, the 5 evil lairs swelled up a little bit, and their speed also became faster. 3 days later, the dead souls' evil lairs from the caves and corners of the mountain range appeared in a dense jungle behind the Spirit Potion Valley. The flying speed of the 5 evil lairs slowed down. Each evil lair had many dead souls lingering at the entrance, among which one evil lair had all dead souls with real bodies. Right in the middle of that evil lair's entrance was arranged a diamond sacrificial altar, which was made of bones and flesh. The first dead soul that had a real body stood upright, walking to that altar. Strong energy rippled through it. The diamond sacrificial altar was lit up. A strange, sinister energy was generated, multiplying in it. At the entrance, countless dark green halos headed towards the sacrificial altar, with which the halo from the altar became more blazing. The other four evil layers seemed to be attracted by the altar as they started to move towards it, their speed getting sluggish. The dead souls with real bodies stood at the entrance of the evil layer, diffusing energy and pouring into the altar. The suction force that the altar generated became more intensive, pulling the other four evil layers. Eventually, the four evil layers clung to the evil layer which had the altar. The five evil layers connected to each other with the adhesive force from the dark green halo. Next, they began the difficult combining process. In the center, the first dead soul that had a real body was constantly urging the energy in its body, increasing the suction force for the sacrificial altar. The altar was made of bones and flesh. All of a sudden, blood splashed while flesh shattered everywhere. Under the expanding green halo, the altar crumpled. The five dead souls' evil layers fused into one. A gloomy green ecliptic burst out from that evil layer after they all fused with each other. Numerous dead souls could be seen flying and celebrating in there. The first dead soul that had a real body started to extend its limbs in the giant cave after the five evil layers had combined. It was absorbing the evil green energy, which made its limbs more ferocious. The dead souls which already had the bodies scattered and started to absorb that eccentric energy. Time flew quietly. After an unknown time, the dead soul's evil layer shrank along with the green ecliptic extent. All of a sudden, rays of light bloomed. Strange aliens with dark fluorescent skin and green tattoos on their faces struggled, walking out of the ecliptic. They had a humanoid appearance. Their eyes were all cold and sinister. Their whole body was green, their faces had patterns, and their bodies were covered in thick and heavy armor, which seemed to connect tightly with their flesh, as if it were an innate feature of their bodies. These aliens had a vicious, cold aura. Resentment appeared in their eyes, as if they had a deep grudge against every creature. They were all intimidating, appearing from the evil layers, then shooting towards the Spirit Potion Valley and Precious Tool Valley. That massive dead soul's evil lair was like a battleship that was connected to them, flying behind. Spirit Potion Valley. Xuan Mu, Yalai, and Li Zhengrong were discussing the room when all of a sudden their eyelids convulsed. They all felt fear rising in their hearts. Yalai changed his expression in fear. He jolted up, jumping onto an observatory of the spirit hall, and released his soul consciousness to sense everywhere. Xuan Mu and Li Zhengrong also came to the place, extending their soul consciousness. Taking the Spirit Potion Valley as the center, they were spreading the sense far away. Almost at the same time, their eyes showed their fear. From far away, they saw a green light area as spooky as a green swamp. It was gliding deliberately, while the evil energy accumulated in it increased gradually. The dead souls. Li Zhengrong screamed in fear. Xuan Mu and Yalai didn't answer him. They all took out the sound stone, frowning while narrating the situation. When Yalai was done, he used his soul consciousness to sense again, more carefully. Suddenly, he said, "It's not the dead souls. It's the Dark Spirit Clan. This dangerous race has finally rebuilt their bodies and struggled out of the foreign land." Li Zhengrong was surprised. "What do you mean?" Yalai was an elder of the Pure Land, one of the oldest factions in the Divine Great Land. Books in their sects piled up like mountains, which even had the secret writings of the whole era. In the Antiquity era, there were many races in the Grace mainland. Humans didn't simply rule the place like now. At some point in history, there was a race called the Dark Spirit Clan. Even if their bodies were smashed, their souls remained. In the ancient time, this race formed a powerful tribal clan. At their peak, they were much stronger than human warriors. They had many generations of experts and hotshots. Yalai took a deep breath. The Dark Spirit Clan was good at controlling souls. At their peak, many human warriors had their souls enslaved, making them their servants. In the ancient time, when human warriors rebelled, a multiracial war burst out. After that war, the Dark Spirit clan was almost uprooted. Under such circumstances, the Dark Spirit clan decided to leave their bodies, using only the souls to escape to the foreign land. They then kept the big grudge against the race that won the battle. They try to survive in the foreign land. It's been tens of thousands of years. No one knows what changes the Dark Spirit clan has experienced in the foreign land. They have become more sinister and inhumane. The 5 Dead Souls evil layers are the space crack that connects the land of the Dark Spirit clan and also their barriers. The strongest experts of the clan had built these 5 barriers that year to prevent the other races from getting in their territory and their members from escaping the place. The stronger they are, the harder it is to get out of the barriers. The dead souls we meet here are the souls of the Dark Spirit clan's members who had lost their bodies. But they have been changed after thousands of years. Yulai revealed the secret regarding the Dark Spirit clan, which was covered in dust for years, with a solemn visage. None of us know what is in the foreign land inside the dead souls' evil layers. But I know that the current Dark Spirit clan should have something changed in the foreign land, which makes them more intimidating. They are hard to deal with now. Since they can get through the barrier, I think we have to use all of our forces, continued Yulai. Li Zhengrong was scared. I notified my cult master. He'll be here shortly. Xuanmu wore a heavy countenance. The returning of the Dark Spirit clan is related to the future of mankind. Not only my Radiant God cult, but also your Pure Land, Devil Valley, and the other factions have to be careful. Once we're careless, the Dark Spirit clan will take over this land. You also know of the Dark Spirit clan? Li Zhengrong snorted. Although the history of our Radiant God cult isn't as profound as the Pure Lands, we used to have some books of the ancient times. We know something about that time, too, Xuanmu answered deliberately. Li Zhengrong felt pretty uncomfortable, his face indifferent. He scolded, "You've lied to us all the time. We assumed that this clan couldn't escape the barriers. We thought that they had lost many members in that foreign land, so they wouldn't want to invade us anymore." Yulai was a little bit embarrassed as he explained. "As they are returning now, I've informed you immediately, haven't I?" Li Zhengrong put on a serious face. "It's because they are here already. Quick!" Xuanmu clenched his jaw. "The enemy's threatening. We have to counter with all of our forces. Everybody should be cautious."